About the reckless girl who kept challenging a reborn man like me. Volume 1 by Kohagashi Nora. Translated by Dead Adnia's Kite Translations and by Gadgetized Panda Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. I'm off, I said as I left the house. Outside, white snow was falling heavily on the ground. The sun was blocked by the clouds that cover the sky, and the area was dimly lit with the surrounding rays. I opened my umbrella with my small hands and walked slowly, leaving small footprints in the accumulating snow. The streets, the roofs, and the trees were completely covered in snow. The world was dyed entirely white. Even the breath that escaped my mouth was white in color. This area is not an area prone to heavy snowfall. However, every year, snow falls from the sky in a ritualistic manner, chilling the whole world. The snow piles up even on the umbrella that I held up. I took short, careful strides, trying to not get my feet caught in the snow as I walked alone towards a certain place. I could hear the sound of a piano coming from somewhere nearby. It was a really pretty sound, but it must have been a child who was practicing it nearby. It was a sound that even I, an amateur at the piano, could tell came from an inexperienced player. The inside of the house was warmer than the outside. The magical heating system was fully developed and kept the room at a comfortable temperature. In comparison, the outside world was very, very cold, although that was to be expected from all the snow accumulated outside. A white world where life slept in peace. The animals were confined to their dens. The trees had lost their leaves and ceased their activities. I was walking slowly through this path, making my own small footsteps in the white world. At that time, a girl appeared in front of me. Zeke, I've been waiting for you. I'm not going to lose today. Let's settle this. In the midst of the falling snow, the girl put her hands on her hips, turned her chest away, and shouted loudly at me. The girl was wearing a catsuit over her pale blue hair and warm-looking coat. The red coat worked well with her blue hair. It gave her a confident look and a lively impression to others. Her name is Anya. She is my friend who is going to the same place as me. She was 10 years old, the same age as me. She was still a small, young child. Have you been waiting in this snowy weather? I don't care, you're gonna be my rival for my entire life. The little girl was using the word life. It was probably a word she had just learned. Her intonation was slightly different than usual. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her looking so proud. Seeing me like this, Anya puffed up her cheeks in frustration. It's only now that you can afford to be complacent. After all, I'm a genius. The girl in front of me was not holding an umbrella. There was a light coating of snow on her head and shoulders. Do you want to share the umbrella with me? It would have been embarrassing to share an umbrella with her, but I thought I would have been a terrible person if I didn't ask her. I don't care. Let's get going. It's true that many children don't take an umbrella when it snows. She trotted off ahead of me at a quick pace. I let out a sigh and slowly follow her as she turns around and looks at me. The two of us walk through the snow together. The footprints of two different people were marked on the ground beneath us. Anya's footprints were haphazardly scattered across the snow as she moved about beside me, walking at a slower pace than before. Eventually we arrived at the station. I brushed off the snow from her head and clothes, and got on the train with her. The train took us to the next stations, 3 stops away. Even though it was only a 10-minute ride, Anya's legs were wobbling on the chair, looking as if she was bored of just sitting on the train with nothing to do. They're going to be releasing the science test results today. This is where I win against you. They said that they raised the difficulty on the cram schools test. Are you sure about this? Of course I am. I'm a genius after all. Right. Some people call me a child prodigy, you know. Right. That means I'm a god. No, you're not. She was confidently declaring that she was a god. But she truly was a genius. It seems that she's always proud of herself for being first place in the school tests, and because her school lessons are not enough for her intellect, she has been sent to the highest level cram school in the area. She was one of the top students in the entire school, and more specifically, she was one of the top students in the national examinations for the elementary school. A child prodigy for sure. An honor student among honor students. That was Anya. But I think I'm smarter than most adults. Therefore, It's no wonder that her nose would become a little bigger compared to others. It's difficult to tell a child who's more capable than anyone else to not develop a superiority complex. It's even difficult for adults who think so. It is natural for people to be swept up by their talents. But Anya, you know the proverb, a child prodigy at 10, a gifted child at 15, and a normal man at 20. I've heard that before. That's Anya for you. But I don't really get it, Anna said, raising an eyebrow. Why is it that when you turn 20, the person in the proverb becomes a normal person? He's a genius, right? Is the person in the proverb bewitched to become an idiot at the age of 20? That's it. It was certainly too difficult for a normal 10-year-old to comprehend that proverb. There was no way she could understand it. It was a proverb that was difficult to understand without being exposed to a part of wider society. That's because advantages as a child means almost nothing in the real world. Anya responded to my words with a head tilt. Just around the corner. The train arrived at our destination station. As we got off the train, the cold air hit us. We walked through the developed city. Commercial buildings stood tall, narrowing the sky. The snow was trampled down by many people, making the streets slipperier than those near our house. The snow fell quietly amidst the noise of the cars and the bustle of the city. No matter how much it snowed, people did not stop their activities and walked briskly, looking busy. Achy, Anya sneezed and shuddered. Snot dripped sluggishly from her tiny nose. Needless to say, it's very cold outside when it's snowing. Do you want to come under the umbrella? I pulled a tissue out of my pocket and at the same time tilted the umbrella slightly in her direction. I don't care. Let's just get inside the warm school, Anya said while blowing her nose with the tissue, and started running towards our destination. She was certainly right. It would be more efficient to get to the destination quickly and warm up over there, rather than to walk slowly outside in the cold under the umbrella. Our destination was a cram school. We were students at a cram school that offered more difficult classes than our school. Of course, the inside of the school was heated up, so a warm room awaited us. I had been walking slowly, but I had no choice but to follow her back and start running to catch up with her. I ran on the snow, being careful to not fall down. A child prodigy at 10, a gifted child at 15, a normal person at 20. There is a saying that goes something like that. It is a proverb that warns us that even if you are better than others when we are young, if you act too proud, you'll not be able to use your abilities wisely when you grow up. I wonder if it's also used in the sense that when you grow up and learn about the wider world, you realize that you're not good enough compared to the past you. Anyways, it's meant to say that even if you are praised and recognized at an early age, you should not be satisfied with just that, but instead you should continue to make an effort and just try to improve yourself. However, this proverb had a slightly different meaning for me. Zeke, let's compete with our test scores. I was in a warm study hall. Anya was standing right in front of me, shouting loudly. Anya, you're so. The test was now being returned. The teacher was calling out the names on the stage and returning the answer sheets to each student. As soon as Anya received hers, she ran straight to me and snorted loudly, although we were in class, so the teacher was troubled with her reaction. You're usually cool, but when it comes to winning against me, you're extremely passionate. You can't afford to be complacent at such a time. Here, take this. Anya turned her chest to me and showed me her answer sheet. She was holding it a bit too close to my face, so it was hard to make out what was written on it, but there was indeed a score of 97 on it. Wow, that's amazing. 97 points. HMPH. The corners of Anya's mouth rose silently, showing off her proud face. This score was actually really amazing. This test had a lot of practical questions, and the number of students who could get such a high score would be almost zero. The tests at this cram school were more difficult than at a normal school. This is a cram school for honors students, a place of learning for those who aim for a higher level than normal. As a student here, I can say that this was the kind of place it was. There were very few students who could get a 97 in this cram school. She had excellent grades and was very athletic. She was an honor student amongst honor students. I worked so hard on this test to beat you. That's why it's so high. Even last night, I stayed up all the way till 9:30 studying to try and beat you. You're leading a more disciplined life than you think, you know. I guess I'm usually in bed much earlier than her. Okay? The loser of this test will do whatever the winner says. Hey, it's not fair to say that after you got your test score. This sort of thing should be said before the test actually happens. No excuses. There is no such thing as unfairness in this game. Since this was happening in the middle of class, everyone in the class was listening to our conversation with great interest. It seemed that no matter how much I tried to convince them of the unreasonableness of the situation, they just wouldn't accept it. The teacher was scolding us with utter distress, while the others were buzzing at the sudden bet of ours. I'm confident this time. If I lose, I'll do anything you want. I'll even give you a kiss on the cheek. What are you talking about? I'm getting really impatient now. The people around me are getting excited at her words. However, Anya still kept her chest out proudly, which showed that she had strong confidence in this test. The teacher called out my name with a troubled expression. It was my turn to have my test returned. Even though it was my turn to return my test, Anya followed me and peeked at my answer sheet from the side as the teacher handed it to me. No way. Anya's expression stiffened. Her mouth gapes open and a surprised expression sticks on her face. You got 100 on this test as well? I had scored 100 on the test. Anya was dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open in disbelief at what she was seeing. She must have studied very, very hard. The test was difficult and it was extremely difficult to actually manage to get a score of 97. It's not that hard to imagine. With a score of 97, she'd probably be the best student in the entire school, excluding me, of course, and yet, I was the one who won 100 points. So Anya-chan lost? Anya's on a streak. It was everyone else's comments which upset Anya. What? It was a bad move. Anya's expression tenses. I took a step back. It was a kiss. That's what Anya just said. Kiss. You were so adult-like of her. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Hey, everybody, stop right now. The teacher scolded them loudly, but the agitated children did not stop. The energy of these children is so great that no matter how much the teacher scolded them, the uncontrollable train would not stop. Anya's face flushed red. Whoa. What? It's okay, Anya. You don't actually have to do anything. Even though it was her own unintentional comment that had caused the problem, Anya was looking pitifully upset. Overwhelmed by the voices around her, her face turned bright red, and she fidgeted and panicked with her jerky movements. I tried my best to calm her down, but her confusion would not subside at all. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Tsu. Her face turned redder than an apple, and steam gushed out of her head. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she became teary-eyed. Anya, where are you going? Without listening to the teacher's orders, Anna ran out of the classroom with a cry and ran away like the wind. The classroom turned quiet. Then the teacher's sermon began. Everyone was dumbfounded at what just happened. I thought back to how she was. She was completely dumbfounded when she saw my score of 100, just before the crowd went wild. She was always trying so hard. She was a girl who was always desperately trying to beat me, a girl who challenged me again and again to a competition just to try and best me. She was a girl who studied hard, combining hard work with natural talent, but still, she has never actually defeated me. I felt sorry for her. She was doing her best, after all, but it's not her fault. I'm the one who's cheating here. I got a 100 points by being a coward, not by any hard work like she believes. Earlier, I'd admonished her for her cowardice for bringing up gambling in the middle of the game, but I had no right to call her a coward from the beginning. I'm not supposed to be in the ring of this competition in the first place. I'm not supposed to associate with people like Anya who are trying their best. But I can't tell anyone about my situation after all. If I told anyone about it, they would question my sanity, and even if I managed to somehow tell them about it, I don't think that they would believe me. After all, I am a reincarnator. I have memories of my previous life. Section. It was a special winter day with the heaviest snowfall recorded since quite a long time ago. I think it was a cold day, but don't remember the day very well. Actually, rather than remember, I think I didn't even feel it. My cause of death in my previous life was a certain disease. I looked out the window at the sight of the large snowflakes falling in profusion. I managed to raise my head above the bed and envied the pure white scene I could see from my white hospital room. I was 28 years old at the time, working for a common magic tool manufacturing company, just like any other person in the world. Although I was working like a normal person, it was still a struggle. Apparently, I am what is called an ordinary person, and even if I did the same job as others, I couldn't achieve the same results as others without working twice as hard compared to others. It would have been the same for the rest of us anyways. If you don't work hard enough, you can't reach the workload required by society. That was the nature of society. I was neither particularly good nor particularly inferior to others. In that sense, I was just an ordinary person. I once broke up with my girlfriend because I was too busy with work that required me to work much harder than others. Well, I suppose it happens all the time to the best of us. In such a life, full of only common things in the world, I got sick. Ironically, it was the only thing that made me special and different from the others. My body stopped moving and I managed to turn my head to look out the window. In my hazy consciousness, I heard from someone that the snow was covering the entire world, and that it was a special kind of a heavy snowfall. I was envious. I envied the heavy snowfall. The heavy snowfall was certainly special and will remain in the memories and records of many people as life goes on. I wanted to be special, too. I wanted to be someone special. I wanted to leave my mark in the world too. I slowly closed my eyes, feeling selfishly envious of the climate, a divine nature that we have no control over. Then I lost consciousness, and my life came to an end. But then, I reincarnated. I have no way of knowing why or what reason I was here for. But for some reason, I inherited the memories of my previous life. Chapter 1, A Reckless and Promising Girl, More Difficult Than Any Test. It was a cold winter day when I had met Anya, the girl who challenged me. I met her in a warm building on a dim, sunless day with thick clouds in the sky right outside the window. It was the first winter I'd experienced after I entered primary school. I kept getting perfect scores for the exams in school, so my parents enrolled me in the most difficult cram school in the neighborhood. It was about 3 stops away if you go via train. It was a long route for a normal child to go through, but for me, who had spent an hour every day to go to college in a previous life, it was just a short commute. The school was located in a beautiful building in a new environment. Nervous about the brand new environment, I stepped into the school as if I were seeking warmth from the cold winter weather. Before the class began, the teacher introduced me to everyone, and I was bombarded with questions from many children, such as, where do you live? What is your favorite subject? Do you play any sports? Yes, 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 yes. The children kept raising their hands, and the questions never stopped, making it impossible to actually start the class. Children, though I'm the same age as them, I don't know how to handle a situation like this very well. The teacher standing on the stage admonished the children with a troubled smile, though I must have had the same look on my face as the teacher currently. I sat down at the empty seat that the teacher had instructed me to go to and took out my textbooks. Next to me, there was a girl with pale blue hair sitting in her seat. I got a bit of an odd impression from the girl. Everyone's eyes were still on me. The children were smiling and watching my every move with great interest. They glanced at me, the foreign object of this cram school, as if they were expecting a pigeon to suddenly fly out of my mouth. But the blue-haired girl sitting next to me didn't look at me at all. She was just looking at the study material in front of her. She didn't pay any attention to me at all. It was as if I was just a pebble on the side of the road. Thinking back at it, she was the only one who didn't ask me any question in the storm of questions I was asked by the other children. I don't remember making eye contact with her even once. I'm sure that while I was standing on the stage and introducing myself, she was looking down towards her textbook, just as she was now. She didn't seem interested in me at all when I had just entered the school. I thought that this girl was a little weird. The class started without having any conversation with the girl. Unfortunately for my parents, there was nothing for me to actually learn from joining the most difficult cram school. Of course there'd be nothing for me to learn about. It would be a problem if a former 28-year-old had to learn anything from elementary school classes. It may sound arrogant of me to think about such a cocky thing, but I hoped that the life experience of a former 28-year-old would forgive me for that. Over the past few years, I've gotten very good at pretending that I'm hardworking in class. The first hour of class was over and everyone started asking me questions again. I answered all the questions with a troubled smile, but the blue-haired girl next to me never asked me a single question. I had conversed with many people on this day alone, but not once did I converse with the blue-haired girl sitting next to me. After all the classes for the day at the cram school were over, she began getting ready to leave without saying a word to anyone. Just out of curiosity, I tried to talk to her once. "You're not talking to anyone at all. Are you in a bad mood today?" "It's nothing. My name's Zeke." "What's yours?" "I don't care," she responded coldly with a monotone voice. She was like a girl on thin ice. But I'm also an adult. I can't afford to get angry over something like this. Let's make a joke out of it. Are you okay, Ms. I don't care? Are you stupid or something? She looked at me coldly. Looks like my joke didn't work. I was taken seriously instead. The child's eyes showed that she was looking down on me. "Are you leaving already? Don't you ever hang out with your friends?" She didn't speak. Instead she quickly got ready to leave. She carried a practical bag with a few ornaments on it, looking down at me with her eyes which were big for her small body. "I don't care." She left the classroom quickly with a cold voice, as if she really didn't care about her friends. I was a little dumbfounded. "Yo Zeke, it's useless talking to her. She's a very cold person." Paris, a boy named Paris, came up to me. We had just become friends in between the classes. "Is that so?" "Oh yeah. No matter who talks to her, she doesn't talk back at all." The teacher was worried about her and tried to talk to her, but she just kept quiet the entire time. "She's the smartest kid in the school and a real pain in the ass, you know." "Hey, don't say anything bad about Anya, Paris." "I'm sorry, sensei." "That girl's name is Anya? I spent an entire day without knowing her name until now. Is she the best student at this cram school?" "Oh yeah. She always gets the highest score in the tests. It's really frustrating." Paris crossed his arms and made a reluctant face. "Well, she sure is a weird kid." That was the only impression I had of her. I would have almost no chance to actually get involved with her. That's what I was thinking at the time. After that, I spent the rest of the days not talking to the girl Anya. Everyone was right. She was a very strange girl. She didn't talk to anyone nor did she play with anyone. She had just kept to herself the entire time. It seemed to be a regular event at the school where the kind teacher would try to talk to her over and over again, only to be met with a curt attitude in response. She didn't seem to have any friends at all. Still, she didn't seem to care about her current situation. It seemed that she liked the way she was and continued to keep herself isolated. Apparently, she is a genius. It seems that she's a prodigy that boasts the highest grades in this cram school where all the smart kids gather together. She has also been ranked first in the end-of-semester tests, and has also ranked highly in the national mock examinations. I've heard that many geniuses are strange people, and she must be one of them. She was a pretty girl with a beautiful face and a lovely headband, but I had never seen her expression move even once. She was like a girl frozen in ice. She had a cold expression on her face the whole time. She just continued to study with a cold face. She was sitting right next to me, but she and I had spent our days without any sort of communication. I guess that I was like air to her. She was not interested in anyone. It was the day the tests were returned from my cram school. The cram school had a big test at the middle and end of the semester. It reminded me a little of the system in middle and high school. However, it seemed that those who performed well were given sweets. It was a very simple and worldly way to attract students, and it seemed to be very effective towards them. This cram school knew how to treat children well. The answer sheets were being returned. The teacher standing on the stage calls out your name and then you go to pick up your answer sheet from her. I called out to Paris as he walked by me, and he smiled bitterly, saying it was okay, not bad, but not good either. He always seemed to get a high score on his school tests. so he wasn't happy with his results this time. The tests at this cram school are very difficult. All of the students here have excellent grades in school, but the questions on the test were so difficult that even those students would have a hard time answering them. The level of the test was a level higher than that of a regular school. In the meantime, Anya came back to her seat with her answer sheet in hand. I knew it wasn't a good idea, but I was curious, so I went ahead and took a peek at her test score. Her results were excellent, with scores of 95 and above lined up all in a row. This was an astonishing achievement in a test where the average score was almost 50 points. It seemed that it was true that she was the most talented girl in the school. Still, she wasn't pleased or happy. She was already reviewing what she did wrong, accepting this result as a matter of course. I see. This kid seemed to be a true genius. Zeke-kun. My name was called, so I left my seat. I walked up to the teacher and took the answer sheet back from her. You did amazing, Zeke. Sensei is impressed. Thank you. I looked at the test returned to me and breathed a sigh of relief. Getting a good score on a test doesn't make me feel proud, but it does make me feel as if I've been relieved of a lot of pressure. I patted my chest and returned to my seat next to Anya. I feel like something strange is looking at me. My eyes met hers. When I looked to the side, my eyes met Anya's, her mouth gaping and her eyes rolling. She was staring at me with a sullen look on her face. This was unexpected, since she was always looking at the teaching materials or the blackboard, nothing else. For the first time in almost a lifetime, I made proper eye contact with her. What is it? She had a funny look on her face. She was always so dignified and never lost her composure, but now her face was covered with surprise. She was stunned, dumbfounded, her mouth agape and her whole body trembling. What the hell? What's wrong with her? Hayakuten? 100? She spoke in a trembling voice. I hadn't heard her voice in a very long time. Yeah, I had perfect scores in all the subjects. I had managed to maintain my pride as a former 28-year-old. For the past few days, I had been feeling meaningless pressure within myself, wondering what I could do if I had scored poorly on the test for elementary schoolers. Hayakuten? Oh, you got a higher score than me? Of course. No matter how much of a genius she was, I couldn't just go and lose to a 7-year-old now. No way. No way. No way. It can't be. What the hell? No way. It can't be. What? You've got to be kidding me. What's wrong with you? Calm down, Anya. What? You got a higher score than me. You fool. Idiot. Stupid. She suddenly opened her gaping mouth and began to rant and rave like a noisy child. No, she is a child, but this is the first time I've seen her make a fuss like a child would, and her current appearance was nothing like her usual icy cold demeanor. I was terribly confused. No, it wasn't just me. The children and teachers around me were also stunned by Anya's appearance. That's right. It was the first time anyone here had actually heard Anya's loud voice. What? Who are you? Don't act like you're so important. Wait, don't pull on my shirt. I got tangled up with a 7-year-old girl. Stupid, idiot. Blockhead. Your mother's an idiot. She got a bit teary-eyed. Wait, Anya-chan. What's wrong? You shouldn't have said that to him. It's nothing, Sensei. Stupid. You got a better score than me. I can't get angry over something like this. Rather, my surprise was definitely greater than my anger. I hate you. See, Anya, here's your reward for getting a good score on the test. Eat some sweets and cheer yourself up. The teacher took out a box full of sweets and urged Anya to eat them. At this cram school, the better the score on the test, the more luxurious the candy you get. But honestly, I don't think that she'd be caught by a piece of candy. But that, Anya was staring at the sweets with tears in her eyes. The shouting had stopped and her attention had turned to the delicious-looking assortment of sweets. What's this? From a while ago? With puffy, teary eyes, her gaze never left the cluster of sweets the teacher was holding. It seemed that her interest was gradually turning towards the sweets rather than the test. What the hell? What was that all about? Everyone was confused. It was the first time anyone had ever seen her like this. Everyone was paying attention to her every move. Got it? She made a small, sultry sound and began to quiet down. The intense anger that she had felt earlier seemed to be slowly subsiding. The teacher and I patted our chests in relief when we saw that Anya had calmed down a bit. The teacher then resumed returning the test. Yes, congratulations to Zeke-kun for placing first in the test. That was very impressive. Thank you. As the first place winner, I was also presented with sweets. My reward was a cake from an expensive confectionery store in my neighborhood. The teacher handed me a small box, and through a crack in the box, I caught a glimpse of the beautifully decorated cake. Children love cakes. Everyone in the class looked at me enviously. I don't think I was as jealous as everyone else in the class, but even I could see through the gap in the box that the cake looked really delicious. I heard a strange, shaky voice. I turned in that direction to see Anya staring at me. My cake. Anya's face was pale and her body was shaking. When she saw me take the box of cake from the teacher, she looked desperate, as if she had seen the end of the world. My cake. Anya started to say something incomprehensible again. I was always first. That cake's mine. Anya placed her hands on her cheeks and made a sobbing sound. I see. She has always been the best student in her grade at this school. That is to say, every piece of cake that was the reward for first place was definitely hers, but she lost first place this time, so the cake was given to me instead. My cake is, I'd like to say it's not yours, but I feel like I've just snatched candy from a child, so my inner conscience begins to ache. But when I saw her, I was confused. Until now, she was a cold, solitary girl with no interest in anyone. I never saw her smile happily or get angry like a demon. The only interest she held was in her studies. She was shivering because she couldn't get a piece of cake. Seeing her be furious just because she lost against me in the test just a few moments ago, I couldn't even imagine seeing her like that. It was not only me who was confused though. The teacher and all my classmates also rolled their eyes in surprise. My cake. You are, Anya-chan, where are you going? Anya-kun. The teacher shouted and reached for her hand, but Anya ran out of this classroom crying. Silence fell around her as she stormed out of the classroom. No one had ever seen her like that before. Everyone was amazed by her. In conclusion, after this I would go on to have a long relationship with Anya. She just hated to lose. I'm sure you're able to understand why. She was just a girl with a hardcore competitive spirit. Section. It had been about a week since Anya's cake runaway incident. I went to the cram school a few more times after that, but I never had a conversation with her. If I tried to talk to her, she would just run away. However, she would keep glaring at me. She always gives me a death stare, and whenever I try to talk to her so I could make up with her, she just goes and runs away instead, just like a wounded wild animal. Anya was trying to threaten me. However, just like a wounded wild animal, she was also very annoying. Where on earth did the cool girl who always had an icy demeanor disappear to? It was one of those days where the weather was a little warm. As I was leaving the cram school to head home, I spotted Anya hiding behind a tree on the street. I wondered what she was doing, but she seemed to be chasing behind me while also hiding from me. She was tailing me. She hid her body behind the trees and buildings and watched me keenly, only keeping her face in sight. And whenever I turn a corner, she runs after me with an impatient trot, trying her best not to lose sight of me. She was as wild and covert as a regular child, and every time I turned the corner, I would always catch a glimpse of her chasing right behind me. What the hell is she trying to do? She threw a murderous glare at my back as she sneaked up on me. I got on the train to go home. I thought that she wouldn't follow me on the train, but I was wrong. A 7-year-old girl was spreading out a newspaper on the train. She was probably influenced by some novel she read. She was hiding her face and looking right at me. I was sure that she wouldn't get off the train and follow me, but my expectations were easily shattered. But if I got off the train at a station other than the one closest to her house, it would be too late for her to go home. It was just as the sun was about to set. I had no choice but to turn on my heel as I left the station and approached her at once. She was carrying a large newspaper in her hand, so I couldn't lose her. What are you doing, Anya? Fue. When I approached her in a straight line and called out to her, she looked like a pigeon who had been hit by a pea shooter. Anya, honey, what are you going to do by following me around? Geez, I've been found out. Is she actually stupid? I couldn't make the connection between the quiet, tranquil, and silent girl I've seen at the cram school and the absurdly crazy girl I've been seeing the past few days. I thought she was a cool-headed, intelligent girl, but I feel as if I've been scammed these past few days. I scratched my head involuntarily. What the hell are you doing, Anya? Enemy observation. Her voice echoed with a tremendous amount of energy present in her. Enemy observation. Yes. I'll never let you beat me again. I've always been the best so far. You're the reason I missed out on my cake. I'll never forgive you. Remember that. I'm the one who's going to beat you. Anya put her hands on her hips and pointed at me, as if she was trying to look cool, and started talking like a cartoon antagonist. What's your name? Zeke. Yes. I'm Anya. Don't forget it. Which means that my name had never been remembered by her before. If I win, that cake will be mine. Until then, save it for yourself. No, it will perish quickly at this rate. I need to eat it quickly. I guess I shouldn't say that I've already eaten it with my family. It would touch her inverted scales and anger her even further. I don't want to get tangled up with her anymore. I can't lose. I don't want to lose. Never. She was burning brightly. She was burning red hot. The woman who was even ridiculed as the Ice Woman. Where in the world had the cool and intelligent girl of a few days ago gone? So, what the hell are you doing by following me around? If you want to win against me, you might want to use this time to study instead. No, I was trying to figure out your weakness. Didn't you realize that? You're such an idiot. I want to throw those words right back at her. There's no way you can find out a person's weaknesses in academics just by following them around. Even if you know their weaknesses, what are you going to do about them in your studies? Okay, you should go home now. Look, if you take your time, the sun will set and it will be dark, okay? The red sun is trying to hide behind the buildings, turning the sky a bright red. If the momentary red sky loses its color, the dark night will soon appear. It was not a good idea for a 7-year-old girl to walk outside alone in such a situation. If I had to take the train a few stops from now to get home, there would be little hope of a better future. We need to get this girl home, not let her do something stupid like being followed. It's okay. As I was thinking this, she put her hands on her hips and shouted with her chest out. Yes? What's okay now? Because this is the closest station to my house too. What a coincidence. To her surprise, her house and mine seemed to be in the same area. Even the direction from the station to our house was the same, and my house and Anya's house were closer than I had ever imagined. It was only a 10-minute walk to our houses. I'll have your cake sooner or later. And with that, she was gone. It's not actually yours. And I've already eaten the cake. Sighing, I walked alone under the dim sky where the stars were beginning to appear. This was where my girlfriend and I began our rotten relationship, the summer of my 11th year. More than 3 years had passed since I first met Tanya. I was looking out the window of the cram school at the hot and humid weather with the sun beating down on me. The weather was in stark contrast to the day of the heavy snowfall that had killed me. I have been reincarnated. I lived 28 years of my life once, died of an illness, and was somehow reincarnated many years later. Then I somehow started my life all over again. The game between Anya and I continued unabated. Though she's the only one who keeps coming at me for a challenge. She was challenged me to all sorts of tests, including Japanese, arithmetic, and magic theory, and I have won every single one of them. It was only natural after all. Elementary school tests are the kind of tests where you can get a score of almost 100 almost every time. Once you're an adult, there's nothing I can do to lose. However, even though I had longed for such a special existence in my previous life, I still felt guilty that I kept winning games against her, seeing her frustrated look every time I won against her. I feel kind of bad, even though I'm supposed to have a special life on my own. What are you whispering to yourself in that little voice of yours, Zeke? Come on, let's play another game today. Oh no. I was going to blurt out something that no one would be able to hear, But then I realized Anya was right beside me. She always comes close to me, so she must have heard me. Did you hear what I had just said? Not at all, though if you don't want me to hear it, you better not say it out loud. You're absolutely right. Silence is gold, huh? She seemed to love to compete, and she hated to lose even more. She feverishly challenged me to a match, and whenever she lost, she regretfully stepped on the ground. She is a cool and quiet girl most of the time until the game with me begins. She was a solitary girl who rarely talked to people and showed no interest in her friends. When it comes to playing games with me, she is as hot as fire. At first, everyone in the school, including myself, was surprised at the gap between her, but after 3 years, everyone had already gotten used to Anya, and those who had been uncomfortable with her 3 years ago were now smiling and laughing at her, as if they were watching a small child with pity in their eyes. Even though she had grown up over the past 3 years, Anya was still treated like a child more often than before. It's pretty sad. She was a complicated yet simple girl. She's usually as cold as ice, but extremely passionate when it comes to winning. I kept winning these games against Anya. However, in the end, my achievement was due to the special experience known as reincarnation and not due to my own abilities or efforts. Is it natural for me to feel guilty for believing in my own abilities and for defeating her who's working so hard, or does it mean that I am an ordinary person mentally after all? Oh, my God. Damn it. Why is it 100 points again? I can't win like that. It's not fair. It's not fair. Zeke. Anya was crying again. She is a true genius, and she works very hard, and she is certainly not an ordinary person like me. If things continue as they are, she will graduate from a good upper secondary school, go to a good university, and work for a great company. She has such admirable abilities that we can see that this early in her life. However, as the saying goes, a normal person by 20, so long as she does not spare any effort in the future. Here, Anya, here's today's candy. Eat it and get yourself in a better mood. To comfort her, I give her some sweets that I had bought beforehand to put her in a good mood, and to apologize to her. I feel in the mood for chocolate today. Yeah, I've got that ready for you too, okay? Really? She looked so radiant. This is like a punishment to me for winning, and most of my meager allowance was consumed by this candy I bought for her. I have to choose sweets that take into account her preferences, seasonal specialties, and other special touches, and I have a very hard time choosing sweets that will comfort the complicated heart of a woman. If I choose the wrong sweets, I'll spend the rest of the day staring at her pouting face. She's usually very cool, but whenever she gets involved with me, she gets very worked up, and when she loses, she always looks disappointed. Understanding the subtleties of a woman's mind is more difficult than any test. Chapter 2, Studying Youth. Damn, you scored a solid 100 yet again. As usual, I saw Anya gripping her answer sheet, her cheeks flushed with regret, and her teeth clenched. She was changed quite a bit in the last few years. Her hair has grown longer and she has become much more feminine. In addition to that, the clothes that she usually used to wear have also changed. She was now dressed in her school blazer uniform, instead of the freestyle clothing she used to wear. It means that we're both in middle school now. Anya and I went to the same secondary school, of course. It was only natural that she got into the best private school in the area. She had gotten the top grades in the area and had also gone to a high-level cram school after all. In fact, as a person who has lived 28 years and also used to receive a mediocre salary, I feel really bad for my parents for sending me to a private school. When I think about the annual tuition of this school and my mediocre bring-home income from my previous life, my head starts to spin a little. When I told my parents that I was fine with a regular public school, they said, "Kids don't have to worry about that." And Anya said, "Then I'll go to a public school, too," as if it was a matter of course. So I had no choice. I felt sorry for my parents, but I couldn't let a genius like Anna rot in the local public school because of me. I thought about getting a part-time job, but I wondered if there were any part-time jobs available for secondary school students. Well, I had scored 97 on my first test in secondary school, It made me think that secondary school is much different than primary school. Finally, your 100-point stronghold has crumbled. It won't be long before I achieve victory from you. Anya's eyes were teary as she spoke in high spirits. She had a score of 92. It must have been humiliating for her. As a preparatory school, the tests were difficult, and I'm sure her score was good enough, but she and I both underestimated the middle school's test level. But she was still the second highest student in her grade. I managed to find a part-time job with the help of my relatives and started to study hard. Damn, you scored a solid 100 this time. And that brings me to her line that I'd mentioned earlier. It seems that if I study hard enough, I can still make good use of the 28 years of experience I had in my previous life. How can you get 100 whilst also working part-time? Zeke, how the hell are you studying like this? That's because I have the biggest cheat of them all, reincarnation. But I can't say that. Anya pinched one of my cheeks, but the force in her fingers was weak. She got a 95 on this test. Of course, she was the second highest student in her grade, but she was a little depressed that she had studied so hard and had only managed to improve by 3 points. From my point of view, it was good enough really. And this was a preparatory school too. It seemed to be much more difficult than the regular middle school tests I had attended in my previous life. I think that she should be more proud of herself since she managed to score 95 in that test, but I guess she was upset due to the fact that I had scored 100. Anya was feeling a little deflated as I took out my new pastry. The trick to studying is to first figure out what is the root of the unit. All the basics of the unit are there, and all the other study content is derived from that root. Wait, no, don't say a single word. Anya squirmed and rushed away from me. I can't have my enemy send me salt. With that, she ran straight out of the classroom and went back home. I was taken aback by her reaction and went straight to my part-time job section. Teach me how to study. Anya came over to my desk and mumbled in a low voice. Her face was red with humiliation. She turned her face ever so slightly to try and avoid eye contact with me while asking. This was during a big midterm test. I managed to keep up appearances with my 28 years of life experience by getting perfect scores in every subject. I did a lot of studying, if I do say so myself. Anya, of course, was the second highest achiever in her grade, with a total of 760 points in 8 subjects. It was a respectable number, but Anya was still unsatisfied with it. The 40 points difference with me seemed unforgivable to her. She told me later that she herself felt that she had failed the test, regardless of the competition with me. It was an unavoidable score since it was a very difficult test, but this is the first time that she felt so frustrated with something that has nothing to do with me. She bent her own pride and came to learn from me. It was the first time she had ever done that in the 5 years I had known her. Her body trembled and her face turned red, and even though I was only watching from the edge of the room, I could feel her high body temperature and quickening heartbeat. Okay, I'll teach you how to study, I answered briefly. I set up a seat opposite my seat and quickly sat her down while she was frozen. I immediately started talking about her studies, because I felt it would be a pity to pause currently. I thought it would be more distracting as per her personality. Of course, I also prepared some snacks that I bought next to my desk. As I said before, the most important thing in studying is to understand what the root of the unit is. That's where all the basics of the unit are, and everything else you study is derived from that root. Derived? Yes, you don't have to memorize everything in the textbook from beginning to end. First, you have to grasp the root of the content, and from there, you have to study it as if you were extending the branches and leaves. For example, in history, the most important event in the content of this test is the Battle of Les Vosges. The most important event in this test is the Battle of Les Vosges. All subsequent parts are influenced by this battle. It's not just a question of whether or not you're going to be able to do it. Much of this time period revolves around the Battle of Les Vosges, and it has influenced not only the history of this country, but the history of other countries as well. If you think about the vertical influences of the times, consider the horizontal connections, and relate the events as you study them, it will be easier to put the ideas together in your mind, and you will understand them better than if you just read the text. Connect? Yes, connect. Anya, who had been trembling so much, was amazing, and after only a short lecture, her mind seemed to be in her study mode. With a dignified look on her face, she listened to me intently. The same can be said for the other subjects. Even in mathematics, the first thing that is important is this formula. All the basic ideas in this unit are based on this formula, and all the other formulas and application problems are based on this basic formula. If you have trouble with an application problem, you should first go back to the basics and try to determine the goal. The goal is in the basics, and in order to get there, you need to think about what kind of process you need to go through, and what kind of numbers you need. Basics? Yes, the basics. What did you do wrong on this test? Can you show me? So we sat in the corner of the classroom and just studied, not leaving until the teacher warned us that the sun was setting. The next thing I knew, the sun was setting over the horizon and the classroom was reddening with the last rays of the sun. Zeke, you're really good at teaching. Her pale blue hair was tinted a warm color from the sun's rays. It was during a lunch break. Anya-san, I'm thinking of going bowling with the rest of the class to celebrate the midterm exams, and I was wondering if Anya would like to join us? Are you listening to me? The class president of the class, a girl named Sophie, was talking to Anya. Sophie's hair was golden and fluffy, and her face was calm. As a representative of the class, she was inviting Anya to an after-school activity planned by the whole class. However, Anya was immersed in her own world, as if no one existed around her. She was reading a book. She didn't even look up, just facing the book. I watched her from afar with a feeling of anxiety. I think it would be fun if we all played together. Look, it's not often that we go out together as a class. It's also a social gathering with everyone. I'd be happy if you could join us too, Anya-san. Oh ahahaha. Sophie, the class president, scratched her cheek as if she was troubled by the silent Anya. Anya was a bit of a celebrity in her grade. She had excellent grades, was ranked second in her year, and was a quiet, tranquil, and silent girl. She had beautiful, pale blue hair, and her neat face always had a dignified expression. Seeing her devote herself to her studies, the students in the school called her the Ice Goddess. However, because of this, she rarely spoke to anyone. She hardly ever talked to people. People who knew me and Anya, who attended the same grammar school as me, felt uncomfortable with the fact that she had a different name, Ice Goddess. But for those who didn't know her well, she was a fearsome and unapproachable person. I'm not interested. Anya did not look up and muttered a few words in a low, small voice. She did not look at Sophie at all, but let the cold, heartless words slip out of her mouth. Sophie flinched at her cold attitude. Is that so? I understand. I am sorry, I invited you a bit forcefully. Anya's consciousness had already returned to her book, and Sophie's troubled voice had not reached her at all. Slumping her shoulders, Sophie hobbled away from Anya. Anya was a problem child in this school. Well, I'm sorry about that, class president. Anya acting like that. Zeke-kun. I felt kind of bad and called out to Sophie, who was treated coldly by Anya. Haha, you don't have anything you need to apologize for, Zeke-kun. Sophie waved her hand at me helplessly. It really wasn't my fault, but I don't know why, but I feel strangely guilty when Anya causes trouble for other people. Am I her guardian or something? Class president, tough luck. The other boy beside me called out to Sophie. Costas-kun. The student was called Costas. He was the friend I had been chatting with a while ago. He was in the same class as me and was a bit bigger when compared to others his age. I guess you didn't manage to get a good reply from Anya. Haha. Yeah. She's not interested at all. As expected of the Ice Goddess, it seems she's not as easy as she seems. That's what Costas said. I'm kind of sorry about Anya. Do you want me to try to talk to her? I'm not sure if I can convince her though. Oh, no, it's fine. It's not mandatory. Sophie rejected my proposal with a wave of her hand. The class meeting was not attended by everyone. It seems that there are a few people who don't participate due to conflicting schedules. Anu is a little, well, a lot different. I sighed unconsciously. In response, Sophie also said, smart people are strange in some way. Even Costas is a little weirder than the average person. Like me, Sophie sighed and looked sideways at Costas, who was next to her. Costas didn't say anything, but bent his mouth into a frown, looking unhappy. Is that so? We've only been together a short while, so I'm not sure yet. I nodded my head. Costas had scored high in the previous midterm exam, even though he was in a prep school. He was not as good as Anya, but he was a smart person who could definitely study well. He hadn't been in middle school for very long and hadn't made many friends yet. He didn't know everyone in the class very well. Costas, you have some very strange tastes. I'm aware. Is that so? I'm not sure. He likes to look for poisonous mushrooms and flowers. Weird, right? What? Poisonous? When I looked at Costas, his cheeks flushed a little embarrassed. Poisons are often dismissed by the general public, but they can also be excellent medicines if their toxicity is understood and adjusted. The fact that they are so effective means that they have the potential to be useful in many different fields. In other words, studying poisons opens up avenues that can be of great help to human progress. For example, the datura plant contains toxic substances called alkaloids, but its poison has been used for general anesthesia, and it has been useful to many people. Yeah. Stop Costas. Otherwise it's going to just keep going on and on. Costas looked a little sad when Sophie stopped him from talking. Then Costas said, I'm sure you've heard of it, but many smart people, the ones with the highest grades, are somehow different in some way. I guess I, and Anya as well, have to be different somehow to keep up with it. Is that how it works? Yes. I feel that I have less common sense than most people. That's the way it is. Costas's words leave me a bit confused. It was a feeling I didn't understand. It was a feeling that only a genius could understand. But you, Zeke, with the best grades, isn't a weirdo. Rather, you're a sensible guy. Is that so? Yeah. When he said that, I scratched my cheek a little with my fingertips. I'd be happy if I was told I'm at least a little bit different. Wouldn't people with the socially correct common sense be more boring? That's not true. Common sense is important. I don't want to be a weirdo. I admire you for that. Is that so? Yeah. Apparently Costas was a bit of a mature and unusual child. The things he says are soothing. I haven't known him very long, but I've discovered new things about him in just a few conversations. Sophie asked. Zeke, are you coming to the class party? We're all thinking of going bowling. Yeah, of course I'll be there. Please take care of me. Yeah, thanks. We've got a lot of people now. As the planner, I'm relieved. When I saw Sophie's tired smile, I thought I saw her in the image of a middle management boss with a problematic employee. Okay, let's have a contest. Sophie, Costas, I'm going to bowl. Loser buys drinks. All right. Bet. Oh, I can't lose this one. That's when the three of us laughed together. Let's go. Then there was a female student who stood up vigorously, slamming her chair. It was Anya. Did you just say contest? Did you just say contest? Hey, Zeke, are you listening? Anya, who just a moment ago had a cold expression on her face and showed no interest whatsoever in the class meeting, turned to me with a glittering, passionate look in her eyes. Oh, no. I've stimulated her fighting spirit. It's a pain in the ass whenever it happens. Sophie and Costas were stunned. They had seen Anya's panic attacks several times, but since they had only known her for a short time, they had been surprised each time. I'm going bowling too. Let's go. Zeke. Anya placed her hands on her hips and shouted with a fighting spirit. I hoped she would forgive me for letting out a huge sigh. Section. A high-pitched crashing sound echoed through the air. The liveliness of a large number of people swirled around, continuing to heat up the place. We were currently at a bowling alley. Whoa. Strike. Nice. Yay. We're here now, with about 70% of the class. It was quite a gathering of people. We cheered whenever someone got a strike, and laughed when someone got a gutter. This was just like having a normal school life with friends. Zeke Kun. How was it, after a game, Sophie, the class president, asked me. I did okay, not too bad nor too good. There were 5 people throwing in the same lane, and my score was the 3rd highest. One of the players was goofing around, throwing the ball in strange ways as a way to learn how to throw. He was also the one who was having the most fun of us all. Ha ha, even the best in the Grange are mediocre at bowling. Stop it. If that was the basis of the score, we'd win immediately. Oh, boy. I couldn't help but chuckle at Sophie's laughter. So, class president, will the next game change the combination of teams? Or is it a lottery again? Yeah, that's the case with other people. Zeke-kun, could you come over here? I have a feeling I'm in for some trouble. I walked behind Sophie as she led me to the end of the bowling lane. It was the end of the lane that our class was renting. There was Anya, who did not want to talk at all, and Costas, who was at a loss as to what to say. The other classmates also seemed to be troubled by Anya's silence. Maybe Anya was she silent during the entire game? I'm sorry, Zeke. Could you be in charge of Anya's? I'm sorry Anya bothered you here too. For some reason, a strange sense of guilt grows inside me. What is it? I wonder if I'm like Anya's guardian or something. When I went to the lane, all my classmates, except Anya, looked blatantly relieved. It was no secret that Anya and I had known each other for a long time. Any Anya-related trouble would come directly my way. I may be Anya's guardian after all. Anya, I hope this wasn't too boring for you. I'm just trying to score as many points as I can, so I don't think you need to worry about it, okay? In fact, I think she's enjoying it a lot. See? Her eyes are burning. It's a look that says, all I want to do is beat the high score. Anya looked up, saw me, and shouted. Her mouth curved. Zeke. It's Anya. I can't throw the ball where I want it to go. I looked at Anya's score and saw that it was not very good. This would be a win for me. What? You're not scoring as well as you'd like? Shut up. It's my first time. I have no choice, Anya exclaimed, blushing a little. I see, Anya. You don't have many friends. Shut up. I don't care. Anya doesn't have any friends that she can go bowling with. I was on the verge of tears. So, me and Zeke are in charge of Costas and Anya. I look forward to working with you. Zeke. Understood. That means I have to take care of a problem child. Huh. I don't have much of a choice either way. Thanks for the help, Sophie. Zeke. Oh. He closed his eyes, looking unhappy. It's not that he didn't have anything to say, but he just didn't know what to say. In other words, Costas wasn't a good talker and was a shy person overall. The second game began. It had been a long time since I had last bowled, but my shoulders were getting used to it, and I was gradually getting more spares. Every time a good ball was thrown, everyone was happy. This was how we all enjoyed playing together. But please don't click your tongue with a bitter look on your face every time I get a spare Anya. It seems like Anya was my only enemy here. Whoa, strike. Costas took the strike and I shouted. He still didn't speak a single word. His mouth was shut the whole time. Costas, why don't you look more happy that you got your strike? Sophie tells Costas. I'm enjoying this. Well, we understand, but the others can't. Can they? Costas growled a little, as if he had just encountered a difficult problem. Sorry, Zeke-kun. Costas is being unsociable. It's fine. But why is Sophie apologizing? I understand if it was because of her position as the class president, and if she had asked me to deal with Costas, who is a bad talker. But I don't think this situation is something you need to apologize for. No. It's what's it called? Sophie folded her arms and tilted her head as if she was thinking about what to say. Me and Costas have been familiar with each other since our childhood. Huh? Hey. Sophie scratched her cheek in embarrassment, and Anya, who had been listening to our conversation without any interest, looked up. So, when I think that Costas is causing trouble for others, I kind of apologize. I wonder if this is parental love. Always annoying. Sophie. No, it's fine. I don't care. But, you know how Zeke apologized to me for something related to Anya? I kind of know that feeling. It's true that when Anya rejected Sophie's proposal curtly, I was apologizing to her for some reason. I certainly understand the feeling when you put it that way. Whenever Anya gives trouble to others, I feel kind of sorry for her. Since when did I feel like Anya's protector? So, you two grew up together. Were you close to each other at home? Anya, who had not participated in the conversation at all until then, spoke up for the first time. It's like a company relationship. Company relationship? Sophie was a little puzzled by Anya's sudden entrance into the conversation. Yes. It seems that his grandfathers and mine have known each other as directors of a company for a long time. That's how we knew each other and used to play together when we were little. Director? Yes, a director. They've been supporting the company for a long time, and our grandfathers seem to be good friends with each other. It's a family affair. Hey. I listened as Anya nodded her head in interest. Oh yeah. I was wondering how you knew about Costas's hobby of collecting poisonous mushrooms. I was impressed thinking that the class president managed to befriend many people in class, but childhood friends, ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm trying to get along with everyone in the class as class president. But, I've known Costas for a long time. I see. She knows Costas, who is shy and doesn't talk about his hobbies to others easily. It made sense to me somehow. When we were playing together, Costas said he found a rare flower, and he ate it without thinking. He started hurting, and we had to call an ambulance. I was saved that time. There was a time when he wanted to see a poisonous flower that he saw in an illustrated book in reality. So he took us out, got lost, and we struggled to get home while looking at a map. I was saved that time. Hold on. Nothing but bad memories? Did Costas ever help Sophie? When I asked them that, they both turned their heads slightly and fell silent. Anya sighed in exasperation. You're pathetic. You can't just be one-sidedly receiving help. I don't think that's something for you to say, Anya. That's why Sophie and I spent our lives being pushed around by geniuses. I felt strangely close to her. However, there is no such thing as a board member, or when I say directors, I mean the people at the top of the company. I'm sure their families make a lot of money, don't they? In my previous life, I was a commoner until the day I died, so I can't help but think about such depressing things. I died at the age of 28, so it's only natural that I was a commoner. Could it be that the both of you are a rich young master and mistress? Ha ha, we don't really know much ourselves. It seems that we have more money than the average household though. Hey, my mouth twitches. Don't tell me that the person in front of me is the son of a real rich family. I've never met anyone like that before. Zeke. What is it? Costas? This school is a private school. There are lots of kids from rich families here, you know. What? I couldn't help but look around at my classmates. In my previous life, I never had the chance to meet anyone from a rich family, but could it be that some of the classmates I've been casually talking to these days are incredibly rich? No, I've noticed some of them, but could it be that all of my classmates are really rich? No, but we're all bowling together, right? Bowling is a commoner's game, isn't it? When have you heard that rich folks don't play commoner games? What kind of image do you have of rich people, Zeke? They both stared at me. Do you go to any social parties at night? That conception is old. It's not like I haven't been to any parties at all though. My dad has taken me to a few parties at hotels and such. What? I couldn't help but be frightened. Suddenly, the two people in front of me looked dazzling. The young man and woman I had only known from stories were right in front of me. A party. I've only had a birthday party with friends. Maybe I'm the only one working part-time to pay for school then. What? Zeke, you have a part-time job? They were surprised. You can't get a part-time job at our age, can you? I've heard that there are no places that will hire secondary school students. I'm helping out at a store that my relative owns. They know our income, so they let us work for them. I use the money to pay for school and other things. Hey, you're a respectable guy, huh? Zeke-kun. Sophie rolled her eyes in surprise. She had heard that there were people who worked to pay for school, but she hadn't expected one to be this close to her, and her emotions were leaking out. Damn, could it be that I am the only person from an ordinary family? Anya. What about Anya? My family isn't very rich, but I think that we are better off than most people. You've seen my house, right? It's a little bigger than the other houses. Indeed, it's larger than most houses. I guess Anya's family is also well off enough to send their children to a private school. I sometimes chat with Anya's parents, so I could sense it. In the first place, the primary school Anya had attended was a private school. Ordinary, Only my family is ordinary. I was shocked because I was a child of a normal family in both my previous and my present life. Could it be that we live in different worlds? Are these children? Is my family the only one that's ordinary? Just because you're rich doesn't mean you're better. Yeah, I think being first in our grade is more impressive than having our parents' money. I'm being encouraged by the rich. You're a commoner. Zeke. Only Anya was laughing and giggling at me. This girl. I'll show her one day. Hey Anya, you shouldn't make fun of him. Being first in grade is really amazing. Cheer up Zeke. How can you get so many points? I want you to teach me how to study. Teach you how to study? Wouldn't it be better if Costas taught you? She said that the two of them were like childhood friends. Costas was also one of the highest scorers in our grade. He was a bit of an eccentric person himself, as he had said himself that many smart people are eccentric. Costas isn't suited for it since he's a person that studies based on instinct. Sophie and Costas both looked at each other with a distant look. My mum is enthusiastic about education. Every test is hard for me. Well, I don't mind if you just watch me study. What? Are you sure? I guess I just had to ask. Sophie was a little surprised but she showed a soft smile. I guess the tests were really hard for her. I understand that feeling really well. Eh? What's that? Zeke is going to hold a study session? Perhaps hearing what we were saying, a classmate in the next lane leaned over and joined the conversation. Eh? A study session hosted by Zeke? The first in grade? What's that? I want to join too. Zeke will increase our test scores by 30%? Is it true that you can get a score of 90 or higher if you attend that study group? In an instant, rumors began to circulate, and my classmates gathered around me. Is it true that Zeke is going to hold a study session with only women? Oi, don't spin my words like that. That's a groundless accusation. Come on, Zeke. The next test has my allowance at stake. Teach me how to study, too. Whoa. A stupid classmate held his arm around my neck and begged me for a study session, half out of envy, half for the girls, and a little bit of a desire to actually learn. I guess he believes a few of the rumors have no real basis. My neck's feeling a little tight though. All right. I'll open a study session. Okay, get away from me. Sweet. Time to increase my allowance. Oh, that's the first study session of the school year. I'm counting on you, Zeke-kun. Listening to me, they all went back to their lanes. As expected of a preparatory school, the motivation to study was high. I had to hold a study session for everyone now. How did that all happen in an instant? I am sorry about that. Sophie was smiling at me with a troubled look on her face. Costas put his hand on my shoulder, which I'm sure was his way of encouraging me. Anya was back in her normal mode, as if she didn't care about the situation at all. I rubbed my neck, which was a little tight, and sighed loudly. I don't know what to do with the study group. I'm in trouble. And for some reason, they all seem to have high expectations for me. I'm in a pickle, but strangely enough, it didn't feel bad. Section. Well, we've gathered more people than expected. That's tough, Zeke-kun. One day after school, I stood on the stage of the classroom and looked around the room from the teacher's point of view. Even though it was after school, there were many people sitting in their seats, looking at the blackboard and me. Today was a study session that I had been asked to organize. Nearly half of the class gathered in this classroom and teasingly called me sensei. It's embarrassing, so please stop. The ones who persistently call me sensei, I'll make them stand in the hallway with a bucket. Is that an old-fashioned punishment? I can see not only people from my class, but also a few people from another class altogether. My classmates must have dragged in people from other classes as well. The number of students was much larger than I'd expected, and I looked around at everyone's notes, saying, I'm in trouble. I shared my thoughts on studying like what I had shared with Anya earlier, and then went around to everyone's desks to see how they were studying. By the way, Anya did not participate in this study session. She certainly didn't like the friendly atmosphere that we had. Zeke, the problem here, I know the calculation and the process when I see the answer, but I don't know why I should do this calculation. I can't understand why I have to do these calculations. This way, when the same problem comes up on a test, I can only memorize it. It's hard to explain what I'm talking about. You understand where I'm getting at? Oh, I know what you mean, Marco. Just looking at the answer is often not enough to understand the root of the thinking behind the problem. That's where it becomes important. The root you were talking about, you said. So, what's the root of this problem? This is, right here in the textbook. This problem is just an application of moments. Hey, as I looked around at the students studying, I realized that they were all very smart, as one would expect from a preparatory school. They easily absorbed what I taught and immediately understood and utilized it. The questions they asked me are often of a very preparatory nature. This is because these kids in front of me are thinking in ways that I would never have thought of in my previous life as a middle school student. They have already started to worry about the way of thinking that I had finally realized when I was in college. I had caught a glimpse of the difference between an ordinary person and a genius. And I had felt it even when I was teaching Anya. I wonder if it was from then. I was beginning to get a glimmer of what path this life of mine was going to take. The history of this location is still important because of the famous witch trials that were done. The witch hunts that occurred in this area started to spread witchcraft to the entire world. The concept of dangerous witches who used dubious witchcraft spells was replaced by the idea that magic could be found in any living person and that witchcraft spells could be used by anyone. The witch trials in Salem are the witch trials which created a series of disasters, which occurred in the year 317. Everyone tilted their heads at my explanation of the history of the world. Sensei. The Salem witch trials are the crafty witch trials, right? So that would be in the year 319. No. I hurriedly flipped through my textbook. No. I've always remembered it from my previous life as the witch trials which created a series of calamities occurred in. The textbook said that it was indeed the year 319. Nonsense. I took out my cell phone and looked up the Salem witch trials. The Salem witch trials were previously thought to have taken place in 317, but historical research has revealed that they took place in 319. Did you remember the old textbooks, Zeke? That's from 30 years ago. That's old. Everyone laughed at my mistake. To be honest, I was embarrassed. It's true that in my previous life I had attended a secondary school, so I thought my knowledge was absolute. In the meantime, research has progressed as well, so it's no surprise that the textbooks have changed too. I didn't think that the negative effects of reincarnation would show up in such a place. When I think about it, the cell phone I'd held in my hand now has changed a lot from the past too. Even if you call such a thing a cell phone, it'd probably be treated as a fossil instead. I used to have a cell phone that could send short emails, but couldn't use the internet at all. I remember I used to have a lot of fun with it, but I don't think I've seen such a thing on a cell phone nowadays. I used to love it. Maybe Zeke's actually a 40-year-old man. You're so mature after all. Everyone laughed at the light joke, but I couldn't laugh at it because it was the truth. In spite of this, my study session went smoothly. It was mainly an impromptu study session where everyone brought up a point they didn't understand, so I explained it to them carefully, but it seemed to be well received by everyone. I patted my chest and felt a sense of happiness and contentment permeate my heart. There was one weirdo that asked me to give a lecture about poisonous mushrooms. Needless to say, I ignored him. Sophie gave him a scolding as I looked a little deflated. Why is he even here? I'm pretty sure he knows a lot more about studying than me. You're really good at teaching, aren't you, Zeke? A girl in my class said so. I couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. I think this is also because of my experience of reincarnation. It's not just because I can study better than others, but also because I am taking elementary and middle school classes for the second time after studying extremely hard through the university entrance exams before. I studied hard for the university entrance exams. Just like everyone else in general, it will give you a different perspective on studying. How to study efficiently, what's the meaning of studying, ways to study and tips to study. Drilling all of that information into your head. After studying for a couple of weeks, I was back in the middle school classroom. After such an experience, my second class looked very different from the first class in my life. I could see the intentions of the teacher's class, which I could not understand in my first life, and I could understand what the main points were. I also felt that this teacher's teaching style was better than the first teacher's, and vice versa. Once I had repeated the lesson, I would sometimes feel that the teacher was good at teaching, and other times I would cheekily develop an evaluation of the lesson, thinking that the teacher should have focused more on that part of the lesson. No, I won't tell anyone though. It would make me look very cocky. If I were to blab to anyone about such a thing during my middle school years, it would be my black history in itself. By all accounts, I was a gung-ho middle school student, therefore, I will keep this matter to myself, but I have come to have a certain attitude toward teaching. Hi, Zeke-sensei, I don't know what's going on here. Yes, hold up. Rina. I think he was happy. I think he was happy to know that he was helping his friends. I felt as if the joy of me being special was me finally being useful for once. The study session was over, and I was walking alone through the dark streets after dark. I felt a definite sense of satisfaction from today's study session, a sense of fulfillment from having helped my friends, and as I walked lightly towards home, there she was. She was standing in the middle of my way home. Her mouth was tied into a knot, her legs were spread wide, and she was standing with her arms crossed tightly. I was certain that I was the target, as her large eyes continued to glare at me. You were, I thought. By all accounts, she was in a foul mood. Anya was stalking me on my way home. HMPH. Anya-san? Why are you so grumpy? I tend to use polite words when she's in such a mood. I'm not grumpy. Zeke hasn't done anything wrong. What should I do? I don't know what to do, and I'm not sure what I did to make her mad. No, I know why. It's because I had a study session with everyone, but I don't know how she interpreted it in her mind. Would she be in a better mood if I gave her candy? Anya, do you want some sweets? HMPH. She snatched the entire box of candy with her quick hands, but her mood still didn't improve. Failure. Anya, would you like to join the study session next time? No thanks. I don't like to study in groups. I guess so. Well, I knew it was coming, and I'm not sure what to do about it. It's hard to believe that the girl standing in front of me, sniffling, has earned the nickname Ice Goddess in school. This girl, she's usually so cool, but she's not like that in front of me. This is driving me crazy. What? I don't understand, Anna said, as she stood up. That's enough. Teach me how to study, too. I'll study as hard as I can. Now. What? Now? It's nighttime and school's not in session anymore. Why don't you just do it in my room? It's just the two of us and we'll study late into the night. Nightly study group? I was startled. We're going to stay up late studying until Zeke is sick of it. No. We're going to study even if you say you hate it. Prepare yourself. Whoa. Wait a minute. Anya pulled on my confused hand and forcefully took me to her den. My chest was thumping hard and my body was burning. Blood was rushing through my body at an incredible speed. Nightly study sessions, Anya's room, just the two of us. Until you say you hate it, not even if you say you hate it. Strange words went round and round in my head, and I staggered down the street at night, as Anya took me by the hand as she did. Let's draw a conclusion. Nothing actually happened. It was just a normal study session. Of course it is. No wonder. We're only 13 years old after all. Disgust for myself was running through my body like my red blood stream. After a long day of studying, Anya was exhausted and fell asleep. I carried her to her bed, covered her with a blanket, and asked her father to take me home. Of course, disgust. I just felt so disgusted and embarrassed with myself that I wanted to jump into a hole if there was one nearby. I wanted to punch myself for being so nervous. No matter how young my body got, I can't believe I'm lusting after a 13-year-old girl. Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile? I'm 28 years old plus 13 years old, and she's just 13 years old. And she made my heart race rapidly and I was holding expectations like I was a man. Yabai. It's impossible. There's no way. Goddamn it. It is a great sin. A great sin of humanity. It is a sin so great that I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for it. When I got home I tried to bang my head against the desk in my room again and again. I kept reminding myself over and over again until my mother noticed my strange behavior and stopped me. The guilt. The guilt. Good morning, Zeke. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your forehead? It's red and your eyes have bags under them. When Anya came to school in the morning, she was surprised to see me. My forehead was still red and swollen, and dark circles had formed under my eyes. I couldn't sleep. I'll tell you this much. I felt like it was a sin to even feel refreshed, and I had to remind myself. I was having a bewildering night. I was being self-conscious. It's nothing. Well, okay. We'll have a study session in my room tonight, okay? Promise. To tonight as well. I watched as she went back to her seat and plopped down on her desk. I felt as if my soul was about to fall out of my mouth. On the next test, I didn't get 100 section. It was the winter of my second year in middle school. Outside the window, the sky was cloudy and cold, but the classroom, which was fully equipped with air conditioning and heating magic, maintained a comfortable temperature. I was sitting in the warmth of the classroom, gazing out at the winter scenery, when I looked away and saw a blue-haired girl lying flat on her desk, holding a printout in one hand and staring at it with the other. What's wrong? Why are you staring at the printout? Anya? Zeke. What Anya was holding in her hand was a survey form for her career choice. It is difficult to decide one's own path, whether to go on to higher education, find a job, or anything else. But since this school is a preparatory school, almost everyone chooses to go on to higher education, so it will be some time before they decide their own path. With a blank survey form like that, Anya was thinking about something. Anya doesn't have to worry about it. Just write the name of the high school with the highest rank around here as your first choice. That's it, right? That's true. But, Anya nodded, her mouth agape. For example, Zeke, can you imagine what you'll be like a long time from now? Like what kind of job you're going to get when you grow up? Well, it seems that Anya was not thinking about going to high school, but was thinking about the future through that blank piece of paper. There's nothing I want to do. I wonder if as we grow older, we'll naturally know what we're supposed to do. I had thought earlier that I had a long way to go to decide my own path, but Anya was trying to see through that blank piece of paper to see what lay ahead. But the answer is not something that is easy to find. That's something not many adults understand. Okay? What are you talking about, Zeke? If I can't find a job for myself when I grow up, I'll become a NEET. Anya chuckled. But yes, they do. Not many people have a clear understanding of what they want to do or what kind of work they should be doing. There are many people who spend their high school life, their college life, and still can't find a job that they want to do, so they look for a job that matches their college level and major just to make a living. There are so many. I'm not talking about whether it's good or bad. It's just that it's very difficult to find what you want to do. Even if you have something you want to do, you often end up having to look for another job because you are not good enough. Many people who work well in society are also struggling with what they really want to do. Well, it's good that you're thinking things through now. What are you talking about? Like a father? You sound like an old man, Zeke. Shoot. That was definitely not something a boy would say. I try not to say things like this, but sometimes they just come out of my mouth. Also, you should stop calling your own father an old man in a roundabout way. You're talking about something complicated. Are you talking about your career aspirations, Anya-chan? Zeke-kun? At that time, Costas and Sophie came up to us. They were already holding the career survey form with the name of the high school written on it. Yeah. We're talking about what kind of work we want to do in the future. What? Aren't you talking about the high school you're going to? Sophie is puzzled. We were talking a little further down the road. Does Sophie have a future career in mind? In the future? I don't know if you're asking me that so suddenly. Sophie was holding her head in her hands. She had a very reluctant look on her face. Well, that's normal, isn't it? What about Costas? Poison. He started talking like a criminal. He's probably saying he wants to do research on chemicals. That's what I want to believe. Oh, by the way, Didn't Sophie and Costas say that their grandfathers were both executives at the same company? I guess so. That's why we've known each other for so long. Is that what it is? Is that the kind of thing that makes you want to follow in your family's footsteps and join that company? Sophie and Costas looked at each other at my question. No, I don't think so. Her father works for the same company as my grandfather, but we're different. That's how it is. It is true that if a high-status relative is in the company, it may be difficult to handle them. I have also heard that family businesses have many difficult problems. I guess I don't really want them to join my company just because they are my children. We're not that interested in researching magical tools. Magic tools? Yes, my grandfather's company is focused on research and development of magical tools. I had never asked Sophie and Costas what kind of company their grandfathers worked for. I knew that it wasn't a good idea to ask people where their parents or family members worked, so I avoided asking such questions. Magical tools, huh? But Sophie's words made me feel a little conflicted in my heart. In my previous life, I also worked for an ordinary magic tool manufacturing company that you can find anywhere. Although it was only for a few years, I continued to work in the magic tool business until my death. I did the same kind of work and went through the same kind of hardships as anyone else, but I certainly did my best for the sake of magical tools in the world. That's why I was a little thrown off when I heard about working with magical tools. I can't help but think of the company I worked for in my previous life. I wonder how the company I worked for in my previous life is doing now. I know that the company has been growing in performance and size for quite some time now. Maybe Anya and Zeke are better suited for research work? Yeah. Why? No. I was just thinking that research work seems to be something that smart people do. Sophie was scratching her head and laughing. Ha ha. Research. Research, ha. Anya murmured quietly, putting a hand to her chin. Are you interested, Anya? Well, I don't know. Are you? I know that feeling well. It is difficult to know what you are interested in. As a student, you rarely have the opportunity to experience the workings of society. They have no idea what real work is like. Oh, well, why don't we ask my grandfather for a tour of the company? That's when Sophie told me that. You know how they say that young people are losing interest in science these days? My grandfather was worried about that, and he said that maybe we should have some kind of event that would interest students. So, if I told him that I had a friend who wanted to see what it was like to work in research, he would probably be happy to show them how it's done. Oh, well, it seems that companies are desperate to attract young people. I'm a little curious. I think after all, it was a job related to magical tools, just like my previous life. My job was not in research and development, but in production and manufacturing. But I was intrigued by the fact that my friend's family worked there. Oh, but we don't know yet, do we? You'll have to ask your grandfather or father. Yeah, of course. Nodding at Sophie's words, I turned back to Anya. Anya's coming too, right? Anya put her finger to her chin and let out a little growl. It's a pain in the ass, honestly. You're too honest sometimes. Not to impose goodwill, but in case you were wondering, Sophie made this proposal for you. But I guess it's good to have something like this once in a while. With that, Anya shrugged her shoulders. It seems that she is not really interested in it after all. And where's the tour destination? Anya asked Sophie. As I said earlier, it's a job of research and development of magic tools, right? No, I meant the company name. Huh? Didn't I tell you about that yet? Sophie laughed and scratched her cheek. Clemens Magic Industries. A small voice escaped my lips. I've never heard of that name. Ha ha, unless it's a very famous company, you wouldn't know the name of the company at our age, right? But it's a company that's been growing rapidly for the past 15 years or so, and it's pretty well known in society, you know. 18 years ago, a new magical tool was developed in the lab of our company, and it made a big impact in the medical industry. Since then, my grandfather's company has become a well-known name and has continued to grow significantly. Anya nodded, giving a crude reply. I am unable to say anything. Did you know about my grandfather's company, Zeke? Of course you don't know, do you? Ahaha, Sophie giggled. There is no such thing as knowing or not knowing. There is no way I could not know. Because Clement's Magic Industry it's the name of the company I worked for before I died. I couldn't give any response. I was just dumbfounded. Section Clement's Magical Industries. Until a few decades ago, it was just an ordinary small business. It was a company that manufactured magic tools and their parts on order, or did research and development on magic tools on request. It was just an ordinary company that could be found anywhere. However, 18 years ago, the company achieved great results and attracted the attention of the medical industry. A genius was working at Clement's Magic Industries and developed a magical device that it was effective in treating a certain disease. The name of the disease was WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction, a disease that had been tried to be cured by surgery. But the genius developed a magical device and succeeded in establishing a cure for the disease by applying external stimulation. A single genius can completely change the face of a company. The company, which had been more of a manufacturing company, began to focus strongly on medical research and development. The company began to partner with many universities to focus on research, and society began to take a great interest in the company. The company's business grew rapidly and the number of employees increased rapidly. The company was praised by the medical community for establishing a new treatment for diseases, and Clement's Magic Industry made a great contribution to society. All of this happened after I died. When I researched them and learned about them, I felt a little empty. It had only been a few years, but I hadn't been able to make any changes to the company. It was natural. It was a short period of time from the time I started working for the company to the time I died. And I am a normal human being after all. But a single genius blew all that away. How can we improve our performance? How can we make the company bigger? With a single magic tool, the young genius accomplished what his superiors had been thinking about for a long time, roaring desperately, and still could not accomplish. The genius who devised the cure, WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction, was the cause of my death in a previous life. A colleague beats the disease that caused the death of someone in his company. What a wonderful story. Perhaps the genius who learned of the death of my colleague may have started research on the treatment of WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction. I'd be happy if that were the case, but at the same time, I felt empty. I know I shouldn't be thinking this, but I felt as if I had lost my specialness when the cure for the disease was established. In my previous life, I had lived an ordinary life, and the only thing that made me special was the disease that had killed me. The cure was devised and my uniqueness was invalidated. Of course, I am very happy that a cure for the disease has been developed, although it is a disease that affects only a few people. It seems that every year there are indeed people whose lives are saved thanks to the cure. However, I feel a little bit of emptiness in the corner of my heart. The only unique thing in my life has disappeared. The person who developed that magical tool was younger than I was in my previous life. I know it's not a comparison, but I still felt a little pain. I wanted to ask her about it. The story of the company after I died. The story of a genius who made the company grow and helped cure disease. I decided to visit the company where I had worked in my previous life. Section. The quiet land was widespread. There were no tall buildings of any kind, and the sky was big here. On the other side of the plot were fields. Because it was winter, no blue leaves had sprouted, and the deep color of the soil showed a bit of the loneliness of winter. The institute stood in a quiet, open space, about an hour and a half away from the city center by train, the Research Institute of Clement's Magic Industry. Today was the day for the company tour that Sophie and Costas had set up for us. We conduct our research using specialized laboratory equipment, such as in a white lab, in front of a huge machine for experiments. A lab worker was explaining to us about the research using the latest equipment. The person showing us around was Sophie's father. He said his name was Mr. Shiro. There were only 4 of us here. Me, Anya, Sophie, and Costas. It would have been a nuisance to the company to have too many people there, so we were allowed to visit in a small group. Sophie and Costas didn't seem to have any chance to see the inside of the company, so they were looking around curiously. The large machine in front of me seemed to be a machine for analyzing the magic factor contained in the blood of living creatures. At a glance, I could see that a huge amount of money had been spent on this machine, and I could also see that the company was profitable enough to have such a facility in place. There is a bioenergy called magical power that resides within living things. It was also something that could be called energy or spirit, a universal energy that resided in everyone's body. There are many household items that are powered by magic, and these items are called magical tools. Unlike items powered by electricity, they do not require an electrical outlet and can be used by oneself on their own, making them convenient to carry around. However, one must be careful not to overuse them, as they can cause a strong sense of fatigue. Since magic is energy that flows through the body, it has a deep connection with the medical field, as in the case of Clement's Magic Industries. It can be used to cleanse the body of magic and its flow, as well as treat illnesses. In my previous life, though Clement's Magic Industries did not enter the medical field, the field of magic is also very active, and the field of energy conversion, which converts magical energy into power and heat generation, and in the field of magical physics, which utilizes physical phenomena caused by magic. The field of magic has grown along with the development of machines. Until then, there were no convenient ways to utilize magical energy, and even the most tedious of rituals could only barely light a small fire. However, machines and magic go very well together, and the field of magic-related fields has developed greatly since it was discovered that magic in our bodies was very helpful in running machines. Magic originated from the witch hunts of old. When the existence of magic was not recognized, the existence of witches was said to be heretical, but the witch hunts made it clear that all humans had possessed magic, and its knowledge spread throughout the world. Since then, the existence of magic and witches have been recognized, although not in a very big way. It's something that we all learn in history class. Currently, magic is mostly used to assist machines. Magic on its own doesn't have much effect, even with a large ritual together. In some stories, the main character has a special magic power inside his body, and with a single spell, he can create a huge flame to destroy evil. But that's just fiction and not reality. I look around the laboratory. There are no signs of the time when I used to work here in my previous life. I used to work in production and manufacturing, not in research, but I could still tell that everything in this laboratory had changed since then. The production lines and the location of the land on which the institute stands have not changed at all. However, as you can see from the exterior of the building, the institute had been extensively renovated. They must have bought the surrounding land as well. The institute was much bigger and prettier than it used to be. I suddenly felt lonely seeing the development of the area I used to work at. As you can see in the brochure, our company focuses on the research and development of medical magic tools, and we have a very strict safety policy for that. Because we're in the medical field, we do a lot of testing. Sophie seemed to feel a little embarrassed that her father was explaining things to her in front of us. I suppose it can't be helped that she was the one who initiated the company tour, but it certainly made her feel a little embarrassed to have her own father in the room in front of her friends. I can't help but understand. Mew mew mew. At one point, Anya stopped and groaned as she looked at something. What are you looking at, Anya? This. She pointed to a poster on the wall. There was a poster that outlined the research on a certain topic and the results. Isn't this just an outline of the company's internal research? It's like an introduction to your research when people from outside the company come to visit. At the very least, it's not designed for students to be able to understand at all. You don't understand even if you read it, right, Anya? I don't. So I want to understand it. Anya was wrinkling her brow and struggling with the poster. As expected, she hated to lose. I was stunned and respected her at the same time. Eventually, Sophie's father called and said that we would be moving on to the next location, so we had to leave. I asked Anya if she understood what we had just studied. About half of it. That's the response I got. No way. It would be easier to understand if you read the purpose of the study first, then skip the whole thing and read the conclusion first. It's like the design of the experiment, the description of the process. Everything along the way is just a few lines of content for the conclusion. I was amazed and dismayed. Sure, What she had just said was a trick or a simple basic of reading a paper, but this must be the first time she had read a research paper in a simplified form. Such a middle school student understood half of company's research? Bullshit, right? Is Anya really a middle school student? What else is there to say? Is it possible that you're actually middle-aged inside? Barker? Anya looked at me with taunting eyes, then giggled and made a peace sign with her fingers. What do you think? She was smiling proudly. I was dumbfounded. But she caught me and I laughed. Sophie's father, Mr. Shiro, took us on a tour of the various equipment and facilities of the institute. We saw a room with a huge microscope, a large room where magic tools were being tested, and an animal farm where animal experiments were being conducted. Currently, this company is focusing more on medical research and development. When I was working in my previous life, production and manufacturing jobs were more dominant, and I was also engaged in those jobs. But now the overall percentage of production and manufacturing jobs seems to have decreased. The places I had remembered were gone, and the magical tools I had manufactured in my previous life were no longer being produced. All traces of my work were already gone. I was a little sad about that. Whoa. Sophie and Costas-kun. While I was visiting one of the experimental facilities, an old man suddenly approached us. Grandpa, I'm sorry I was so late. I was going to give you a to myself, but one of my ex-subordinates asked me to help him, and now it's so late. An old man with a white beard and moustache came up to us smiling and talking happily to Sophie. In other words, he must be Sophie's Gramps, the former director. Oh shit, it's been a long time, Gramps. How have you been? Woohoo. Sophie's here for a tour of the company, so I'm in high spirits. Oh, and later. What did I tell you? I'm going to buy her a toy stick from the Magical Girl anime. Sophie loves cute things. Gramps, please stop. My friends from school are with me today. Sorry about that. The white-bearded old man was happily talking with his granddaughter while Sophie was being embarrassed by him. Sophie was blushing. So she likes magical girls, huh? So you're the Anya and Zeke that Sophie was talking about? Yes, I'm Sophie's classmate Zeke. I'm always indebted to Sophie. Foo-fa-foo. What a polite child. You could be more informal with me. The old man in front of me was smiling and talking casually. He has changed, I think. I'm sure he was more of a frowning, unapproachable man. First of all, introduce yourself. The old man, Sophie's grandfather, gave a polite bow. I'm Govan McTaggart, former director of Clemens Magic Industries, father of Shira Mayfield and grandfather of Sophie Mayfield. A pleasure to meet you. Govan McTaggart. This was a man who had been my peer in a previous life. Section. So what happened? The company was on the verge of a financial crisis, but it was saved by the help of another company with whom we had a close relationship. They were interested in a certain technology that we had, and they asked us to collaborate with them. After the tour of the company was over, we were ushered into a conference room for a social gathering, where we had a chat with the staff. You mentioned earlier that you helped the company before. That's right. In other words, it means that everything is a win-win situation. Remember it well. The person who was mainly talking was Govan, Sophie's grandfather. Maybe he enjoyed talking to young kids, or maybe he was just happy to be able to talk about the company to his own granddaughter. But Govan had a lot to say anyway. The staff beside him laughed at the former director's incessant talking, but he talked about the hardships he had faced in the past in research and development, the things that were challenging in his work, the things that were fun, the things that were painful, and many other things. When I joined this company, it was not so big and the building was not so clean. The rooms and corridors were small, and the factory used by the production department was dirty and run down. There were tools piled up everywhere that we couldn't put away. It's hard to imagine such a thing now. Is that so? I know those days very well. I know you've been snickering about dirty factories and production sites, but the lab you were in was just as dirty as ours. In addition, dirty toilets were the same in the production plant and the laboratory. We were having a fine cup of coffee in a beautiful-looking teacup. I'm guessing that it was probably a luxury item. There is no way that this company, which is now growing rapidly, would serve cheap coffee to their guests. Growing up in a wealthy family, Sophie and Costas must be used to drinking good food and know the difference between good and bad. And Anya's family is also quite wealthy. But unfortunately, I don't know much about the differences between different types of coffee. So, when I drank the coffee in front of me, I could only guess that it was probably of a high quality. This was a little frustrating, so I pretended to be a connoisseur and drank my coffee black, without sugar or milk. I don't think it's very mature for a former adult to act like an adult. Huh. You drink your coffee black. You're a very mature man. While I was distracted, Sophie's grandfather, Govan, caught my eye. Really? Even Costas there drinks his coffee black, right? Costas is a bit of an eccentric boy, she said. Don't people your age usually drink their coffee with sugar and milk? At your age, drinking coffee black is a bit odd. Costas was reluctant to be called eccentric by Sophie's grandfather, whom he had known since childhood. I want to add sugar and milk now, but Anya has already taken my sugar and milk with gusto. As expected of someone with a sweet tooth, Anya was happy to drink coffee that was sweeter than others. You're quite the jolly person, aren't you, Mr. Govan? Is that so? Govan rubbed his short white beard and moustache. He was called jolly, and he didn't seem too happy about it. Govan laughed cheerfully. His appearance now did not match his past look at all. That's right. When Govan was young, he was difficult to get along with. He was smart and brilliant, but perhaps that was why he had a tendency to belittle those who were not capable compared to him. In my previous life, Govan and I were classmates who started working at this company in the same year. Since I was in the manufacturing department and he was in the R&D department, we did not have much contact. Still, I didn't have a good impression of him, and I had the feeling that he also looked down on almost all of his peers, including me. But now what? Govan's sour personality has faded into the shadows, and he's become a likable old man. Of course, I knew that the passage of time had made him that way, but I still couldn't help but feel surprised. After I died, this man changed. He's changed. I wanted to hear about the changes. I wanted to hear about how this company has changed since I died, and what happened to it. There was a genius who belonged to this company. The man succeeded in developing a magical tool that was effective in curing diseases. As a result, the company was highly praised by the medical community and attracted a great deal of attention from society. I wanted to hear the story of the genius who had transformed this company in one fell swoop. I'd like to hear the story of how this company got so big. Oh, I see you've been making those requests. I thought you wanted to hear about the employee who brought us to the attention of the medical community. Yes, I had made my request in advance. Anybody can find out that this company discovered an effective treatment for WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction, that it was praised by the medical community, and that the company's performance rose steadily as a result. That's why I had requested in advance through Sophie that I would like to hear the story of the genius who led to the transformation of this company. But for some reason, Govan looked like he was having difficulty. Why would you want to hear such a story? Govan asked a bit oddly. Why would you want to hear about a genius? I think it's normal to be interested in hearing about the story of how the company came to be successful. Well, sure, but as he said this, Govan played with his beard and bent his mouth slightly. For some reason, he seemed strangely reluctant to talk about it. His talkative mouth, which used to start talking without being asked a word, had somehow started to take on a little weight. I wondered why his mouth was clenched at the mention of the success story of how this company became big. I'll try to give you some more reasons. And my friend Anya, who is here, is also what you would call a genius. I'd like to hear what those geniuses have to say about it. What did you say? Zeke, I'd like to hear what you have to say. You don't have to participate in the conversation, but at least listen to what I have to say. Anya. Anya was playing with a handkerchief, folding cranes. What is she doing in a place like this? I see. Govan looked at Anya with such aloofness, and for some reason gave her a small nod. Okay, fine. I'll tell you the story. Let's talk about the genius who inspired the company to change. For some reason, he seemed reluctant and began to speak slowly. His tone was slow, as if he hadn't been speaking so lightly before. That boy was my son. My son was a true genius. He developed new magical tools, started new trends, and made this company great. It was, indeed, the power of one genius. A genius changed everything for us. Govind looked down and sipped quietly at the coffee in front of him. I didn't know that. The father of that genius was Govind. At the time, there was a disease with a high mortality rate called WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction. It was our company, or rather my son's company, that developed a cure for this disease. This was the reason why Clemens Magic Industries was able to grow so much. We were praised by the medical community, and we received a lot of support. I've been given a lot to be thankful for. In fact, a long time ago, we had an employee who died of WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction. He was a classmate of mine it was only for a short time though. Was that so? Sophie exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I did. Well, I didn't really know him that well, but he was the same age as me, and he died of a disease that I'll never forget about. Those words synchronized deeply with me. Maybe that's how it started. One day, my son, who was born later, suddenly started researching the disease, the WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction. The old man, who had been talking so cheerfully and happily, changed into a solemn face. His voice became low and his tone quiet. Regardless, my son was a genius. At only 25 years old, he made great achievements in his research. That's enough to know that he was a genius. A genius who discovered a new cure for a disease at the age of 25. It's unbelievable. He was a true genius. From the time he was a child, he was different from other children, and his needs were different. The knowledge he sought was not normal. His interests were different from those of ordinary people. I brought the little boy into the company's laboratory when he was very young. I knew that he had natural talent that would one day benefit our research and the world. He's an amazing person. Yes. And, as expected, the boy achieved one thing after another. He noticed things that even adults didn't notice. He advanced his theories with ideas that no one else could. He kept getting results at a young age. And he came up with a cure for the disease. He was highly praised by the medical community, admired by the company, and appreciated by many people. My heart tingled inside my chest. He was a special person. He was the kind of special person that I admired. He had extraordinary talents, did things that ordinary people could not do, left results, saved people, was admired by people, and made his mark on the world. He had something that I did not have in my previous life. He was my ideal person. I wanted to be as special as he was. It was disgraceful, and I felt jealous of the prodigy. But there was no one who could understand him. Govind continued to speak in a quiet, dark voice. Everyone couldn't understand what he was saying. A grown man working in a company, who couldn't follow his argument. It wasn't just academic discussions. Many of the things he did and said were difficult to understand. One day, I heard a violent noise in his room. When I peeked in to see what was going on, I saw that the boy had broken his own certificates and trophies with his own hands. He was tearing up the certificates and smashing the trophies on the floor like a madman. When I scolded him for what he was doing, he cried, his eyes glittering, saying that this was not what he wanted and that these things would not teach him anything. We all gasped. The child genius had destroyed the form of honor he had earned for himself. He shredded the book of great men. He said that it won't teach him anything. He was angry. The genius everyone envied was angry. Govind continued to speak. He was angry. He was mad about something. He was angry. I didn't even know what he was angry about, but he was mad about something. I couldn't understand it. He muttered in a small voice and shook his head helplessly. He died shortly after. He's gone now. It was the year after he found the cure for his new disease. Just the year after that. I felt as if I could not catch my breath. Sophie's father, Mr. Shiro, gave me a somber look. On a snowy day on the outdoor stairs, he bumped into a person carrying a large load. He lost his balance and fell down the stairs. It was a serious blow and he didn't make it. Each of Govind's words was heavy and painful. You don't think it was a murder, do you? As a person who had achieved so much, there must have been people who were jealous of him. Wahahaha. No, no, it was just an accident. That's how it's been judged. You've been reading too many mystery novels. Govind laughed boldly, blowing away my doubts. There was snow on the ground, so he must have slipped. It was as if he had completed his task and was returning to heaven. A genius with a short life. Such words passed through my mind. He looked up. I didn't understand him. I couldn't understand him. It was as if he was trying to keep the tears from spilling out of his eyes. I had never seen him so weak before. He was always irreverent, confident, and unsure of the feelings of the weak, but he seemed to have swallowed the thorns of pain after I died. "I'm sorry," Govan said. "You don't know the truth. I haven't been able to settle this story back then, nor have I been able to come to a conclusion right now in the present. No lesson learned, nor do I understand what was going through his mind that time." We couldn't utter a word. It was just an accident, but maybe if I hadn't made some mistakes as a parent, if I hadn't been so hard on him, if I had given him what he really wanted, then maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't have died. It's a regret that's still lingering in me. I could hear the ticking of the clock. The air was quiet. A cold atmosphere filled the place. It's a boring story. It's not a very entertaining story to tell people. Sorry, I haven't come to any conclusions yet. Govan covered his eyes with his hands. I'm sorry. The small voice echoed in our minds everywhere and nowhere. After that, we took a short break and then tried to talk about fun things. Govan, Sophie, the staff around us, and I tried to keep the atmosphere pleasant and entertaining. I felt bad. My questions had clawed at his emotional scars. I could see why he had been reluctant to talk about his genius son. I had to go to the bathroom, so Mr. Shiro, Sophie's father, led me to the bathroom. When we were alone, he suddenly spoke. As you can obviously tell from the story, the genius he was talking about earlier is my brother, Mr. Shiro said. He was smart. He always got better grades than me, and I was jealous of his talent. No, I wasn't the only one. Even my brilliant father was jealous of my brother. Mr. Shiro spoke slowly, as if confessing his sins. I think he was being bullied. My brother didn't get along with his friends at school, and I guess no one understood him. He was bullied a lot at school. Apparently, my brother was not very cooperative either, and would sometimes get on people's nerves. I scolded him. Why can't you do it better? Why can't you have a normal conversation? My brother kept quiet with his head down, and didn't say a word. Mr. Shiro let out a small sigh. I guess he couldn't do it. When I think about it now, that boy wasn't normal. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't do things like normal. I was so insecure about myself that I yelled at my brother. He kept his head down. He didn't look anyone eye to eye. Sophie had a worried look on her face as she looked at her father. The prodigy must have been an emotional scar for the family. It's a wound that has not healed yet. It's evident from the look on his face. I wanted to be a genius. I wanted to have special abilities and accomplish something like that child genius. I wanted to be special. But was the child that was a special genius happy? When I saw the sad faces of the people who had been part of the family, I couldn't understand. I was confused. After that, we changed the atmosphere a lot and talked about a lot of hilarious things. We talked about fun things, happy things, hardships, and strange troubles they had in R&D. All of them were the difficulties of society, and the working people in front of me overcame them and turned these things into funny stories. They were respectable adults. The tour of the company was over. I apologized to Govan. I'm sorry for making him talk about such a harsh memory. He smiled and said it was okay. He probably told me his painful story because I told him that Anya was a genius, too. I think he hoped that his son's story would add something to Anya's life. In my previous life I hated him, but today, just for one day, I didn't hate him anymore. He was a senior in life that I should respect. Both Govan and Shiro were in high spirits and saw us off. They sent us off with a gentle expression towards the little ones. I thought about it on the train ride home. His son, the genius that Govan had mentioned. He was thinking about a true genius who had achieved results at a young age and died at a young age. If he were still alive today, I would have liked to talk to the genius. I was sad that I could not leave anything behind, and so I died quietly. But the child genius left something great and accomplished something great in the world. Yet, he was still angry about something. crying about something. He wasn't satisfied with something, and he died without anyone realizing his true intentions. Would you have been happy if someone knew about the struggles you went through? If they knew about what you truly wanted compared to what you actually did? If you were still alive, I would have loved to talk to the child genius. Chapter 3, Growing Up. Them. As the months passed, we moved on to higher education. The petals of the cherry blossoms fluttered with the wind, and the new season welcomed our entrance to the school. Anya, Sophie, Costas and I were able to enter the same famous preparatory school. All of us, except for Sophie, were able to enter the school as special students. The school fees were free for us. It was a great act of filial piety. I couldn't help but compare it to the salary that I had earned in my previous life. Since I had the benefit of reincarnation, it was only natural that I was given the right to be a special student, but I think Anya and Costas were truly amazing for managing to earn that position with their own efforts. I'm so glad I got in. Good job, Sophie. Thank you, Costas. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief as she walked through the school gates. She couldn't drop the level of the school she wanted to go to because of her mother's passion for education. Unfortunately, Sophie had missed out on the chance of getting a special scholarship, but it was still a great achievement to have been accepted into the school. Although they're just distantly related, they are still related to my previous life. It seemed that my relationship with these two would continue on this time. I've got a lot of work to do. I'm going to catch up with you and beat you on the tests this time. Prepare yourself, Anya declared to me with great vigor with the falling cherry petals on her head. I couldn't help but burst out laughing as I listened to her declaration that she had made a fresh start by becoming a student in high school. But for me it was no different from when she was little. When Anya saw me, she pouted as if she was in a bad mood. I can't help but burst out laughing again when I heard her declare that she's not in a good mood. This will be the only time you can afford to laugh anymore. Well, that's what she said. The cherry blossom petals were fluttering in the air, and everyone around me was wearing their brand new school uniforms. They were walking through the school gates with a bit of anticipation and a little bit of nervousness in their hearts. I felt like I had grown up one step further than before, and was excited about my new life, whilst basking in the beautiful sunshine of spring. At that time, I was approached unexpectedly by some unknown person. "Oh, are you Zeke?" I turned around and looked at the owner of the voice. It wasn't a classmate from middle school, but he had still guessed my name right, so he probably didn't have the wrong person. The person, who seemed to be a new student like me, looked at me with a surprised but happy smile. Right, I remember this face. It has grown, but I definitely recall it in my memories. Could it be Paris? Oh, I'm so glad you remembered me. I'm so happy. Zeke. He approached me with great enthusiasm and placed his arm around my neck and squared his shoulder up with mine. Paris, you've grown up, huh? Look at you. What are you, some old relative I haven't seen in a while? You sound like an old man. Good to see you. Leave me alone. Paris, always as happy as ever, laughed and laughed. I could only shrug my shoulders at that response. Are you an acquaintance of Zeke? Sophie and Costas tilted their heads, a little surprised at the man who suddenly appeared and squared shoulders with me. Let me introduce you. This is Paris, who Anya and I went to school with when we were kids. Hi, my name is Paris and I like to play soccer. My preference is an older sexy lady. Nice to meet you. Paris made a peace sign and introduced himself, which made Sophie's mouth twitch slightly. A friendly guy he is, Paris. He was the guy who became my friend on my first day at the cram school. I'm Costas. Nice to meet you. Oh, nice to meet you. I thought you'd distance yourself because of my personality. You're really kind. I look forward to being with you. Oh. Costas greeted Paris with the minimum of words necessary. My name is Sophie, and I was the class representative in middle school for 3 years. It's nice to meet you, Paris-kun. Whoa, an honest student. Neat. Nice to meet you. After greeting Sophie, Paris approached Anya. Paris had been in the same cram school as me, so of course he was familiar with Anya. Paris smiled at her as if he had met an old friend after a long time. It's been a long time, Anya. How have you been? That frown on your face is so unique that I recognized you as Anna right away. Are you still hanging out with Zeke? You guys haven't changed at all. I feel relieved. Anya was stunned and kept her mouth shut. What's going on here? Hey, huh? Anya chattered in a mosquito-like voice. Who are you? Paris' smile froze. My expression froze as well. See, you heard me, right? I'm Paris. The same Paris that went to cram school with you before? The one you spent 5 years with at that cram school. I don't know you. Anya. Are you serious? SC, Anya. Don't you remember? Paris. The cheerful Paris that was in the same cram school as us. Was there someone like that before? Anya said those few words in a boring and ruthless manner. Say seriously. Paris was shocked and fell to his knees on the ground. He was knocked down badly. Anya's mental attack had pierced deep into Paris, breaking his heart. Why, you're still the same as ever. Anya, you never change. I don't remember anyone being this weird in my life. Oi, don't do it. Don't you do it, Anya. It's just too much now. Paris was on his knees just continuously writing the 8s on the ground. It's been a while since they met, but she was acting as if this was the first time Anya had ever met him. He had been her classmate for 5 years in cram school, so she should at least have some childhood familiarity with him. About that, I'm sorry. I put my hand on Paris' shoulder, which was getting smaller and smaller with the teasing. If you were in the same middle school as her, you should have disciplined her properly, Zeke. I'm sorry. This girl doesn't really listen to me though. I gave up on disciplining her early on in cram school. Spring is a beautiful time of the year, and our first day of school began with a wry smile. And so our life in high school began. As expected, the classes in high school were very difficult. The content of our studies became more and more advanced than before. I no longer had as much time to relax as I had in the past. Zeke, today's quiz is a contest. Don't run away. How am I supposed to run away from a quiz in the middle of class? In spite of all of this, Anya still came at me as often as she did in elementary and middle school. Even though she's now a student in senior high school, she had never wavered or changed at all since we first met. Her eyes are still sparkling as bright as ever. Don't be surprised to see me in a different light now that I'm a high school student. No, you haven't changed at all. Have you? That's not true. So tell me what's changed about you then. Let's play. Zeke. I turned my head with a wry smile at how innocent she was. In about 3 months, she would also be known as the Ice Queen. Sophie, who knew Anya well, and her classmates from middle school could only laugh at that. In 9 months, it occurred. It was an incident that people around me didn't think much of, but it was still a big incident between Anya and me. For me in particular, I think this was a turning point, or should I say a fork in the road. Huh? Question mark. Anya rolled her eyes and looked at the rankings for the 3rd semester's midterm exams, which were prominently displayed in front of the elevator. She blinked her eyes repeatedly, staring at the rankings of those who had performed well on the test. She rubbed her own eyes once more and then looked again. Zeke, 1st place, 790 points. Anya, 1st place, 790 points. That's what was written on the rankings list. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled. Zeke. She ran to me at once and looked up at me with a big smile on her face. It was as if joy was gushing out of her body like steam on a hot drink. Zeke. She called up to me again up close. I don't think it really meant anything, but I think she was just happy in this situation. I'm finally catching up to you. The first time. The first time. The first time. This is the first time we've ever lined up together. She seemed so happy and she kept repeating the words first time over and over again. When we were in primary school, we often scored 100 points together, but she was never satisfied with that. For her, both 100s were a sign of unmeasurable failure, a malfunction of the testing equipment. It was just a draw between us, and it was a draw that she was not very happy about. So this was actually the first time we had ever tied for anything other than a perfect score, and she was just so happy about it. We lined up. All I have to do now is pass you. I'm going to win. I've lined up. I've finally lined up with Zeke. She looked happy, really happy. Her eyes sparkled like jewels, so much so that it made me happy just by looking at her. Prepare yourself. That's what she said and smiled. She was laughing with such hope in her heart, as if the future were made of jewels. But, Anya, it's been 9 years, 9 long years. It's been almost 9 years since we've started competing with each other. The cracks are starting to show, Anya. It wouldn't take long before the cracks started growing even further. I won. I won. I won. I won. I won. I won. Anya, first place, 795 points. Zeke, second place, 791 points. On the midterm exam of the second semester of my second year, I lost to Anya for the first time. It was the first time in my life that I had ever lost in a competition of test scores against her. At first, when Anya saw the ranking list, she was blown away. Rather than seeing something incredible, she just didn't know what was going on at all and her mind went completely blank. She just looked up in a daze, opened her mouth, and rolled her eyes while her mind went into outer space. Was it about 5 minutes? She finally regained consciousness, understood what she saw and began exploding in joy. I did it. 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 She jumped up and down, her face bright red, her whole body expressing her joy in a way that was completely unlike her nickname, the Ice Queen. I did it. Yes, 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 yes. Then she came running to me again, took both my hands, who was supposed to be her enemy, and waved them up in the air. Her face beamed, and she threw me around in a feverish gaze. I couldn't do anything but give a troubled laugh at this. There was no other way it could have gone after all. With that, Anya frantically ran away from the school gate. Hold on. Anya, get back here. Come back. We still have a few classes left. Forgetting her classes, Anna ran out of the school on impulse. She forgot herself and ran away. Before I could stop her, she ran off like a tornado, buoyed by the fever of joy she had experienced over the past 10 years. She received a generous scolding from her teacher the next day. It was a sight to behold. It was funny, but ever since that day, I have been aware that the cracks within me have come into clear view. It wasn't the shock of defeat. I wasn't frustrated, annoyed, or shocked that I had lost for the first time. However, a certain determination was beginning to grow in me. The time to come was approaching. I began to feel that I had to be prepared for it. The cracks have already begun to show after all. I'm sure the cracks have actually been there ever since middle school, or maybe even earlier than that. I felt that the time of separation between me and her was not far off anymore. Section cake. Huh? Cake, cake. Of course it's cake. In a classroom one afternoon, Anya began to say something incomprehensible. Don't tell me you forgot. She pointed at me with her hands on her hips and her chest heaving. No, I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about. I wish I could say I forgot. But I'm sure she'll just get mad if I tell her that. I told you the first time I lost. One day I'm going to beat you and you're going to give me a cake. If I win, I get a cake from you. I dug up memories of the cake from the bottom of my memory. That's it. She's talking about the prize cake from the cram school. You forgot. Anya was pouting and looked angry at me. That's right. When I was a kid, the cram school we went to had reward for good test scores, sweets. In the first test I took, I beat Anya, who had always been in first place, and I received an expensive cake as my prize for placing first. At that time, Anna ran out of the cram school in tears. Afterwards, Anya declared war on me, saying that she would eventually beat me and take the cake away from me. Of course, there is no way I would have left such an old cake behind for such a long time. How can you remember something that happened such a long time ago? That must have been about 10 years ago. 9 years and 8 months. That's an impressive obsession with the cake. Come on. Cake, cake, cake. Give me the cake. Wait a minute, Anya. Calm down. Cake, 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 cake. Anya grabs me by the chest and shakes me back and forth. Does she think that if she shakes me, a piece of cake will fall out of my clothes? I feel like I'm being eaten alive currently. There's no way there's any cake left from that long ago. Is that not obvious? Don't worry, Anya. I'm keeping that cake. I'll give it to you when I get home. That's definitely rotten. Throw it away. Good. The joke worked. I wondered what I could do if she took me seriously. You want me to buy you a cake? What else did you think I want? No. Didn't you say something like I'll win it back one day? so keep it somewhere safe for me also. If you keep the cake for so long, it'll go bad. Are you stupid or something? How could I say such a thing? What the hell? Did I remember it wrong? Surely common sense would tell you that keeping a cake for a long time would make the cake rot. How did the conversation go? It was more than 9 years ago. After all, my memory is obviously a little hazy at this point. If the conversation was saved in my memory bank, I would like to listen to it again. I'm telling you, one cake is not enough at all. I'd like to eat 7 or 8 cakes. I want lots of cakes. Are you sure you're not eating too much cake? Of course, the winner eats everything up with arrogance and pride. There is no such thing as a reduction for me. You'll get fat eating so much though. It's only for a day, Anna said, not afraid of the sugar she would consume. I'm not going to turn down Anya's wish, though the price of 8 cakes would be ridiculous. It was a promise made about 10 years ago, and there was no way I was going to let her down. I guess I'll just have to put up with the fact that my wallet will be a little lighter for a while. Can you even eat 8 cakes in a row? 8 cakes is normal. No, it's not normal, okay? It's normal. It's a cake buffet. Cake buffet? You see, there was this buffet for cakes near the cram school we went to 2 years and 7 months ago. No, I don't recall such a thing. That's right. I've always wanted to visit this place after I beat you. Anya smiled, the corners of her mouth lifting at the realization of her long-held wish. It was the smile of a happy child. When I see that smile, I can't help but lose my venom. All right, let's go there then. We'll go there next weekend, all right? Wash your neck and wait for me. I've already lost, you know. It was after this that my washed neck would be slashed. Whoa, what the hell? Are you two going on a date together? Woo. Such youth. Just then, Paris approached us, whistling like an onlooker. What a troublesome man. Paris, don't be an idiot. Now, don't be shy. Paris looked at us with a smirk on his face. What a troublesome man he is. Why don't you just go ahead and make out without any weird excuses? Your head is all pink, you know that? All students are like this, you know, but you can't have impure sexual intercourse, okay? You have to be moderate about it. Hey, Anya, who the hell are you? That's terrible to say, isn't it? Anya looked at Paris coldly and said the same thing that she had said at their reunion. Anya, this is Paris. You see, he's our classmate. It was a joke. Are you sure that it was a joke? Anya looked away from the lamenting Paris. Well, don't worry. It's indeed a joke. It is a joke, right? Anya kept her eyes averted from Paris throughout the remaining conversation section. Wah. Anya's eyes sparkled as if she were looking at a jewel. An uncontrollable joy leaked out of her mouth in a weird sparkling voice. Look, Zeke, there's so much of it at. Yes, I know. So calm down, Anya. Oh, I didn't even know there was such a thing in this world. Hey. Everyone around me giggled at the sight of Anya frolicking like a child. I felt a little embarrassed at that. One day deep into autumn, Anya and I were out at a cake buffet as promised. The restaurant was beautifully decorated with flowers and other decorations that women would like, and the glass showcases at the place were filled with various colorful cakes. Due to a promise made nearly 10 years ago, I had brought her to a cake buffet just because Anya had beaten me in a test after so long. This, and this. No, Anya, you're taking too much, aren't you? Each cake was pretty small, probably due to the fact that it was a cake buffet, so they ensured that we could enjoy a large variety of cakes at the place. I took 2 kinds of different cakes on my plate and went to go back to my seat, but Anya, who was standing beside me, piled up even more cakes on her plate. She just kept piling up more and more and more. She had the eyes of a greedy hunter hunting her prey. There's another stomach for cake, so don't worry. No, I came here hungry, so there's nothing for me to eat separately. The cake buffet was disrupting her ability to speak. I've been wanting to come here for a long time. Anya smiles happily as she chews on the cake. She's indeed a girl for whom sweet feeding is effective in times of trouble. This cake shop is located near the cram school we used to attend. The school used to reward the top students with cakes from the nearby cake shop. This cake buffet was a new shop opened by the bakery after they expanded their business. So in a way, what Anya had said almost 10 years ago about getting my cake back was really coming true. The nostalgic taste spreads in my mouth as well. Delicious, so delicious. This restaurant had a 90-minute all-you-can-eat time limit, but 90 minutes seemed like a long time to me. However, the way Anya was eating the cake with her cheeks melting, she didn't seem to feel such a thing in the slightest. "That cake looks delicious," I said, looking at the cake on Anya's plate. It was a cake of chocolate mousse with cocoa-flavored cookies scattered on top. "Have you ever seen a cake like that? It's there." "It was at the end of the shelf." "I see. Was it just a simple oversight?" "It was when I was thinking that I would eat the next cake after I finished the one in front of me. Here, Zeke. Want some?" She stuck a small piece of cake on her fork and pointed it towards me, who was facing her. She was looking up at me as she leaned forward a little and offered the piece to me. "What's this? Is this an attempt to get me to eat her cake? Am I supposed to take the cake she offers with my mouth and eat it?" Commonly referred to as R. I felt my cheeks heat up at that thought. "No, I don't want it. I'll get it myself later." "Sure, I guess." Anya easily withdrew the cake and ate it herself immediately afterwards. HLNG. "So yummy." Anya gobbled up the cake as if nothing had ever happened, and it seems like my heartbeat didn't want to stop for quite a while. What the heck is she suddenly doing? Isn't feeding each other food the kind of embarrassing thing that lovers do? But Anya showed no signs of embarrassment at all. As usual, she just ate cake after cake, her tongue clenched in happiness. I was the only one who was flustered at this situation. Anya." "What?" I think you should refrain from this kind of behavior. Even if you didn't intend to mislead the person." Anya put her finger on her chin, searching for the meaning of what I was saying to her. What she had just done must have been pretty insignificant. "You mean that thing I did earlier?" Yeah, that's it." I got flustered every time she said the word PFFT. Anya started laughing. "Ha ha ha. Zeke, you're such an idiot. Why are you so flustered over something like that? How many years do you think we've been together now?" Anna giggles at my slightly stained cheeks. "We're just childhood friends now." She said that as a matter of course. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we weren't actually childhood friends? Well, yeah, right. If you spend a lot of time together from an early age, the distance between your hearts will become shorter and you will naturally become closer to each other. But it's true that I may just be a childhood friend to Anya, but that's not the case for me. For me, Anya is not just a childhood friend. I met Anya when I was 7 years old at a cram school. We've been together for the past 10 years, so I guess I'm just a childhood friend to Anya, but not me. Including my previous life, I am currently 45 years old. I died at 28, was reborn, and am now living for 17 more years. Only 10 out of 45 years. Only 10 years. How could that make me feel like she's a childhood friend to me? The distance between our hearts is different to her. I'm just a childhood friend who she's been with since she was a little girl, and she doesn't think anything of it when we feed each other. However, I, on the other hand, get flustered at such a thing. I get flustered whenever she gets close to me and whenever I get close to her. It makes me feel very shy. "I'd gladly give you an hour anytime," Anya said as she teased me. I scratched my head in annoyance and tried to cover up my embarrassment. We left the store and began walking our way home. Soon after, we arrived at Anya's house. Anya was crying out in pain. She was grunting and groaning a lot. I was fanning her with a fan, as if to comfort her from her pain. "I ate too much." It's no wonder that's the case after you ate that much. It was inevitable that I stopped by her house. She had eaten so much that she couldn't even move properly, so I went and helped her go to her house as if I were caring for her. Painful. My other stomach is too full. You're a hard woman to please, aren't you? Anu is not just a childhood friend to me, but I understand what she is now. Fanning her with a fan makes me feel like I'm her guardian. For the past 10 years, I've been acting as her guardian. I looked at her slumped in the living room and sighed. It's the fall of my 3rd year of high school, and the classroom is filled with the sound of people roaring. They're scratching their heads in agony and glaring at their textbooks with bloodshot eyes. The third year of high school was approaching, and the university entrance examinations that everyone suffers from were looming in the distance. You guys look like you're in trouble, huh? Why do you have to be such a stranger? Anya, Sophie and Paris were also grunting and groaning in pain. Next to them, Anya replied comfortably as she nibbled on one of my snacks. Because I'm academically prepared for it. Hey, stop it, Anya. Stop provoking the two of them. They're looking at you like you're a murderer. It was unavoidable, but I couldn't help but feel a bit cynical at that. Anya and I's first choice was to attend the country's top national university. It was only natural. We attend one of the most advanced schools in the country, and we are competing to be number 1 or number 2. It was only natural that we would aim for the highest and the most difficult university in the country. And there are quite a few students in this school who want to go to that exact same university. Costas, Sophie, and Paris are also attempting to apply at the same university as us. Anya and Costas and I have done well in our mock exams and have gotten good grades. I don't mean to be careless, but if things continue on like this, we'll probably get into the same university with no issues. It was Sophie and Paris who seemed to be struggling at it though. My mum is so passionate about education that she won't accept me unless I go to the most difficult university in the country. That's a disaster. Sophie was on the verge of tears as she said this. She has a mother with very high expectations after all. Your grandfather, Govan, and your father, Shiro-san, seem to have a soft spot for you, don't they? My father is a son-in-law. They're all wrapped between my pinky. Even though they said Shiro-san is Govan's son. Sophie is and Govan's surname is different. So Shiro-san is a son-in-law, huh? Rather, why are you the only one who calls our grandfather without any honorifics, Zeke? It doesn't mean anything. Sophie's grandfather, Govan, was a colleague of mine in a previous life. I didn't feel like putting too much respect on him, and sometimes I couldn't feel like I had any respect for him. There's no way I can explain how that happened, though. Costas then spoke up. For now, I just want Sophie to do her best. I want us to go to the same university anyways. Costas and Sophie have known each other since they were children. It's rare for Costas to say something like this outright. I can't stand not going to the same university as you, so help me out. It's true that I'm worried about leaving Costas alone, but that's right. If I succeed in this exam, I can keep having Costas help me in the future. Sophie held her head up. Will I have to take care of Costas for the rest of my life? Costas is a genius. He's quick-witted and always gets top grades. But just like Anya, he too lacks common sense. He's always followed by his childhood friend, Sophie. Even so, I've never seen the two of them get into an argument before, which makes me think that they truly are childhood friends. But why do geniuses always have a couple of screws loose in their head? By the way, Sophie, I'm talking about the poisonous mushroom display that you want to put up at the festival. Rejected and rejected. I see. Sophie rejected the idea, which resulted in Costas nodding his head with his shoulder arched. Well, the school festival is almost here. The current conversation reminded me of this. The date of the school's cultural festival is rapidly approaching. As they were preparing for their exams, the third-year students were encouraged to keep their performances for the festival light. However, since Sophie had been a member of the festival committee last year, she has been sought after for advice from the younger students, and it has been quite difficult for her. She has a talent for management, it seems, and Costas is apparently selfishly telling Sophie that he wants to compile the results of his research on poisonous stuff, his hobby, and display them at the school festival, but Sophie is having none of it. Costas was planning to show the refining of the poison as a public experiment, so it was only natural that he was stopped. Did he think that such an experiment would actually be allowed at the school? I don't know what geniuses think about sometimes. Where's Zeke going to be going? Well, there's a class that does classical theater, so I think I'll be watching that. I'm also interested in the planetarium or the haunted house. Can you even make a planetarium on your own? They say it's possible. Apparently it can be done by making small holes in very specific coordinates. It's a lot of work, but they say the principle is simple. I'm not interested in classical theater, but I am interested in the planetarium and haunted house. Let's go around together, Zeke. Oh, nice. I'm gonna scare the crap out of you in the haunted house. You're a customer, you know. When I was having such a conversation with Anya, Sophie and Paris threw me a resentful glance. Their glances seemed to say we are having such a hard time with our exams while you all are so relaxed over there. During the exam period, it's easy to get caught up in jealousy and envy. It can't be helped. Sophie and Paris, why don't you both just take a breather and enjoy the festival? It's important to relax your shoulders sometimes. Hello, I'm in a tight spot over here. I can't relax my shoulders like this. That's it. That's it. I can't afford such a thing. I've got to study. I've said it before, but it's true that if they had properly studied from the start, they wouldn't have any trouble right now. However, it is true that a change of scenery is important for your health. The exam period is still going on. Continuing to study alone in an environment where you know everyone else is having fun turns into a strong painful feeling. The only day you need to really take a break is the day of the cultural festival. Don't make the mistake of staying home and studying all alone, okay? Costas, get Sophie out of the house that day. Got it. Costas gave a short reply and stroked the head of his young familiar with his large hand. Sophie let out a small moan and let Costas ruffle her hair, but she didn't look disgusted at it. She just let him continue doing it. Patience is important, but this patience is poisonous to your body and mind. You have to force yourself to enjoy it. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Sophie, you like fortune-telling, don't you? When Costas said that, Sophie gave a small nod, blushing a little. Sensei, I'm the only one who doesn't have anyone to go around with. Paris raised his hand in protest. You have fun on your own. So cruel. Paris has a lot of friends, so I'm sure he'll be fine if he's left alone. I'm actually looking forward to the bonfire later in the evening. Our school builds a pretty big fire. Ah, that's nice. Is that so? Anya nodded her head. Have you never participated in the evening festival before? Anya? She wasn't really interested in the evening festival. This girl is completely unrestrained. Even though there is a former member of the festival committee right by her side, we also put a lot of effort into our bonfires. We'll make a big fire that you won't normally see. The festival organizing committee will work hard. I recommend watching it, Anya-chan. Sophie, exhausted from her studies and slumped over her desk, was promoting the post-school festival to Anya to reward the hard work of the junior members of the festival committee. Whatever it is, it'll be fun, Anya laughed as she giggled. And then the festival arrived. There were glittering decorations, noisy crowds, and a clear, crisp autumn sky. This school is one of the most famous prep schools in the country, so a lot of people come to view this cultural festival. The school was so crowded with people that it was really hard to even just go from the left side to the right. The cultural clubs are trying their best to present the results of their daily activities to the world. The light music club's performance, the art club's exhibition, and the drama club's play were all very enthusiastic. Hey, guys. Did you come here to see Costa's presentation? Zeke, I knew he was weird. When I came to see Costa's presentation at the chemistry club, Paris and a few of his friends were crowded in front of Costa's exhibit. Hey, look at Zeke, he's got an A0-sized page full of fine print talking about the appeal of poison. You're still the odd man out, aren't you? He hasn't changed a bit since our first year. That guy in front of him was Costa's presentation poster, which was of course about his expertise in poison. He was allowed to display his research among the presentations of the chemistry department, after passing a few simple conditions, extremely strict conditions for Costa's, no demonstration of the purification of poisons, no actual poisons, and the content to be checked by Sophie beforehand. He hasn't wavered since his first year of high school, or even since middle school. Now has he? Why are all smart people so weird? How am I supposed to answer that? We were dumbfounded by our familiar schoolmates. Sophie sure has it tough, holding the reins of Costa's. That's true. Everyone felt sorry for Sophie, who had to be pushed around by his outlandish behavior so often. See you around, Zeke. After watching Costa's presentation, I parted ways with everyone briefly. Going around the cultural festival, we walked through the lively atmosphere of our friends. This is our last cultural festival. It is recommended that we participate lightly so that it doesn't act as a burden for our exams, but everyone was very enthusiastic as it was the final touch to our high school youth. But what about me? I had the exact same experience once before. It was my last high school festival, my last high school class, and my last graduation ceremony. With a sense of melancholy that I would never be able to return to those years, I stepped forward and said goodbye to my life as a student at that high school. What about it now? I'm back in high school life, in this last whirlwind of activities to do. I'm back where I was before I took the first step outside with loneliness in my heart that day. I don't remember feeling so lonely now though. I am 46 years old right now. In my previous life, I died at the age of 28, and so now I am currently 18, which adds up to 46. However, I looked at the enthusiasm and loneliness of the young people who were now 18, and just stared blankly at them. People grow up. Anya, who I've been watching ever since she was a child, Sophie, Costas, and Paris, who have all grown up to be great people now. They're growing older, experiencing new things, and moving forward one step at a time. What about me? Am I really growing at all? Am I truly moving forward in this life? I wonder if I have really moved on ever since I was 28. Maybe the same experience at the same time is not what makes a person grow. Maybe I am standing in front of the exact same step I took a long time ago, and this I am no further ahead than I really was at 28. Maybe I'm the only one standing still at this point of life, not when I was 28, not when I am 46, not when I am 18. I have not been able to ride the current of time properly at all. The flow of time has not moved me forward even one step ahead than before. I was left alone in the heat of everyone else's loneliness. Zeke. Over here, over here. After watching a classical play, I joined Anya. Anya waved her hands in the air to indicate her position. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh at her childish gesture. Afterwards, Anya and I looked around the cultural festival together. At the haunted house, Anya repeatedly threatened me from the side. The people organizing the haunted house were troubled by Anya's behavior. All the events of the cultural festival are over. The only thing left to do now was to have the bonfire afterwards, without the general public, in the school. The sky was already dark and the bonfire was blazing. The flames rose higher and fierce, feeding on the large, high wooden structures. The light of the fire was red and intense. The hot red of the flames wavered in the center of the darkness, illuminating our hands, scorching the kindling, and making a popping sound every once in a while. But the lights of the campfire illuminated only part of the darkness. The other lights were minimal at best. The red of the flames and the black of the night created a large contrast, tinting the people and the world in two different colors at once. Big. It's so amazing. So strong. Anya was excited to see the big bonfire. Our school's bonfire is made to be bigger than most other bonfires. This was the third time that I had actually seen this fire, but it still took my breath away with its power domineering over us. It's big. It's fun. This is so fun. Anya was looking up at the campfire with a childlike gleam in her eyes. The big, awesome thing seemed to suit Anya's taste of curiosity. Burn more. Anya started talking like a criminal all of a sudden. Everyone was enjoying the bonfire in their own way. Some joined in the dancing around the fire, some talked with friends whilst watching the flames, and some met at the small booths set up near the fire. Paris was busy looking for a girl to dance with, pick up, and sync with. Yahoo! Anya-chan, Zeke, thanks for coming to the cultural festival. Yo! Sophie, Costas. Sophie and Costas approached us. Good work, Sophie. Looks like you've been doing a lot of work for this. Yes, I was asked to do a lot of things all because I was there on the festival committee last year. Sophie sounded exhausted. She had been asked for advice by many people over the last year, and she had helped them with their issues. Sophie was personable, firm, and probably very dependable. She is indeed a child with the talent of a manager. Sophie, this fire is so big and fun. I'm glad you're happy, Anya. Let's make the fire even bigger. More, so that it burns everything up. This bonfire was also planned by the festival committee. Anya was happily looking up at the big bonfire. It would be a great honor for the organizers to have this much fun. Sophie smiled, looking a bit troubled at her words. Well, Anya, Zeke, I hope you're still having fun. Ah, you two have fun too. Then they left us alone. The flames were soaring high in the darkness. The red was swaying around in the night sky. The flames burned loudly, scorching the burning wood. When the flames were extinguished, it was time for the festival to end. Everyone huddled around the large, powerful fire as if to comfort their sense of desolation. When this flame is extinguished, one of the many milestones of our youth was over, and everyone will begin moving forward again. Those who live in the right time will move forward and become adults by the end of it. But what about me? Am I really moving forward? When this flame goes out, will I be able to take some kind of step forward to a better life? Hey, Zeke. Let's dance too, Anya said unexpectedly, and before I could reply back to her, she took my hand and pulled me along with her. We approached everyone dancing lightly near the campfire and began to move our bodies as we wished. Come on, Zeke. Oh. Before I could even think about it, I began to dance with Anya to the cheerful music playing nearby. I was a little surprised. I had thought Anya had no interest in dancing at all. I guess the big fire in the campfire got her blood pumping. She started to dance happily with me. I held hands with Anya and we danced a simple dance together. Both of us stepped awkwardly and giggled whenever we made simple mistakes. We were both new to dancing, so we danced very poorly. I held her soft hand. Her body and face are close to mine. Even though we've been together for such a long time, I still feel so nervous again without any discipline. Yes, I was extremely nervous. Anya looked beautiful. She was taller, with a much more rounded, feminine body. Her face, which had been childish, was now neat and tidy. She had the face of a beautiful woman. Her breasts were swollen, her hands were clean and soft, and her body was beginning to radiate a lustrous atmosphere. I've always treated her as a child to be cared for. I've always listened to her selfishness, challenged her, and nursed her, thinking that I had no choice. That's what I thought for a long time. But before I knew it, she had become an adult. The flames dyed her pale blue hair red. The pale blue of her hair, the red of the flames and the darkness of the night colored her brightly. The difference in color accentuated her growing maturity and made her hair look even more beautiful. The red of the flames illuminated her skin and her cheeks seemed to be dyed red. It was beautiful. I couldn't help but stare at her silently. She giggled. What's wrong? I turned my face away from her, embarrassed. Is my face turning red? I would be happy if the red of the flames would illuminate my face and deceive her. I thought. She was growing. Anya was growing up. Step by step, day by day. She's becoming an adult little by little. It's not only about her physical growth, but also her mental growth. Anya had just asked me to dance with her. It would have been an uncomfortable move coming from her in the past. In the past, she had a tendency to treat things that didn't interest her with indifference and to coldly dismiss people that she didn't care about at all. She was the kind of girl who just stayed in her own shell, kept people away, and looked down on others quietly. She was a girl with a sense of insecurity. How about now? Now she's friends with Sophie and Costas. She talks a little with Paris and has a couple of other female friends with her too. And now she's also interested in dancing and has invited me to join her in it. Her world is expanding little by little. Anu is not the only one who's growing up. Sophie and Costas are also growing up. When I met Paris again, he looked different. All my friends are growing up. I'm the only one who hasn't changed. I was the only one who hadn't moved on. The gap was closing. Relatively speaking, I am becoming less of an adult with every day I live on. Everyone is looking up and growing up, right? Anu is expanding her world. She is slowly becoming an adult. Maybe she's not a child I have to take care of anymore. Maybe the time when I have to worry about her is over, and the day has come for her to spread her wings into her own world. Maybe the day will come soon when I will no longer be needed by her. I thought that as I touched her skin and danced with her. Hey, Zeke. As we danced, Anya spoke to me. You'll always support me, right? She murmured with a faint smile and a smirk. I smiled, trying my best not to look lonely at that sight. As I danced with her, I was thinking something completely different than what she was thinking in her mind. The hot flames of the campfire rose high in the sky and wavered, brightly, seeming to be swallowed up by the dark sky above us. Section. Our days of competition were still going on. The first time she defeated me in the midterm exam of the second year of high school, Anya was just so happy. After that day of defeat, Anya and I started to win and lose against each other again and again. I was the overall winner of my second year of high school. But in the third year of high school my odds of winning was 50%. No, she was slightly better than me. I'm sure she'll tell me the truth if I ask her about it, since she keeps very meticulous records of it. But I'm too embarrassed to ask. From that time on, she began to study very joyfully. Up until now, she had been studying like a demon, working hard and training with the goal of defeating me. But after a series of close calls with me and not knowing who would win, she seemed to be enjoying learning. One new discovery brought a smile to my face. Strangely enough, my academic performance began to improve more steadily than when I had been studying like a demon. Are you having fun? I asked. You understand how I feel? Yeah. We've known each other for a long time. It's been over 10 years. Oh, that's a long time. I'm in trouble. That's right. This relationship is still ongoing. Even now, when our academic abilities are so close to each other, we are still having study sessions together. I once said to her, is there any point in doing this anymore? Zeke's teaching style is much easier to understand than our teachers. When she told me that, I couldn't just say that I would stop the study group. Yeah, it's been a while. As I stared up at the ceiling of her room, I remembered how far I had come. Elementary school, middle school, and then high school. No, much more. It was even longer than that. I was thinking back to my previous life. I have been thinking back to my previous life a lot lately. Oi, why did you use the past tense for it's been so long? We got in the same university together, so our relationship will go on and on. Yeah, we did. Our first choice of university is the best university in the country. The results of our mock exams are A, so we will probably enter the same university together. But that's all it'll be. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and I'm about to reach a point where I won't be able to fix them. No, this was a ticking time bomb that could never be fixed anymore. We're going to be going to the same university together, but the time when we part from each other is not far off anymore. Hey Zeke, what's up? When Anya called out to me, I jolted. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just a little spaced out. It's nothing. Lies. She saw through me immediately. Hey, can I ask you something? What? Zeke's secret. I was thrown for a loop. In an instant, my heart shook and I shuddered. Lately, you have been thinking a lot about something. You've been thinking about something a lot lately, and you're having trouble with it. At first, I thought it was just a needless worry. I also thought that maybe you were worried about me catching up with you in your studies, but it's not. I know that because we've known each other for a long time. I thought it was a secret. It's something that everyone has, so it doesn't really bother me. But what Zeke has is a little different. It's a little different from the secrets everyone has. The room was quiet. There was not a single sound except for her words. It became so quiet I could hear the sound of my heart beating hard. I didn't notice it until recently. We've known each other this long and I finally realized it for the first time. Zeke has been hiding things for a long time. Ever since the first time we met. For a long time. You have been troubled with something I don't know about. I couldn't do anything but stare in amazement. My secret, which I had never told anyone, was slowly showing through in her eyes. Anna hugged her knees, half hiding her face, and looked up at me as if she were peering into my eyes. Hey. Is it something you can't tell me about? A long silence descended. The only sound I could barely hear was the sound of me gulping and spitting. I can't tell you about it. That was all I could say. All right. A hint of disappointment crossed her face. I want you to wait a few more years. Just a few more years. Eh? I'll tell you everything then. When I said that, Anya nodded several times. I leaned back and looked up. The ceiling of her room had already become a familiar sight. A few more years, and all will come to light. It had become a familiar sight. That's when it ends. It's time for everything to fall apart and for her to finally be disappointed in me. Anya, do you know what's been happening? I've been cheating for a long time. To tell you the truth, I've been studying for higher education and university entrance exams since I was in middle school. I started to see the cracks in middle school, and I got scared of losing more and more, so I began studying for it ahead of time. But you're still catching up with me in the end. And after all this time, I'm finally about to get overtaken by you. That's who I truly am. Section. Thank goodness. The sound of cries echoed throughout the classroom. I got in. I'm so glad. Sophie was crying out loud, tears and snot dripping down her face in a powerful stream. They were not sad tears, no, they were happy tears. Today was the day that the examination scores were announced. Here, wipe your tears, I'll give you a handkerchief. But my snot, you don't have to return that handkerchief back to me. With a whoosh, Anya's handkerchief was stained with the fruits of Sophie's efforts and excitement. It's unusual for Anya to take care of people. That's because Sophie is someone close to me. Costas and I were amazed at what we saw. I was more impressed by the way Anya had grown up, taking care of Sophie at this moment. Anyway, congratulations on passing, guys. Congratulations. The 4 of us here have successfully been accepted into the schools of our choice. Me, Anya, Sophie, and Costas were accepted into the most difficult university in the country. Sophie was crying profusely. Anya, and Costas had been rather relaxed, but Sophie was desperate and frantic. The way she looked now was an eloquent testament to that desperation. Because of her mother's policy, Sophie was only allowed to apply to the most difficult universities. That's why Sophie's desperation was even greater than others. I sometimes thought she had a terrible mother. We were now free from exams. We brought snacks, rented a room in the multi-purpose room, and had a small party after school. Sophie smiled happily as she imagined her college life. Anya was chewing on a lot of sweets, saying a little offhandedly that everything present should just come to her. Costas calmly looked up information about the university and passed it on to everyone. They were all fantasizing about a future that they did not yet know about. I'm the only one who knows. I know of its freedom, its joy, its pain and its difficulty. I was the only one who knew about college life over here. I grabbed my bag and went to the vending machine to buy some canned juice for everyone. That's where we met. Yo. I ran into Paris by chance. The air was awkward, but he paused for a moment and greeted me as if it was nothing. We were applying to the same university together. But Paris had failed. Congratulations on getting in. That's awesome, Zeke. Thank you. Paris congratulated me. It must have been hard for him currently. Paris scratched his head. The 4 of us had passed but Paris had failed. The awkward atmosphere would continue flowing in no matter what. Sorry, I can't say anything witty at a time like this. You have nothing to apologize for. Paris let out a small laugh. I know exactly how Paris feels. I failed almost all of my exams in my previous life, failed almost all of my first-year exams, did a re-entry exam, didn't get my first choice, and went to my second choice university. I felt sadness as if I had been denied myself, helpless regret that I hadn't tried hard enough, and I could truly feel the contrast between the joy of those around me and my own sadness. I know, I feel it. I can understand Paris's pain. I won't make the mistake of saying I know how he feels, since I got in this time. From his perspective, I'm a person who got in without knowing any setbacks my whole life. In his eyes, I'm a person who doesn't understand how he feels. I'm a person who can't understand how he feels. Are you going for a re-examination? Nah, I think I'll go to my second choice instead. Is that so? I think that's good. Thanks, man. It's also the right path for him. I also went to my second choice in my previous life, and I had a fulfilling college life. But I couldn't tell him that. That college was too hard for me. That's not true. Thanks. I bought a coffee for him as well and gave it to him. He smiled helplessly. Indeed, his chances of getting accepted were low. He was a little short of the requirement and was more likely to fail. Paris had also predicted this outcome in the end. Ah! Stop, stop, stop! Paris shouted loudly. I don't belong in the dark. I'm going out to eat. I'm going to go to an all-you-can-eat barbecue party with the other fallen guys. Paris smiled. He was so strong. I'll see you later. Congrats on passing Zeke. With that, he turned his back to me and started walking. I looked at his back, which is much bigger than it was when I was in study hall. I didn't get there in my first life. I studied hard and went through a lot of hardships to take the entrance exam, but I could not possibly have the academic ability to challenge the most difficult universities in the country. But Paris took the challenge. For the first time in his life, he took on the most difficult challenge without cheating in any way. It's not something just anyone can do. It's not for everyone to be able to challenge themselves there. Paris, I called out to his back. His feet stopped. You did great. I was watching. I watched him suffer and study. I even taught him how to study sometimes. Paris was always trying so hard. He was doing his best. Good job. You did great. I condensed the words I wanted to say and presented them to him. He turned to me and smiled. Thanks, man. He was laughing. What a strong man. I know we're going to different colleges, but I hope you'll still invite me to hang out with you again. Of course, let's hang out again sometime. With that, he left. Thus ended our examinations. Anya and I had no trouble getting a ticket to the highest and the most difficult school in the country. In the self-assessment of the entrance exam, I scored higher than Anya. Anya, who was also very enthusiastic about competing, seemed to be quite disappointed at that. I looked at it and smiled. This was my final act of determination. Section. I had a dream. It's a dream about the heavy snow. It was a dream of the special heavy snow. The day I had died in my previous life. I was in a white room, looking out the window at the heavy snowfall. The whole area was white. It was no longer just a snowflake, but a cluster of snowflakes, falling incessantly from top to bottom. It was the heaviest snowfall ever recorded. I was envious of this snow. I was envious of the term special. In my previous life, I had never been able to get out of the realm of mediocrity, and no matter how far I thought back, I had never been able to deviate from my ordinary life. We cry, we laugh, we get angry, we get in trouble, we try hard, we invent and we strive to live for a better life. Life is hard, and even if you use 120% of your strength, it will not let you walk through that path easily. The hardships of life are so high that sometimes you just have to cry, stomp on the ground, scream about how unfair and unreasonable it is, and tear your body to pieces, but somehow you can still manage to overcome them. And that's what I call a mediocre life. In my previous life, I was an ordinary person, and what I went through was nothing more than an ordinary life. There was happiness, there was suffering, there was no more, and there was a tattered life. That was the ordinary life I led. I was yearning to be special. I longed for something special like this heavy snowfall outside my room. And then I reincarnated. So, how was I this time around? I wonder if I've become someone special. Indeed, almost all of my grades in school were at the #1 spot, and I was able to get into the most difficult university with little ease. Special. In the eyes of any other person, I would be termed as someone special. But guess what? I wonder how I would compare to this heavy snowfall. I wonder if I have the power to change the world at all. Do I have even a fraction of the power of this heavy snow? I wonder if I could have been the heavy snowfall that I envied so long. There's no way I could be such a thing. My nature had not changed at all since my previous life. This window pane did not become a mirror, and my image did not turn into heavy snow. It's easy to see what the cracks in my life are. That just means that I wasn't good enough for Anya. Chapter 4, In the World of Snow. After university, my competition with Anya continued. I wish I could say it was still the same as before, but most of the assignments at the university were mainly reports, and not many of them were scored like how the tests in our school were. She was outraged upon learning that. How could we possibly compete against each other if that was the case? I had been through college once before and knew what to expect, so I couldn't help but smile in annoyance at her words. Isn't it hard enough to be a university student though? There aren't any more exams ahead of us from now on. Sophie and Costas chuckled as they ate lunch in the school cafeteria. We often get together to have some fun with each other once in a while. Sophie and Costas were in different departments from us, but we were still friends who hung out a lot. This is ridiculous. What's a university without a fight on the line? No, I don't think that university is the place to have fights. Sophie, who knew her so well, laughed at Anya's annoyance. They had become close enough that they knew each other very well at this point. Although some subjects did test you at the end of the semester, Anya was very enthusiastic about it. She kept talking about it and saying stuff like, "Let's compete then, Zeke," happily declaring war against me. But what she didn't know is that end-of-semester test scores are rarely ever returned to us, so we won't actually know our own scores even once it's done. After the term break, she became indignant again. Then, to my surprise, she pulled my arm and walked directly into the professor's office, demanding that they give her the answer sheet for the final exam and tell her the score of the final exam. The professors were in big trouble at that point. Before they even had time to check the regulations to see if it was okay to return the tests back to us, they had been so caught up in her tremendous enthusiasm that they had already returned the tests that they had graded. Anya quickly became a celebrity among the faculty after that. The result of the test was that I was on the losing side of the spectrum. I'd say my winning percentage against her is only about 30%. She looked very happy about it, and had a look of pride on her face that anyone could see easily. "Have you been sick lately?" Anya tried to stir me up to get a reaction out of me, but I could only reply, "Watch me next time." I could only muster up the words, "Watch me next time." That's all I could ever say. "Eh? Me?" Anna said, pointing at herself with a puzzled look on her face. One of her professors recommended her to participate in an off-campus debate because of her highly acclaimed university report. I gave her words of encouragement saying, "That's great, Anya," but she couldn't hide her confusion at that. Why wasn't Zeke chosen as well? Why am I the only one chosen for it? The expression on her face showed that she was thinking that I could have been chosen too. Anya then participated in another intercollegiate debate and excelled at that too. She was also named as one of the top students of the year, based on her previous reports and final exams. Again, she was simply bewildered at that fact. "Congratulations, Anya. You're awesome. You're the valedictorian of the year." "Thank you, Sophie." I invited Sophie and Costas to the end of the year party. I asked about how everyone's year has been going. "I'm just an ordinary college student right now. I'm just glad I didn't lose any credits if I'm honest." Sophie laughed as she said this. "I'm basically a normal student too." "Bullshit, Costas." "You said that you had so much enthusiasm writing about poison in your report that you managed to become friends with the professor of the pharmacy section. He said that he's already had a quick peek into their lab." "That's awesome." We were still in our first year, yet, it was so amazing that we managed to start to interact with a professor at the university. I guess his enthusiasm and his abilities were finally beginning to be recognized. Costas had always been different. That difference of his was finally beginning to come into light. Anya and Costas are beginning to show signs of a budding genius within them. The difference between us just becomes even more apparent than before. At our university, we started to choose our seminars in our second year. It was a sort of a trial seminar for students, and we slowly took turns to experience different seminars throughout the whole year. But even during this trial period, Anya was a target of high expectations among the people. During the trial period, Anya was the focus of much attention. Of course, that was not the case for me. The trouble was, she seemed to have already decided that I would be in the same lab as her. As a matter of course, she asked me about the lab that I would be joining. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. "Why don't we pursue different seminars that we each have an interest in?" That worsened her mood, but I managed to convince her in the end. I guess that's the right decision. I took out some seasonal sweets from my bag and managed to put her in a good mood. As a result, Anya joined a seminar on research and development of magical tools, and I chose the same seminar as her. No, wait, I really miscalculated on this one. The seminar that I pointed to was a seminar on research and development of magical tools for both me and her. I had worked for a magic tool manufacturing company for about 5 years in a previous life, so I thought I might be able to put that experience to good use this time around, so I chose that seminar. However, she had chosen this seminar because it seemed interesting to her. But when she listened carefully, she found out that she was actually interested in a researching career. She had been curious about it ever since we had visited Clement's magic industry when we were in middle school. She wasn't that interested in the medicine, but her interest in researching magical tools certainly stemmed from that visit back then. Sophie is going to a seminar in business administration and Costas is going to a seminar in pharmacy. Costas' decision has never wavered ever since he was a child. They were all already very accomplished university students. What the hell? I was stunned to learn that we both would be in the same seminar. I couldn't help but mutter to myself as she looked so smug about it. Then, in her third year, she became more and more active. Her papers were highly evaluated and she won various awards at conferences, was also invited to different conferences, and steadily improved her results too. Even as a student, she had the opportunity to interact with professors from other universities and seemed to be busy flying around here and there. She was also invited to conduct joint research with other universities and companies, where she continued to produce excellent results. But there was nothing special about me. To say the least, I was living an ordinary, unremarkable life in the seminar. What the hell? Anya shouted only in front of me. Why is it just me? Such inexplicable, uncontrollable anger was expressed in front of me. She was frustrated that her fantasy, her desire to compete with me forever, was not coming true. But it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen again, Anya. Sorry. When I said it to her, she looked sad and said, "I'm sorry," in a small voice that I may or may not have heard, and left. The cracks were no longer cracks, but a clear form of collapse. Section. A contest? Yes, a contest, Anya shouted, as she thrust in front of me a sheet of paper she had brought to the labs for a contest to make magical tools. Let's do this. Simply put, it was a contest in which contestants had to develop and create a magical tool that met a predetermined set of performance requirements, and the tool was judged on its efficacy, design, ideas, and all other aspects of the product. It was an intercollegiate contest, and it demanded skills similar to the practical work of making magical tools. I was a little excited about it. A contest that requires skills similar to practical work. It was a good contest for me because I had 5 years of work experience in my previous life. I could properly compete with Anya after such a long time. The thought of that made me smile a little, perhaps sensing my subtle emotions. She also smiled with anticipation. I threw myself into the contest with all my might. I spent my mornings, afternoons, and evenings obsessively thinking about the magic tool, coming up with many ideas and writing them down on paper very often. I would make prototypes, identify problems, and make corrections over and over again. I have learned from my previous life's work that failure is inevitable in production. So the important thing to do is to try your hand at it first. I kept building more and more prototypes, improving and improving even more than before. Sometimes you need to calm down and look at your work from a different angle. Look for clues in past ideas, or even in completely different products at times. Dig out your memories. I wonder if I could make more use of my 5 years of experience in my previous life, if there were any more clues hidden in what I was working on at that time, if I had any better ideas, any better suggestions to improve my product. I just worked hard at making those magic tools. Hey, Zeke, are you okay? Aren't you trying too hard? Anya was flustered and worried about me. She was in a hurry to worry about her rival, despite the fact that she had brought the game on herself. I repeatedly said, "I'm fine," and patted her on the head. That's when I stumbled a little. I had made her worry even more. But I must give it my all. This might be the last time. It might be the last time I could ever compete with her. I knew about it for a long time. I knew that the gap between me and her had widened even further and would never be closed again. I would never be able to live up to her full potential in my entire life. I can no longer satisfy her anymore. Even though I was reincarnated, I remained just an ordinary person. So at least one last time, at least for the last time, full power with all my heart, with everything I have. Let me compete against her. Please. The day of the contest. It was a large venue. Many universities were participating, and the large hall was filled with students. It was a prestigious competition that had been held for many years, and many companies and media reporters were watching the students' grand performance, looking for the talent that would lead to the future of the country. The contest proceeds. The contest proceeds. The contest proceeds. Anya was really excellent. After all, her magic tools were superior in originality, functionality, and design. If it were a test, it would have scored 100 or maybe even 120 points. From the beginning, her greatness could not be measured by a 100-point test results. Her work was the runner-up. It was a great result, coming in second out of more than 1,000 participants. And I am at section. It was snowing. It was snowing heavily. Everything in sight was blanketed in white. My meteorology friend told me that this was the first special snowfall in 50 years. Cold. It's completely white. Everything in my world was covered with snow. It was snowing as much as the day I died in my previous life. You shouldn't go outside on a day like this. There was a certain lady who offered me an umbrella as I sat on a bench. It was Anya. Anya came to find me. Sorry. I said that and took the umbrella, but the umbrella meant nothing to me. The small umbrella could not prevent this particular heavy snowfall from falling, and so the snow just continued to pile up on my body. It's a shame. You didn't make it, even though you worked so hard. Yes, my work wasn't selected. It did not even qualify in the end. The fruits of my labors had disappeared from the stage very early on. It's natural for someone like me. Don't say that. The contest was huge and many universities participated. It was a competition where true geniuses gathered. It was no surprise that my work wasn't accepted. Hey, you'll catch a cold if you stay in this place any longer. Let's just go home, okay? I want to look at the snow a little more. You should head home first, Anya. I'm not leaving until Zeke leaves. She said that and sat down next to me in this heavy snow. The heavy snowfall had swallowed up all the sounds and colors available to our senses. Sorry. I'm no match for you. I said this in a small voice, so that only she could hear me. Even though there was no one else and only snow as far as you could see. This is the last time you will have to compete with me. From now on, you can compete with real geniuses. Zeke, what are you talking about? Look at the wider world. You are a real genius. There is always another genius out there somewhere who can properly compete with you. From now on, you should direct all your efforts towards those geniuses. That's all I have. I guess this is where we part ways. I looked her in the eye. I couldn't be special. I couldn't be as special as you. I tried my best to keep the tears from spilling out of my eyes. What are you talking about, Zeke? It was a snowy day that day too. I looked up at the falling snow. Above, below, to the right and to the left, the snow covered the whole landscape of the entire area. It was a snowy day when I died. The day I died was also a snowy day like this one. When I turned the head of my motionless body and looked out the window at the snowy landscape, I was extremely envious of that snow. The previous 28 years of my life had been a life worthy of the name mediocrity. It wasn't bad, but I didn't excel either. I didn't follow any extraordinary path, and I never ever scored 100 points in school. I longed to be someone special because I was just ordinary. What's wrong? What are you talking about, Zeke? At the end of high school, I couldn't give her a response to her question, so I'll give her one here, right now. I'm a reincarnated person, Anya. I died once and was reborn with those memories of my past life. Can you believe it? Looking away from her stunned face, I begin to speak. For those who have been through life once, those tests in primary school are easy. That's a given, isn't it? And you were still reckless enough to challenge me without knowing anything about it. The only thing I couldn't help was that you didn't know anything. Until the middle school years, I had won everything we had competed in. The 28 years of accumulation in my previous life were put to good use that time. Even with that, you were on par with me from high school onwards, and towards the end you were even further than me. It's only natural for someone like you. Studying in the upper echelon is difficult. It's not so easy to get 100 points just because you've done it once before. If you were to ask a person on the street, if you had to do high school all over again, are you confident that you could get into the most difficult universities present in the countries? The answer would be no. I was only able to compete with you because I had been studying for high school and university entrance exams ever since I was in middle school. But normally I would not ever have the extraordinary academic ability to enter the most difficult universities in this country. I was already at my limit at that time. No, I was way over my limit once I came here. In university, I was no match for you. That's no surprise at all. I don't have the ability to win awards at conferences. The only magical advantage I have is that I can make use of my experiences in my previous life. The ability to construct excellent logic in the arcane disciplines of the university was out of my reach since the very beginning. She was vaguely listening to me. In the midst of the heavy snowfall, she didn't interrupt me. She just listened intently. A prodigy at 10. A genius at 15, a common man past 20. The magic of reincarnation began to falter after nearly 15 years. It was a spell that would lose its advantage the longer it went on, and its effects would slowly fade away. Anya, you were trying so hard to catch up with me, and I was doing my best not to let you catch up with me. My plating called reincarnation has finally collapsed and the ordinary me finally emerged. Time has broken the spell that was casted on me after all this while. I couldn't take it anymore. Tears spilled out from my eyes. I wanted to be something special like the snow. I wanted to compete with you more. I wanted to compete with the special you. Sorry. I'm sorry I can't be someone special. I'm so sorry. A sob escaped my lips. I just repeated, I'm sorry. I couldn't catch up with her. I couldn't reach her back even after 20 years. I'm so sorry. I was still just an ordinary person and nothing had ever changed. Stupid. Stupid. She was crying. She was crying, too. She was crying as she watched me crumble down. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't believe in this reincarnation or anything like that. And I don't understand. What do you mean by all that? A heavy snowfall hits her shoulders. I didn't understand the story at all. I just couldn't be convinced. I think it's really bad. But I just don't understand what you mean by ordinary people. That thing called ordinary people I don't understand at all. It can't be helped, I guess. A genius can't understand an ordinary person anyways. Anya can't understand me at all. But, there are some things that I do know. Anya continues to speak while crying. She throws her words at me with large tears of regret. I knew that Zeke had reached his limit. I know that you can't go any further anymore, that you shouldn't push yourself any further or you'll collapse. I know that much. It's because I've been by your side for so long. I've been watching you for a very long time. Yeah, that's true. Has she noticed then? Has she finally noticed that my plating has long crumbled? It's really over then, isn't it? But Anna hugged me tightly. Don't say goodbye to me. Don't say goodbye to me ever again. It's sad. It's disappointing. It's heartbreaking that I can't compete with Zeke anymore, but please stay by my side forever and ever. I've been with you for 14 years. I've been in love with you for 14 whole years. My heart skipped a beat. I could feel the blood pumping through my body. I finally noticed. It's cold. Yeah, very cold. Yeah, your body is cold too. She was still hugging me. I was held in her cold, white arms. No, you shouldn't be out here like this. Your body is important. Everyone has expectations for you, Anya. I told you, I'm not leaving until Zeke leaves. Just then, her lips made a small touch on my cheek. That shocked me. She kissed me on the cheek, albeit it was just for a brief moment. I told you a long time ago that if I ever lost, I'll give you a kiss on the cheek. This is too much. I remember, it was more than 10 years ago. At a cram school, Anna said she would kiss me on the cheek if she lost, and everyone at the school made fun of her that time, and I'm pretty sure she ran away from shame back then. I turned a little red in the white snow. She giggled. Hey, can we go home together? She smiled. She laughed whilst crying. Don't yearn for all the heavy snow in the world. Let's go back to a warm cozy house. Okay. Section. I was still dumbfounded. I was still dazed. I intended to part ways with her by confessing everything. I was planning to separate with her after saying those words. Yet for some reason, I'm still in the room. And I'm here borrowing her bath too. I feel so refreshed. As she said this, Anya, who was still covered in steam, came into the room. So, how much of what you just said to me is true? You're talking about the reincarnation? Yes. What else could it be? Everything. It's no surprise you don't believe it, but I never said a single lie. No way. With a smile, Anya asked me about my previous life. Still in a dreamy state of unconsciousness and resignation, I spoke as I was prompted by her words. I told her all about my previous life. It was not a very interesting story, I suppose. It was just an ordinary life. I had some hard times. I had some funny times. I had some strange friends. I got a bad score on a test and then was scolded by my parents. That was how I went through life. We talked about such trivial matters. Anya listened happily to such an uneventful conversation. I feel like I'm finally catching up to you. I don't know what to say, but I feel like I'm finally your childhood friend. She laughed as she said that. Is that so? Yes, Anna said. It's because I didn't know. I didn't know about your embarrassing past mistakes or funny stories from your childhood. I'm your childhood friend, but I didn't know a thing. That may be true. Since I was born with a memory of 28 years of experiences, I have no stories of failure that only an immature child can have. I had no embarrassing experiences or bitter memories in this life that anyone would have had as a child. It may be true that there is nothing worthwhile about the familiarity of my childhood this time round. I did something embarrassing when I think back on it, like leaving the cram school in tears all because someone took my cake. You were embarrassed about that? I thought that she didn't think anything of it. But I've never heard of your parents getting mad at you for getting a bad grade on a test. She smiled happily at me. She was looking at me with a grin as if she had just taken the head of a demon. We're equals now. It's like we're childhood friends now. It's like we're finally competing after all this time. Anya. Zeke, don't think you can quit being a childhood friend so easily. HMPH, Anya snorted loudly. Her cheeks were a little red, the corners of her mouth lifted, and she was smiling happily, just like a child. She laughed like a child when she heard me talking about my bad test score. The 28 years that no one knew about me is slowly being uncovered little by little. Hey, Zeke. You'll always support me, right? When she asked me that question, my heart beat hard. It was the same question that I had heard at the bonfire in high school. At that moment, I couldn't respond, but now, I was thinking of something completely different from those words. This time I nodded my head. I nodded firmly at her words. She smiled at me. It was a smile that I couldn't see at the time. Childhood friends are called childhood friends cause they don't easily split even after they separate. I laughed a little too. So, what are you going to do now? What do you mean? You don't have to be alone anymore. You can live your life as you like. Let's do something fun together, okay? She says something casual like that while drinking a cup of warm cocoa. I wonder? It's true that I'm better educated than before, so I do have an advantage wherever I go. Damn it. Advantages or disadvantages? It's not about that. I'm talking about what you like and what you enjoy. She put one hand on her hip, pointed at me firmly with the other, and said forcefully, what? Fun? I close my eyes and think. But I have a feeling it's not going to be something that's easy to find. Let's take our time and figure it out slowly. No. I know what you're doing. I'll tell you. I know what you like, and I know what you're good at. What? What is it? What do you mean? Why is Anya trying to declare my preference for me? Stunned at her, I waited for Anya's words. Teaching is what you're meant to do. Because you're the one who brought me up to this point. She said this with her chest puffed. Teacher. When I heard those words, something clicked in my heart. When I was in middle school, I frequently held study sessions for my friends. It made me happy to be able to rely on them. I was happy that they understood what I was saying. I was happy to be of use to my friends. The study session with Anya made me happy that she was counting on me. That's coming from a young, innocent and familiar girl like me. I'm sure of it. You were my true teacher. She smiled with a proud look on her face that said, I know everything about you. I couldn't help but laugh along with her. Section. It reminded me of the heavy snow day, the day I died. The day I felt strong envy for the term special. What did my special reincarnation change in me? A lot of things have happened throughout my reincarnated life. But what kind of changes have occurred in my own ordinary nature? I don't have any answers to say, and I even feel like nothing will ever change and I will remain as an ordinary my whole life. It's just Sensei. Sayonara. Sensei. Sayonara. Oh, watch out for the snow on your way home today. As always, I spend my days watching over my students as they grow. It's a mundane but very rewarding job. Everyone's gone home, but I'm working so late here. I still have some paperwork to do. I also have to continue grading the tests. Oh, right. There were some kids who were competing with each other for test scores a while ago. I wonder what the results are this time. I couldn't help but smile as I became the one to grade their scores. Oh, honey. Welcome back. Papa. Welcome back. When I opened the door to my house, my wife came out and my daughter happily jumped on my leg. I held my daughter in my arms and she cackled happily. My wife is a very special person to me. She is very passionate about research, aspires to be a professor at a university, and has completed many papers. She's doing very well and has attended many conferences abroad. She's an up-and-coming young researcher. However, she is not special to me in that sense. She is special in a completely different way. She's special in a way that means I love you. Did you cook dinner for me today? Yeah, I won't be going away for a while. So I think I'll be home early often. I'm going to be with Mom and Dad for a while. Oh yeah, I heard from Sophie today. She asked me to invite Costas and Paris to hang out with us sometime soon. That sounds good. I'll be there when my schedule permits it. I wonder if Tiffy-chan is coming too? If Sophie and Costas are coming, they'd be coming too, won't they? Yay, my daughter was happy. I couldn't help but smile when I saw her like that. In order to make her even happier, I took out something from my bag. I got you some candy. Yay, Dad. Thank you. Hey, what kind of sweet is it today? Don't be more interested in the candy than our daughter? Although I am just an ordinary person, I watch my students slowly grow up and live with my special wife and special daughter. Such an ordinary, comfortable life we lead. We will live together from now on. I'm living a very warm life now. Chapter 5, as difficult and calm as a heavy snowfall. It was an ordinary morning in early December. It was nothing out of the ordinary. The cold winter has quietly begun to permeate the world, and the snow outside is finally beginning to flicker. The dusting of the snow is slowly wetting the ground, melting and disappearing in an instant. Today's snow was lovely and never piled up on the ground. The weather is getting colder and colder as the days go by, but it's very comfortable and warm inside the house, which is heated by various magic tools. I felt an indescribable sense of peace as I warmed myself by the fire of the stove and looked out the window at the cold snow outside. It was as peaceful as listening to the rain inside of a quiet house. I was sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading the newspaper, when I felt a hint of snow falling. The coffee on the table warmed my body up from the inside. I had just finished reading the newspaper and was about to refill my coffee when the door to the living room slammed open. Oh, Yuki. Good morning. Good morning. Yuki, my daughter, woke up and came out into the living room. She was still sleepy and rubbing her lazy eyes. Her morning greeting faded into a haze. It was as if she hadn't put any effort into it. My daughter Yuki is 11 years old this year. She has the same pale blue hair as my wife, which she likes to grow and make it long. She likes cute things, and wears pajamas with mascot characters from various girls' anime on them. Oh, Yuki, are you awake? Good morning. Morning, Mum. Breakfast is almost ready, just wait for a bit. I wondered if it was the smell of breakfast that made her get up from bed. Her head still wasn't spinning properly, but she was seated at the living room table. Her stomach made a rumbling sound, but she didn't pay any attention to it. Right, Yuki. What? Dad? When I called out to her, Yuki's face turned towards me and her small, half-open eyes looked at me. She said, I'm going to go out shopping with Mommy. Are you free today? You wanna come out with us?" When I asked her that, Yuki's half-lidded eyes fluttered open. Her sleepy eyes were completely awake, and her big eyes looked at me with intensity. Then she opened her mouth wide and let out a loud sound. "No, no." With a simple and concise denial, she jumped out of her chair and hurried back to her room. I watched in stunning amazement as she trotted off with her long hair swinging behind her. Ha 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 ha. Anya was busy laughing at me in the kitchen. She was holding her stomach. She was watching me get dumped by our daughter and was laughing hysterically. Ha 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 ha. I'm damaged. It hurts so much. A deep wound is carved onto my chest. My body shook upon impact. Seeing that, my wife giggled happily. My daughter Yuki is 11 years old. She's a little bit mature for her current age. She was currently in the midst of a raging rebellion against me. "Yuki, why don't you and your dad play your usual board game today?" "No." After shopping, I went and approached Yuki, who was currently in the living room. I thought that if she was bored, she would come and play with me happily, but instead her reply was a very cheerful denial. She then turned away, shaking her long hair beautifully. It was a quick decision, a rejection that came a bit too quickly. My heart was aching. What? Yuki? Does Yuki not like the game? "Dad, please don't treat me like a child." She crossed her arms, fluffing her petite body. She huffed and sniffed at me. "I won't play such childish games anymore." "No, Yuki. You're still a child." "I'm not a child." Yuki was angry at my remark. Her cheeks puffed out and she said, "I'm busy. I don't have any time to play with my father." "Eh? But you were sitting on the couch looking really bored." I just got an appointment." To be treated with such disdain. I know it's not a good idea to care too much about a child this age, but as a father, it makes me very sad to see my daughter being so dismissive towards me. I have experienced firsthand the sadness of every single father all over the country. Why don't you stop saying that and come play with us?" "No." "How are your studies going lately?" "If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you, okay?" "Nope." "Are you not going to your dad?" "Yes." Boo-hoo. There was nothing to help her with. I was in a pickle. Then, with a sniffle, Yuki began to hurriedly prepare for her outing. She started to put on some simple makeup, which she had hardly ever done before. It was probably because she was trying to look a little older to me. She nodded her head in satisfaction in front of the mirror, and dressed up in the beautiful clothes that she had recently bought. "Are you going somewhere?" "Yuki, it's window shopping." Ooh. It was probably something that she had just heard somewhere, but she still said it proudly, as if to say, "I already know about this stuff." "Are you going to buy some candy? I can give you some money for snacks." "Okay." "Don't treat me like a child," she scolded me in retort to my words. "Be careful with the cars, okay? And don't follow anyone you don't know." "Don't treat me like a child." I got scolded yet again. Yuki trotted to the door and put on her shoes. She ran out into the cold. I said goodbye to her, and she replied in a curt voice, "I'm off." She's a child who greets people very well, so I guess she's quite easy to deal with even in her rebellious years. However, when I was left alone in the silent entrance hall after the door had been violently closed, a feeling of loneliness ran through my heart. "Huh? Yuki? Has she left already?" "Anya, no, that was such an amazing rebellion phase of hers." Anya, who had failed to see her daughter off as she stormed off, came up laughing at me. "No, I laughed at you this morning, but I didn't expect that she wouldn't even go shopping with you anymore." The stunned look on your face when Yuki said no was really funny. "That's terrible of you to say." Anya laughed with her stomach, as if it was very fun and interesting to remember. I was pretty hurt and nodding off quietly. The women in my house are not nice to me at all. Well, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. It's a father's job to get hated by his daughter during her rebellious phase. Ha! I guess I need to learn to understand. I could only sigh at those words. "I kinda understand." Anna said. "You understand? Her feelings. Don't treat me like a child. Isn't that what she's been telling me so much lately?" "Ah, so she wants to grow older then?" "No. Aren't you a bit too protective?" Anya stared into the distance as she followed Yuki's invisible form through the door. "She's smart, isn't she? She doesn't have anyone to compete with, I'm sure." "I see. I'm bored out of my mind. Oh, do you want me to make you some coffee? Thank you. I'll take it. We return to the living room with hot coffee in our hands. It may sound like I'm being silly by saying this, but Yuki is a smart kid. She probably inherited a lot of Anya's blood, but she scored a perfect 100 on most of her tests at the elementary school. Not only that though, she also topped the most difficult tests given to her at the cram school. She was a promising girl, full of talent. When she was in the lower grades of elementary school, she was always happy to show us whenever she got a good score on a test. We would praise her for her hard work and pat her on the head, and then she'd look really happy. But someday, she just stopped being happy whenever she got 100 points and stopped showing it off to us. In her mind, getting 100 points had become a matter of course. Lately, I've been seeing this behavior in the tests at a cram school where many smart kids gather together. It seems that being number one with 100 points has become an everyday thing for someone like her. I thought I knew the signs before, but well, that's what triggered her rebellion. I think I would have rebelled if I didn't have any rivals too. Getting a good score without anyone to compete isn't really rewarding for me. I don't think the adult world would change her boredom though. Anya let out a small sigh. Maybe she was comparing her past self with her current daughter. The person who understands Yuki the most is definitely Anya. She is the one who understands Yuki the most, because she has experienced the pain of being a genius in the past. That's a problem I can't understand. Really? If you were reincarnated or something, your childhood would be boring as hell, don't you think? When I was a boy, I too was called a child prodigy. However, it was not because I was full of talent. It was because I had been reincarnated. I was just making use of my past experiences. And I am not a genius. I've only told this fact to my wife, Anya. Yuki's boredom and my boredom are very different in nature. Besides, I died after a busy working day in society, so boredom was paradise for someone like me. You were a company slave in your previous life. I was a company slave in my previous life. She looked away. No. Being a school teacher is still difficult too, you know. I once suspected that Yuki might be a reincarnated person too. Yuki is very smart, and since I was one, that possibility came to mind. So I went ahead and asked her questions like, do you think you have a past life? What do you think your previous life was like? As a result, it seems she wasn't a reincarnated person after all. I think my previous life was in a candy house. She said something incomprehensible like that. I'm not sure what to make of her answer if I'm honest. Geniuses are an immeasurable thing to understand. And as an ordinary person, I couldn't ever understand her answer. You're going to get eaten, you know. Yuki is considered to be just a smart kid because her mental age is very young for a smart kid. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think I'll ever be able to understand Yuki's boredom. Anya, since you're both really smart, maybe you can understand how she feels? Somewhat. I was very motivated at the time. Thank you for that time. She truly is a genius to be able to compete with a reincarnated person like me. What can I do for Yuki? I wish there was someone who could compete with her. If it were that easy, she wouldn't be called a child prodigy, you know. The cram school she's going to is the most difficult one in the area. It's a difficult problem. I don't understand the loneliness of a genius. I couldn't ever possibly understand it. Geniuses are lonely because there are so few people who can truly understand them. Still, Anya sipped her warm coffee like it was no big deal. Well, as long as she stays healthy, that's all I need. I don't care if she's bored or anything. As long as she's alive and well, that's enough for me. If you want to ask for more than that, you'll get punished. You'll have to put up with a lot of rebellion and indifference from now on. Yeah, Yuki has a history of serious illnesses inflicted upon her. The surgery was a success, and her condition has been stable ever since. She still has to go to the hospital for checkups just in case, but other than that, she is mostly healthy and doesn't get sick very often anymore. But the scary thing about this disease is that until a few decades ago, there was no cure for it at all, and the mortality rate was very high. Although it's not something to be feared about these days, thinking that Yuki was suffering from such a disease scared me. I'm really glad we live in this current era. I'm so glad that I was born in this era. I couldn't help but think that from the bottom of my heart. Yes, you're right. It's enough that she's healthy. I'll just have to put up with Yuki not giving me any attention from now onwards. Keep doing that. Trying to do anything during her rebellious phase will just be counterproductive to yourself. Just watch over her quietly. Anya has grown up, hasn't she? Aren't you older than me? Anu is so calm about her daughter's rebellion, while I, on the other hand, am extremely flustered. It's because I've never had Yuki rebel against me like that. Huh? You're the only one who's getting smoked, Dad. Goo 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 goo. G. I'm in pain. My heart is in pain. I know that it's a father's job to make his daughter hate him. But this is so painful. Is this it? In the future, will I be the only one left out of the group? Will Anya and Yuki be going out together and leave me all alone at home? This is so sad. Maybe it won't be long before she asks to do her laundry separately from her father's. Stop. I can easily imagine that happening sometime soon. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. You stink, Dad. Gggghhhh. That's so harsh. When I wasn't a parent yet, I used to wonder why the fathers of the world were so sad about having their laundry done separately. Now that I know what it's like to be a parent, this is tough. Being mistreated by my loving daughter. This is so painful. I told him too, you know. I told my dad to do the laundry separately as well. Poor father-in-law. I feel sorry for you. It is said that the heart of a parent does not know the heart of a child. But being a parent myself, I understand the feeling of pain and suffering. Maybe I should invite my father-in-law out for a drink next time. I want to share this pain with him as well. Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? Hallie. Where did Nate-chan go? My son, Hallie, came into the living room all of a sudden. Hallie is 7 years old, 4 years younger than his sister Yuki. Although he's a boy, he is still small and very cute, and we had just gone shopping together recently. I thought he was busy sleeping in his room because he was so tired, but he wasn't. The energy of a 7-year-old is a force to be reckoned with. Nate-chan went out. Outing. Hallie, would you like to play a board game with your mum and dad? Hallie replied with a twinkle in his eye. Sure. Oh, right. Hell is so cute. Okay, let's go and play with your dad. I hugged my son as he approached me. You'll have to forgive me if I get excited at this. I'm not being bullied by this child. After all, as a reincarnated person, I may have had less interaction with my parents than most people. No. Of course there were many times when I was a real child, but those memories are further back in my life than most other people, and they've slowly become a residue of memories that I can barely even remember today. I'm sure that I was a terrible child in this life. Maybe I should invite my mom and dad over for a drink sometime, and we can talk about the past and have some dinner together. I'm going to do my filial duty, which I'm pretty late for. Hallie is so cute. I wonder when Hallie will start to rebel. Don't say such depressing things, Anya. Such was my ordinary life these days. Chapter 6, Genius Teenage Girl. I woke up in the middle of the night with the snow falling heavily outside the room. A dark room with no lights on. An unfamiliar ceiling. It was different from my room. The smell of medicine, which is foreign to where I usually stayed in. It was dark, but I could tell it was a white room. Yuki, was asleep in a private hospital room. As I laid awake on the bed, my consciousness gradually became clearer and clearer. Today was the day of my hospitalization. Due to the surgery I had done a long time ago, I still had to have my body checked in full detail from time to time. Staying in a hospital room for those tests was an exciting experience for me. It's like staying in a hotel on a trip. It's a special day, like going out camping. Nowadays, I've gotten used to it and it's not as exciting as it used to be back then, because I knew that the day I stayed in the hospital was different from my usual boring routine every day. At first, I thought that hospitals were scary places. I thought that I would die if I stayed here for a long time, but my disease was no big deal. The adults around me told me it used to be a very scary disease, but it was nothing serious at all anymore. The next thing I knew, the surgery was over and I was cured. I had been afraid of illnesses and also very afraid of hospitals, but now I have been completely cured. Since then, I have no fear of any hospitals or illnesses any longer. For those who have been in the hospital for a long time with a serious illness, a hospital room may be a place of painful memories. But for me, the hospital was not such a scary place at all. Hospitalization was more of a camp than anything else. I woke up at an odd hour, and I don't think I can head back to bed easily anymore. I slowly walked out of the room and strolled through the dark corridors of the hospital. If I met a security guard, I could pretend to be sleepy and say that I had come out to pee. The hospital in the day and the hospital in the night were in completely separate dimensions. The white walls were painted black by the darkness of the night, but I don't feel any fear from it. Unlike the abandoned hospitals that we see in pictures, this one was very clean and neat. Perhaps it was because of this that I didn't get the fear of being haunted late at night. Or is it the white snow that's falling outside that soothes the fear within me? The snow from my window glistens white in the darkness of the night. There were many white lights running around in the dark world outside. The world outside, cut by the window, was creating a fantastic array of colors outside. I walked down the stairs, looking at the bright snow outside. The lobby on the first floor had an even better view. It was made entirely of glass. The white walls of the hospital, blackened by the darkness of the night, was like a picture frame to show the snowy scenery outside in all its glory. In the large lobby with minimal lighting, the white light of the snow shone through the walls. The strong light from the outside lights illuminated the snow brightly. Only the snow shone white in the darkness of the night that had turned everything black. My father once murmured to me. He said that heavy snow used to be his longing. You may not understand. The snowy world was so beautiful as the dark world was dyed in my own color. It was so beautiful that I couldn't help but sigh. And in the lobby was a boy. There was a boy sitting on a sofa in the lobby, staring at the scenery outside. There was a cup of coffee with some white steam floating above on the table in front of him, and he was holding a difficult-looking book in his hand. I could tell that he was a patient here because he was wearing the hospital gown that is distributed at this hospital. His blonde hair was pretty long for a boy, and it was tied back with a small bow. From his height, I guessed he was about the same age as me, but I don't know why. His atmosphere seemed so much more mature. Perhaps it was due to the coffee in front of him and the difficult-looking book in his hands. "What are you doing?" I called out to him. He looked a little surprised to be called out suddenly. Then he slowly turned his head towards me. "Who are you?" he asked me in a quiet and flat voice with no hint of inflection. "My name is Yuki Friedberg. Are you also hospitalized here?" "Not really." After a pause of several beats, I heard no response come back from him. When I sat down across the table from him, he clearly had a confused look on his face. I can understand being confused when a stranger suddenly sits next to you, but you don't have to be so blatantly surprised and annoyed at it. How rude. "What are you doing here?" I tried to talk to him more. Yeah? Yeah, he only replies back using cold words. I was at an age where I had to fight and challenge him. So, I tried to talk to him more and more. "My name is Yuki." "What's yours?" "Yeah." "How old are you?" "Yeah." "What school do you go to? Where do you live?" Oi. I finally got no reply. What happened? What does this mean? My rivalry radar flares up. What was frustrating was that he kept a straight face the entire time. He was giving off a slightly mature vibe, which slightly frustrated me. "What are you reading?" "What's that book about?" "Yeah." I moved close to him to take a peek at the book. He was startled while his face scrunched up and he backed away quickly. And there I saw something extraordinary. A foreign language? The book was crammed with letters that were not from this country. I looked at him, rolling my eyes back. I was close enough to look into the book, so naturally I was also close to his face. He was startled and backed away even further. He also rolled his eyes in response. But it didn't matter. My body was like it was hit with an electric shock. "Why, you can read this? You're reading this?" "In the West. Find a 400-year-old caricature." "Curios." "I didn't ask you if you can read that." Whilst my mouth was agape in shock, he pushed my shoulders and separated himself from me. Oh my God, he must be almost the same age as me. But he's already reading a book in a foreign language. Even in cram schools, where students study ahead of their schoolwork, they don't read such difficult and long books. What a surprise. I have never had a friend like this before. Even I, who am always told that I am smart, still can't read a book in a foreign language. I don't want to admit it, but is this person in front of me more mature than I am? If it were my father, I could win by just denying it and saying no. Or I hate it. I kept glaring at him silently and he turned away. There is one more thing that concerns me. I look at what is on the table. There was a steaming cup of coffee on the table. Yes, a cup of coffee. But the coffee, to my surprise, had zero milk in it. Another shock. I brought my face closer to his again, which bewildered him. Coffee without milk is a drink for adults. It was still too dangerous for us to even touch. How many of my friends that tried black coffee ended up with a bitter sense of defeat? Don't tell me that the coffee in front of me doesn't even have any sugar in it. I can't let this happen. If I don't do this, I will suffer a crushing defeat at his hands. It would be a loss for me, a genius, if I lost to this silent boy. I am an adult now. I got off the couch and headed towards the pantry. Since I've been in this hospital for a relatively long time after I had my first surgery, I think I roughly know where everything is placed at. I boiled some water and made myself a cup of coffee. Gulp. Bar-dump. Bar-dump. This is nerve-wracking. I didn't put anything in this coffee. He didn't add any sugar, let alone milk. Such defiance. What a revolt. With such thoughts that I was going against God, I held my pitch-black coffee in my hands. I returned to the lobby with the black coffee in my hands. The boy had a blank expression on his face. He seemed confused about what I was trying to do. I can easily drink this adult beverage too. After all, I'm an adult too. You're not the only one who's special. To challenge the boy's dumbfounded expression, I gulped down a cup of black coffee. I closed my eyes and tipped the cup up to my mouth, trying to act brave. The coffee was still bitter. Such things weren't meant for human consumption at all. My mouth was filled with a terrible taste. Even though I only swallowed a mouthful with all my might, my mouth had a harsh and bitter aftertaste present inside. The bitterness persists, damaging my taste buds harshly. But alas, I could see that my cup was still filled with the black coffee inside. I only swallowed a sip in desperation. The black liquid that I held in both hands seemed like a devil's drink. Was that it? Was a devil crawling onto me because of what I had just done? Revolting to God? I'm about to cry. Shall I drink it in your stead? Perhaps unable to bear the sight of this tragedy, the boy in front of me approached me. It was the first time he spoke to me. I must have looked extremely distressed for him to do so. My eyebrows were probably furrowed and my mouth must have been wrinkled. It's fine. However, I rejected his offer. If I accepted his offer, it would have been the same as admitting defeat. As an adult, this was something I could never accept. I took another sip of the devil's drink again. It came with the exact same consequences. My mouth was attacked relentlessly by such harsh bitterness. He had a look of bewilderment on his face. It seems like he didn't know what to do and his mouth was twitching whilst looking at me. The black coffee in this dark world was confusing the both of us. Do you really not want me to drink it for you? No. It was such an appealing offer that I was momentarily lost in thought, but I rejected it with an iron heart. Grown-ups don't get held up by people's sweet talk. I can't back out now. Somewhere within, I must prove that I am better than him. As an adult, I cannot be defeated by a child so easily. I have to find some sort of advantage over him. Except coffee. Everything except coffee. The snow outside is cheering me on for me to do my best. What's your score on all your school tests? I scored 100. I scored 100? We can't decide who is more superior over this. I scored the best in the most difficult grammar school around here. I haven't gone to one. Oh, I'm not strong enough to go to grammar school. Right. This was a hospital. There was something austere about this thin boy that was plagued by an illness. It may be rude to think about this when he is suffering from his illness, but there's something about him that's kind of cool, so mature. It tickles my heart. What is this feeling? The power of darkness sounds so cool. Well, how old are you? I'm 11. Same. Which month were you born in? He was overwhelmed by my momentum and flinched momentarily. I was born in November. When I heard those words, a sense of euphoria overcame my heart. I had won. I'm in September. I won. I won. I won. Then I am the older sister. I crossed my arms with my chest puffed and I felt proud. I had won. I was the older sister here. I was slightly older than him. I felt like jumping up and down. I actually jumped. I got off the couch and bounced around on the floor. I see. Yes, it is. I'm the older sister. Then it can't be helped. As someone older, I will have the decency to forgive someone younger than me like you for being a little cocky. I am an adult, and I have a forgiving heart. When I realized that I was older than him, my heart felt much lighter. No matter how many years pass, the relationship between an older and younger person will never change. In other words, whether I can drink coffee or not, I will always be more mature than him. But why? Why is he looking at me with such dismay, even though I've established such concrete facts between us? You can call me Oni-san. No, that's unpleasant. Unpleasant? Why? When I tilted my head and asked him that, he turned his head away as if he was offended. Yeah. Then he fell silent. He speaks such few words. But I get the impression that it wasn't because he didn't like to talk. He's just a man of few words and does not try to say much. He tries to keep his mouth shut because he's not that good at speaking. That's what I got after trying to understand his thoughts as his elder sister. Suddenly he looked at the snow outside. There was a short pause in his speech, and as if he was trying to fill that void, he turned his face to the snow outside. I was caught up in the moment and looked at the snow outside alongside him. It was snowing. Snowflakes were dancing all over the large window screen. The snowflakes were glowing white and pale in the light of the outside lamps. It was dark inside the hospital. However, the outside was filled with the white light of snow. The snowy landscape was so beautiful. I hate the snow, he muttered. Why? I asked. He stared at the scene outside as if he was trying to organize his thoughts, and then slowly opened his mouth, a little choked up, as if he were carefully putting his thoughts into words. Snow selfishly melts and disappears. It's the kind of thing which easily disappears and doesn't bring me along with them. It's cold. That was all he said, and he shut his mouth immediately after. I did not understand what he was saying though, so I couldn't help but tilt my head. He turned his gaze outwards and directed his words to me. Do you like the snow? Yes, I like it, I answered immediately without having to think much at all. Why is that? His eyes shoot through me. The darkness of the night drifts between us. To answer his question, I move closer to the glass wall. Snowflakes dance across my field of vision. Because snow is woo, and then, ga, and then, whoosh, it piles up so fast. It's amazing. Then I laughed after my reply. When I turned to him, he rolled his eyes. I don't know what surprised him about my words, but I couldn't help but smile when I saw his stunned face. He looked so proud, with his mouth relaxed, his chest heaving, and his hands on his hips. You're awesome. The words spilled out of his mouth as if they had inadvertently leaked out. My name is Yuki. What's yours? I asked the same question I had asked him earlier. Why? I don't know, but I feel like I could get an answer now. Rain. The words escape his mouth. He spoke his name as if he were holding an outstretched hand. Nice to meet you, Rain. He turned away from me, as if he was embarrassed. Still, a bright smile broke out on my face. This was my first encounter with Rain. We met at the hospital on a snowy night. Section. It was a warm sunny day. The temperature was a bit high for winter, and the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the ground with a bright light. The white flowers of the sasanqua trees were blooming gracefully in spite of the winter weather. Hello, Rain. Remember me? A few days after meeting him at the hospital at night, I visited Rain in his room, where he was still being hospitalized. His eyes rolled back in his head and there was a slight flicker of surprise present within them. Yeah, Rain replied bluntly and looked away from me, a little embarrassed at seeing me. That alone made me feel good about myself. I folded my arms and puffed out my chest. I'm your big sister. I have a responsibility to take care of my henchman. It's called an adult's responsibility. When did I become your henchman? A stunned voice escaped Rain's mouth, but I didn't care much about that. I had long since left the hospital. Naturally, I was just in the hospital for a checkup. I stayed at the hospital for only a day previously. Before I left the hospital, I asked the nurse about Rain's condition. That child. He's been in the hospital for a little longer than I'd like. Is he seriously ill? Well, it's a painful disease in the sense that he was born with a weak body. It's not a disease that would kill him. But it's also not like he can leave the hospital either. The nurse was a little lost for words for some reason. She seemed unable to definitively say that it was a light and insignificant disease, yet she was also unable to say that it was a miserable and painful disease. I'd say that the biggest issue is that Rain-kun himself lacks the desire to cure disease. He shows something like a feeling of resignation to the disease. Nay, Yuki-chan, if you'd like, would you go visit him? If he makes more friends and has some fun, maybe he will have more of a will to live. The nurse had a calm and slightly sad smile on her face. Since she works in a hospital, she must have seen a lot of people in pain and distress in her life. I nodded my head. I'll take care of him. I will always take care of my henchman. Oh, good job, Yuki-chan. Fufu. She patted me on the head and it felt pretty good. But please don't treat me like a child. The nurse laughed in response. And today I was visiting Rain in his hospital room. My job was to cheer up my henchman, and to motivate him to cure his illness successfully. You are still reading quite some difficult books, it seems. Yeah. Rain was still reading a book in a foreign language. I could see some black coffee kept beside him, and I saw the exact same scene that I saw in the lobby get recreated in the hospital room. It was as if time had stopped still. But I won't fall behind you now, because I too have started reading books in a foreign language. Rain, who had been facing the book all this while, turned his head toward me and blinked. I pulled out a few books from my bag that I had read the past few days and showed it to him. They were old foreign books that he had been reading too. Impossible. They were all books written in foreign languages. After that night, I was so frustrated about him reading such difficult books, that I bought books in a foreign language and tried to read them. There were a lot of words, grammar and idiomatic expressions that I hadn't learned at cram school, but I spent a few days immersing myself in a foreign language book while researching them. Of course, I couldn't read all of it, but I could grasp the general meaning of the nuances with context. So I was able to go through the book surprisingly well. Fufu. Rain's mouth was gaping open, and he was unable to continue speaking. As expected, he could not hide his surprise at being caught up in the same ring as me. His reaction made me proud. He sounded a bit upset in his next words though. Did you go to English classes or something? I just go to a normal cram school. Then how did you read them? I did my best. Rain was crestfallen. Fufu, what do you think? Do you see it? Your big sister isn't so easily defeated by her henchmen. His stunned expression made me feel proud, but my heart burned slightly. Amazing. He mumbled silently. I didn't fail to catch it though. Aren't I amazing? Yeah, from the bottom of my heart. But you can read books in foreign languages too, can't you? It's not that impressive from my side. Even though I said that, I puffed my chest out proudly. You don't have to worry about me. He was a little upset and started drinking his black coffee again. I have been practicing black coffee for the past few days too, but this part has not been as successful as learning another language. This stuff is clearly not fit for human consumption. It was bitter. Too bitter. That is all. Really? Rain looked me in the eye and spoke in a small voice. I see, so you're a genius. What a surprise. My henchman seems to be very good at flattering me. My heart leapt with joy, but my already heavy heart felt even heavier at his words. That's right. That's right. I'm a genius. You can praise me more. With my nose up in the air, I waited for my henchman's next words of praise. HMPH, what do you think? You've seen my skill. I can read grown-up books just like yours. But he shut his mouth without saying another word. What's wrong? I tilted my head at the sight of him. We met eye to eye for a quick moment. The sun was about to get hidden by the clouds, casting various shadows in the room. So you're a genius, he mutters as if he was repeating himself. His voice was heavy and somber in what should have been words of praise. His eyes were sad and cloudy. That sounds painful. I wonder why. He's looking at me with such pity. The atmosphere when he praised me was heavy. His face was downcast, and his appearance was filled with pain. As he affirmed that I was a genius, he didn't look happy about it at all. He felt sorry for me. Rain? He looked out the window. I was caught up within him and looked out the window as well. The leaves have fallen off the trees in the hospital's yard and the tree trunks were clearly visible. In this cold season, the leaves seemed to have fulfilled their role and fell in the season when they should have fallen down. Unlike our first meeting, it wasn't snowing. The sun was shining brightly on this city. Your disease, is it painful? May. It was the same old reply, but his words made me feel depressed. He must have been trying to act strong. I heard his stay would not be very short, but that short reply of his was painful. It seems my fantasies and his feelings were a little different. Seeing my shoulders droop and my heart sink, he smiled at me calmly. I'm not lying. Eh? The disease really isn't that painful. It's not a big deal. I stare into his eyes. I don't know much about him, but his eyes don't have the color of a man who is forcing himself to act strong. The disease isn't painful. I couldn't sense that he was lying in this scenario. Then why do you look like you've given up on something then? Please cheer up. Eh? If you cheer up, curing the illness will be just around the corner. So let's go play together. It was my job as his big sister to cheer him up. When I told him that, he chuckled. May. Eh? It's fine even if I don't get better. Rain was laughing and mouthing words of resignation. Quietly closing his eyes, he made light of my positive and excellent suggestion. Mute. My cheeks puffed up at being treated so poorly. I was a little frustrated by this cocky attitude of my henchman. I tried to cheer him up because I was his big sister, but he just wouldn't take my hand. He would definitely get better if he cheered up. It would definitely be way more fun too. Boo. I tried so hard to cheer you up. I was planning to play with you with all my energy. But what's with that mindset of yours? Why did you have to reject my proposal? I look at him with frustration in my eyes. I puffed up my cheeks showing my frustration at him. Ha ha. He scratched his head and laughed at my actions. Look, here's a candy cane to put you in a better mood. Really? Are you sure? Yay. My mood is back to normal. I loved sweets. Further used to buy a lot of them for me. But if I was idle, my mother would eat all of it. We both loved sweets so much that there was a fierce competition between us whenever there were any sweets present. My henchman has given me a tribute. Good job. Good job. I have to praise him. I am happy to have such an excellent henchman serving under me. Is there a strawberry-flavored one? Ha ha. Rain smiled and took a light red candy cane out of the bag. I took it and rolled it around in my mouth. Yes, I have a really great henchman. Forgetting my original purpose, I was enjoying the taste of the candy. Rain was giving me a big smile but I didn't notice that. Section. Yuki. What's wrong? You started reading a book in a foreign language? Can you even read it in the first place? I can read it fine, Mum. Can you really read it? I was reading a book in a foreign language in a warm, heated house when my mother approached me. I handed her the book and she flipped through it. Wow. It's an antique that's not aimed at children. Eh? Really? Dad also comes by and peeks into the book. They both express their surprise at that. Fufu. What do you think? I'm an adult. I'm a genius. I puffed my chest out in pride. Anya. Did you read books in foreign languages like this as a child? Nope. I never even tried doing so. Have you? Don't ask me that. I can't help. Right. At any rate, I know Mom and Dad are really surprised. I don't understand why she didn't consult Dad about that though. You're doing great, Yuki. You can read such a difficult book already? You're amazing. Fufu. My father pats my head. It feels good. Yes, I worked hard. I pulled out a lot of unfamiliar dictionaries and immersed myself in a foreign language book. I've been trying to catch up with Rain on this. My father's hand patting my head seemed to be sincerely affirming my efforts, which made me very happy. But don't treat me like a child, okay? Yeah, that's that and this is this. Dad is still patting my head and treating me like a child, but I'm an adult now. Why did you start reading books in foreign language? Yuki, my friend was reading one. As an adult, I couldn't lose. When I said that, Mom and Dad looked at me with a puzzled look on their faces. Do kids these days read books in difficult foreign languages? No, The students at my school don't do that. I don't see any of them reading books in a foreign language that are over 100 years old. What kind of child is that? His name is Rain. He's a boy at the hospital. He's my henchman. Eh? Mom and Dad's eyes rolled back in their sockets. Eh? A boy? You play with boys, Yuki? Yes, I do. I've been visiting him a lot lately. He's a great guy. He's my little brother. For some reason, Mom's cheeks turned red and with sparkling eyes turned towards me like I was a friend over for girls talk. Why does she wear that kind of expression when I talk about Rain, I wonder? Dad on the other hand starts fidgeting. His face was turning blue and he's becoming a little restless. Wait a minute, Yuki. A boy. So casually, I won't allow this. As your dad. Yes, Zeke. Be quiet. So, Yuki, what kind of boy is he? For some reason, Mom forcibly pushed Dad away with her hand to block out his flustered and unintelligible words. She looked curious and urged me to tell my story. We are rivals and he is my henchman. He is not a bad friend. And although he is not very talkative or sociable, he is a very smart henchman who gives me sweets. I answered confidently. Hey? Mom's face turned red, while Father was grunting while gritting his teeth. I wonder what's wrong. After meeting him several times, I knew that Rain was smart after all. We competed against each by bringing a problem set. And I forced him to solve them because he's too lazy. No matter how difficult the problems I brought were, he'd always get a 100 without a doubt. Though I also managed to keep up my appearance as a big sister by also keeping up and getting 100 points. And when I didn't get a 100, I would think of a good excuse to keep up appearances. And he knew a lot of things too. He was very knowledgeable. He didn't talk much and seemed to try not to talk himself, but I could tell from his every word that he had a wealth of knowledge hidden inside of him. I would pretend to be a know-it-all and somehow maintain my dignity as an adult, and when I got home, I would stock up on a great deal of knowledge in that area and talk about it with Rain the next time I saw him. He doesn't talk much, so I'm the one who has to do all the talking. Am I perhaps a bother to him? No, that shouldn't be the case. I'm sure Rain doesn't seem uncomfortable when I talk with him. Rain doesn't get angry with me either. No, I have no idea what's going on in Rain's mind. He doesn't talk much, so I hardly know what's in his mind. I'm not smart enough to understand people's mind. Maybe I am being a pain in the ass to him. My mother looked very happy, and my father listened to me very anxiously for some reason. This Rain boy seems really smart. Is he smarter than Yuki? I'm smarter. Yes. I got a throwaway reply. Even though it's true. Zeke, don't you dare show me anything unseemly like your father's jealousy. This is getting good, a male friend. This is getting fun. I can't believe Yuki has a close male friend. No, Anya. That's not what I'm worried about. I guess I'm worried about that too though. Zeke, Dad responded back with a cryptic response. He looked away and scratched his head a little as if he was thinking about something in his head. Both Mum and I tilted our heads at him. What's wrong, Zeke? No, I'm a little worried about this Rain kid. Worried? Dad slowly opened his mouth. Maybe that kid is gifted. Dad says this with his hand on his chin. It was a word I had never heard before. Gifted? I know. That kid. Isn't he smart but has trouble communicating with other people? Yes, I know. Gifted. It's awesome. Cool. I pretended to know what they were talking about. Well, I just said it. Being gifted means you are born with outstanding intellectual abilities. Hey, in short, a genius? Isn't that a child with very high IQ? Anya. Strictly speaking, gifted people are not supposed to be diagnosed by IQ tests alone, but, well, you can recognize a very smart child as one. A child who is very intelligent, or excels in a certain ability. As a teacher, the big problem for me is that gifted children don't develop their abilities through regular schooling, he said. Age-appropriate learning doesn't match their abilities, or general learning content doesn't work well with their abilities. Doesn't that mean he's very smart? So why does Father look so worried about that? Then I guess that means Rain is a great kid. Yeah, that's an acceptable conclusion too. Of course. He put his hand on his chin again, hesitated for a moment, folded his knees, making eye contact with me, and spoke. Gifted children often have difficult problems. I guess it's called the trouble of being a genius, because they have a strong sense of being different from others. They may suffer from various problems, such as not fitting in or not being able to understand others. There are instances where a person is significantly inferior to some, whilst some have significantly more outstanding abilities. I'm curious about that. Yuki mentioned the part about him being quiet and unsociable. Maybe the boy has contracted some mental or social problems. My father looked at me with serious eyes as he spoke. Even with that, Dad didn't give off a demeaning vibe about Rain. He didn't say that I shouldn't play with him because he might have a problem. He was genuinely concerned about Rain. I could see it in his eyes. I understand. I held out my chest to tell him not to worry. I will try to support Rain. When I said it, he smiled lightly. Yes, great job, Yuki. Fufu. There shouldn't be any problem in that regard. Rain is a good guy. He gives me sweets after all. He is also very knowledgeable and smart, and I often get frustrated by that. But if you can look past that, he's a good guy. He lacks energy, doesn't talk much, and is a little distant from a normal friend. But that's it. I'll take good care of Rain because I'm his big sister and he is my my mean younger brother. As I said this, my real younger brother, Hallie, appeared across the hall. Sis, what about me? It doesn't matter how many brothers I have, you can be brother number 1. Hell, Rain will be brother number 2. Am I better? In terms of order, I would say yes. Wow. Hell was surprised. So he's my Anna-chan? I guess so. What? At that moment, Further mumbled something in a whisper. No. From what I've heard, I think Rain-kun is more like an older brother to you, Yuki. I was so disappointed in what he said that I was pouting back at him. It was something I should not have listened to. It was something that should not be said to an adult lady. I was furious. No, he's not. I am much more mature than him. My birthday is earlier than his. Otter-san Barker. I hate you. Get away from me. Yuki. I'm sorry, don't run away from me. I ran back to my room. Yuki. I closed the door to my room, hearing my father's cries. From behind the door, I hear my mother laughing. She told me later that he fell to his knees on the floor and nodded off. I had won 100 battles against my father. Chapter 7. A Boy's Memoir. I have always been a strange kid. I wasn't very good at socializing. I was always interested in things much different from what other children my age were, and I repeatedly acted in ways that seemed very odd to adults. I had no common sense whatsoever, and I just kept reading books on and on, slowly absorbing their knowledge in my spare time. I'm afraid to say it myself, but I was what people called a genius in this world. I am a genius and have always been a strange kid. The word genius was often used in a bad way. I didn't have any friends. Ever since I was little, I never really got along with the other kids. While everyone else was engrossed in watching funny cartoons and games, I instead was absorbed in reading biology books. I was too young to realize that I was doing something out of the ordinary. By the time I realized that I shouldn't just read technical books, that I wouldn't be able to talk to anyone and make friends if I continued to do so, there was nobody by my side. I was being bullied. He's a creepy guy. I have no idea what he's talking about. He's an idiot. Bully him. Hide things from him. Beat him up. Kick him down. Pour water on him. They didn't understand me, and I didn't understand them. I didn't even know why I was being bullied. My common sense was non-existent. I was crazy from the time I was born. I was missing something crucial as a human being. I was the bad guy in this world. You can't deviate from what everyone else thinks. After I realized this, I reflected on my behavior and tried to change myself. I already had no friends by my side, but I still tried to fix myself with nobody with me. Apparently, it's not good to always get a very good score on tests. It seems that everyone was jealous of me for doing so. I realized this and intentionally got a bad score on the test. However, my teacher noticed that I had cut corners, and he got angry with me in front of everyone. The fact became clear to everyone, and I became arrogant know-it-all. I continued to fail. I tried to make an effort to have more conversations with people my own age. But that, too, failed at every possible turn. I couldn't learn to enjoy what everyone else had found interesting. And nobody was interested in what I liked to do either. Even when I was talking to someone with a slightly good atmosphere, a single misstep would instantly turn the atmosphere into a cold and chilly one. No matter how hard I tried, I could never have a normal, decent conversation with anyone. At the risk of sounding arrogant, I knew more than most people. And I didn't know who didn't know anything that I did. When someone told me something I didn't know, no matter how humble I'd be, it was always taken as sarcasm. They think I'm just talking over them. If it happened once or twice, it would be fine, but in my case, it happened too often. They were not mature enough to endure it. We were children in the right sense that way. No matter how politely I offered words of comfort to those who didn't win the prize, they were always perceived as me being sarcastic. It was always the same thing. I leave a scratch on my friend's self-esteem even though I had no intention of doing so. It was as if I had no idea what the people my age knew and didn't know. I didn't know what to say anymore. The more I thought about it, the more I tried to do something, the more I wondered about what I could say that would be effective and enjoyable for everyone. I had no idea what I was talking about. It was painfully difficult to converse with the common knowledge of my age group. I could do nothing but talk blindly. If I opened my mouth, everyone would hate me. I would say things that they didn't know about and slowly claw harmfully into their hearts. Not saying anything is also a factor that makes people hate you, but that's a less likely alternative compared to just talking to someone face to face. That always makes people hate me more. I had no choice but to adopt the attitude with the least negative impact. They say that a pleasant conversation is not something you should try hard to create. So what should someone do if they can't even do that normally? I still don't know the answer to that. My brother used to scold me, saying, "Why can't you talk normally? Why can't you get along with people normally?" And well, I didn't know either. I had no answer to say back to him. I was different from my peers around me. They were jealous of my good test results. I tried talking to my teachers about it, but they only took my words as sarcasm. They told me, "Don't get carried away just because you have good test scores. The reason why you can't make friends is because you always listen to our classes and act like it's boring." In the end, it was always my fault. My father was a researcher. He was a researcher working for a company, not a university. He introduced me to his research institute. I was grateful, but he didn't introduce me to the institute with my well-being in mind. He always said, "A capable person must give it back to society." He always said, "Those who have ability must give it back to society. Geniuses must develop the world." According to my father's words, he didn't introduce me to the institute for my sake, but rather it was for the world's good instead. Even after entering middle school, I did not do very well, and I was always bullied by everyone else. No, the more the time passed, the wider the gap between me and everyone else seemed to widen. Was this arrogance? The gap between me and the people around me has never corrected itself. It instead became even more distorted than before. I lost my place in school. No, there was no place for me at school from the start. Life at the laboratory was monotonous. I spent my days facing only the documents on the table and the experimental apparatus. My mouth had already deteriorated to the point where no one cared about me, who had very little to say. I just repeated experiments and research monotonously. However, I was grateful for the extra space in the laboratory that they were lending me. I did not go to high school. I didn't have the energy to go to one, and I no longer saw the point in going either. If I only had books to study, I could do it all by myself. After a while in the institute, my father started to envy me. My research began to develop and I produced greater results than my father. My father became very envious. He felt as if he no longer had a place in the institute. Although I had not always gotten along with my father, our relationship naturally fell apart. I had nothing else other than research, 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 research. Results, publish papers, receive awards. Keep researching, experimenting, researching, researching, getting results, achieving results, results, results. I discovered a new cure for a disease. but in the end, the hole within me was never filled. One day I had a small bump with someone on the stairs. I don't think it was intentional, but the small impact knocked me off the stairs and my body rolled down the stairs. I hit my body, then my head, and by the time I reached the bottom of the stairs, my whole body was numb and sore. I could see a lot of blood flow out of me. I must have hit my head during the fall. That's when I slowly closed my eyes and my life came to an end. But then I reincarnated. I have no way of knowing why, but it happened. After my reincarnation, I was named Rain. My circumstances as Rain were a little more difficult than in my previous life, as I was born weak and my parents were divorced. But I didn't care much about that. It didn't matter. I didn't talk to my elementary school friends the same way I did before. This time there was a difference not only in my knowledge but also in my actual age. With the experience of reincarnation, I was able to get to 100 on a test very early on. But even in my previous life, I also scored 100 on tests, so it didn't really mean anything. There was no point in scoring a 100, it didn't matter. I didn't care about anything. I had literally died once. I couldn't bring myself to start my life all over again and make it work somehow. My energy had died along with my previous life. I wanted to fill the hole inside of me. I believed that if I could fill that hole, I could become normal. With basic common sense, I would be free from this suffering. However, the more knowledge I gained, the more I lived my actual life, the greater the void within me became, and the more I felt that I was diverging from the norm. It was as if there was a certain framework for humanity, and the more I gained something, the more something else fell out. The more specialized knowledge I learnt, the more my common sense was collapsing and the greater my deficiencies grew. Apparently, being a genius means being an anomaly, and I wanted to treat that anomaly. In my previous life I immersed myself in research. My father repeatedly told me, those who have the ability must give it back to society. If my research could be useful to the world and make people happy, my gap would be filled. That's what I had thought. There are many geniuses in the world who are called abnormal. They are achieving results and contributing to the world. If I could do the same, the void in my heart would be filled. I used to genuinely believe that, and in my previous life, I encountered a certain disease. It was a disease named WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction. This has long been thought to be a heart disease. It has been thought to be something that slowly weakens the heart, as some factor causes the heart to function poorly. I was doing research on living organisms related to their bodies. The company my father worked for was developing magic tools, and the company wanted me to do research on how to assist or enhance the reactions of living organisms with magical tools. Then I realized, the WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction is not a problem within the heart, but it's with the quality of the magical factor that the person possesses. It has been determined that this disease is caused by a certain type of magical factor with the nature of stagnation that over a long period of time collects inside the heart, the place in the human body where the greatest amount of magical power gets collected, and it just stagnates there, causing the heart to function poorly. The stagnant magic factor is a field that has only recently been studied, and people who are born with a large amount of stagnant magic factor have accumulated a large amount of stagnant magic inside their hearts, which causes their hearts to gradually decline functionally. The WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction had long been treated with cardiac surgery and medication, but it was necessary to approach the magic factor that resides in the human body instead of the traditional method. This was something I realized only because I had been exposed to both the field of living organisms and the field of magical tools. I will continue to do research in order to create a cure for this disease. I'll confess, I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. That person was my supervisor at the research institute. I wanted to get his advice, so I discussed this with him, on the areas I was stuck in my research and future plans, and the logic of my theory. But he never responded back. A short time later, he quit the institute on his own. No matter how anyone looked at it, it was my fault. I had driven him into a corner. The man was a good man. He was kind and warm. I was the bad guy. I hurt a lot of people. Still, I continued my research. I repeated more experiments. I was certainly on the cutting edge of my research, and I received a lot of support as well as a lot of obstacles. For example, there was the issue of authority in the medical world, and criticism from within the company for the research that was going into the medical field in earnest. But I was used to being ostracized. I was bullied at school after all. Walking on the cutting edge of research was also terrifying. Pioneering a new path was an act that burned me. Anxiety always clung to me as I walked ahead on this path. But I wasn't allowed to escape because I could hear their voices in my head. My friend, my child, my husband, had the disease. Please, they said, please develop a cure for it. If you don't, I won't forgive you. People around me said that it was my mission to do so. I was wanted. The people's desires did not allow me to escape from this. So, I continued my research quietly. I had high expectations placed upon me. If the research is successful, my gap would be filled. I believed that beyond the success of the arduous research that kept burning and sapping my spirit, there was surely something I truly wanted. If only I could fulfill my responsibility as a genius with an empty gap inside of him. If I return my existence to society and earn the world's admiration, I believe that my gap will finally be filled. I thought I could make some genuine friends. I repeated my research. The only things I was facing those days were the documents on the table and the experimental apparatuses. Step by step, steadily and monotonously, I faced my mission and fulfilled my role. I had high hopes placed upon me. Beyond this research, I had to have something to fill in my missing piece. If I succeeded in this research, I would be rewarded for everything I had done in my life and see a tremendous turnaround in my life. I would finally be able to be the person I wanted to be. And the result was a success. A cure for the disease was established. We were able to develop a magical tool that could stimulate the magical factor of stagnation that accumulates in the heart and circulate it through the entire body instead. The clinical trials were successful. Many people suffering from the disease were saved. The medical society recognized the results and awarded us with a commendation. The magical tool company that owns this laboratory also succeeded in making a large profit and received an award within the company as well. We were able to help a lot of people. It was a great honor. We got a lot of money, but the void inside of me never was filled. Nothing about myself had ever changed. I was still a bad talker, unable to communicate with others, uninterested in pleasant pastimes, and unable to get along with others. The success in the research did not fill my void. It did not make me a normal person. More people had begun admiring me, but I still didn't make any friends. The success of my research did not give me anything important as a person, and the admiration of others could not replace my lack of it. I was happy that so many people were saved because of me, but the joy of saving a faceless person was not strong enough to change my entire life. A sense of emptiness flowed through my chest. When I looked back, I saw pieces of myself scattered across the sky view. Pieces of myself, which were necessary to connect with others, were scattered along the path I had carved out. I had carved out a path by cutting myself down, and that path was one that I would never be able to turn back from. I tore up the certificates I got and broke all my trophies. They were worthless. They taught me nothing. My father looked at me like I was crazy. This void was one that would never be filled. I realized that a person as abnormal as me would have to live the rest of my life as an abnormal being. I never made any friends, and the company and the medical institutions affiliated with the company immediately set forth the next subject of what I should study. Everyone had high expectations for me. They expected new results from me, but I didn't have the energy to get up again. I knew I would never get what I truly wanted, and my energy was completely dead. My void hadn't been filled. Then the reincarnation happened. Yet, my nature remained the same. My specialness will never be cured, and today it continues to gnaw away at me. Nothing has changed from my previous life, and I continue to walk a path separate from the norm. I was living my life without any energy to get up and start over again. I was living my days in a daze, with nothing but emptiness inside my heart. That is, when I met a strange girl, Yuki. For some reason, that girl had developed a rivalry with me. My mouth, which had completely deteriorated, did not speak very well, but Yuki had still kept coming at me. I had no idea why. I have no clue why she would do such a thing. If I had understood her, I would have been able to make friends easily. I was unable to change who I was, but she still wouldn't leave me alone. When I first met her, she was surprised by me reading a book in a foreign language. I thought, well, kids this age don't read books in foreign languages. I thought I was going to deviate from the crowd again and people would give me the creeps as usual. I decided to look up the typical age for starting to read books in a foreign language and be careful from now on. But Yuki came to see me again, and this time, she had read through several foreign language books in a short period and came to brag about what she had read. Her nosy face was hard to forget. I was surprised. Yuki easily imitated the abnormality of reading through a book in a foreign language at her age. I was surprised and I was saddened too. I realized that she, too, was a gifted human. Is she missing something, too? Will she have to live her life with a void in her heart? Will she have to lead a life like I did? A life that will burn in the fire of karma? My heart ached at the thought of her future. After that, Yuki visited me many times. She called me her henchman and tried to make me feel like her younger brother. She was the only one who faced me. She was a mysterious girl. I tried to be careful not to say too much, but sometimes there are a few things that slip out of my mouth that are not in her area of knowledge. When this happens, I can tell by her reaction. She was stunned for a moment, and then she acted like she knew what she's talking about. Seeing her like that, I knew I had hurt someone again, but she was different from such ordinary people. Whenever that happened, she would thoroughly research the subject to counter my knowledge, and the next time we met, she would share her acquired knowledge with me. How about that? Isn't it amazing? I knew exactly what I was talking about. She was so proud and happy. She talked about her knowledge a lot. It was as if she was telling a story to her henchman. I was relieved every time she told me about her newly acquired knowledge. Thank God I didn't hurt her. She's a genius that can absorb and emit knowledge. I respected Yuki. She was very capable. She was able to acquire, absorb, and think deeply about all kinds of knowledge. She had the ability to stay out of the ordinary. Even though she's very bright and happy and talks to me about school often, she was a genius and that meant she couldn't be normal and must be missing something. And yet, she looked like she was having a lot of fun and filled with laughter whenever she talked to me. Hey, Yuki, why are you smiling so happily? Are you really like me? Are you not special? Do you not have a void like me? I have feelings that I can't tell anyone about. It was a thought that came to mind the day I died. There are thoughts that should not be put into words. I have been carrying a thought in my heart for a long time that I shouldn't put into words. Chapter 8, The Snowy Night. Oh no. You're sneaking out at night again. As I sat in the hospital lobby, sipping my coffee like I usually did, I heard Yuki's loud voice. The darkness of the night surrounded us, and we were the only ones in the lobby. Through the large glass windows, I could see the heavy snow falling outside. The white snow illuminated the world with a soft glow. Snowflakes gently descended from the sky, covering the ground in a white blanket, just like the night we first met. Yuki and I crossed paths in the snowy night at the hospital. Hey, this isn't good. You should be sleeping at night. It's not good for your health. With her hands on her hips, she scolded me. I'm fine, really. I'm different. While scolding me, Yuki gave me a critical look, understanding what I wanted to ask with just that one word. Expressing myself was never my strong suit. Yuki sat down next to me. I'm fine, really. I've fully recovered, and it wasn't a serious illness to begin with. But you, Rain, it's different for you, right? What if your condition worsens? Please rest quietly. I know you've always had a weak constitution, but if you work hard, you can recover enough to be discharged. Yes, that's right. I casually agreed. In response to my half-hearted reply, she pouted. She seemed angry as she grabbed my shoulder, pushing and pulling me. My whole body shook, and her gentle scolding reached me. Being healthy is better, isn't it? What's the benefit of staying unhealthy? If you can get better, it's definitely worth it, right? That's absolutely true. It was an undeniable truth, but my spirit was worn out. Hey, Yuki, what is it? Do you have many friends? Question mark. I asked a simple question, and Yuki tensed up, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead as she spoke in a hoarse voice. No, that's not true. I do have friends. Yuki flinched and drew back. Although she denied it, her words lacked conviction. However, if you ask if I have many friends, I'm a little unsure. I guess I have slightly fewer friends than average. But, because of that, the connections I have with each person are stronger. It's not that I don't have any friends, you know? She fidgeted, intertwining her fingers. Blushing, she looked up at me with upturned eyes, seeming embarrassed. There was no helping it. The person in front of me was exceptional, a genius. Someone with such extraordinary abilities wouldn't easily make friends. We were consumed by our own abilities and couldn't understand the feelings of ordinary people. We can't easily make friends because of our specialness. Our specialness prevents us from easily fitting in with others. Oh no. Yuki placed her hand on her hip and scolded me. You can't be so negative. I'm sure something good will happen once you recover from your illness. When you're discharged, you'll definitely make lots of friends. I felt worthless. Unable to endure life, I wanted to disappear somewhere. If this abnormality would never heal for the rest of my life, if I would continue to hurt people in the future, if I had no choice but to be myself, if I would always remain as myself, I wanted to disappear. I wanted to vanish completely. Snowflakes continued to fall silently, racing through the darkness of the night. By morning, the world would be covered in a shimmering silver blanket of snow under the streetlights. That day, it was just a shoulder bump, ? Yuki tilted her head in confusion. My words were fragmented, and I doubted if she truly understood what I meant. I was aware of my poor ability to express myself. My thoughts struggled to find their way across. How long had it been since I spoke so openly? I couldn't hold back. That day, the day I died falling down the stairs in a previous life, it was just a collision with another person, causing me to stumble, a common, insignificant impact. A small shock that anyone could endure. But I couldn't hold on. I couldn't protect myself instinctively. I couldn't hold on. I lost the willpower to brace myself and avoid danger. I couldn't find the strength to fight and keep on living. The strength that should have been natural in that critical moment. I couldn't hold on. Without summoning any willpower, my body lightly crashed against the stairs, and I saw blood flowing from my head. Lying there, I witnessed my own blood. Seeing that blood, I felt a strange sense of relief. It was as if my consciousness was flowing out along with the blood. I felt my life slipping away. With that sensation, a feeling of relief filled my chest. I felt relieved that it was over. Tears streamed down my face. I found relief in my own death. It was a mistake, a grave mistake as a human being. Although I knew it was wrong, that's what I felt. I didn't want to be reborn. I didn't want to be reincarnated. My voice was hoarse. I couldn't confide in anyone. It was something I shouldn't put into words. But, still, it was something I had always thought. Silence hung in the air. I regretted feeling relief back then. I regretted finding solace in death. But, still, that's how I truly felt. I couldn't help it. It overflowed from my heart. And even the concept of reincarnation couldn't bring me joy. I resented the grace of being given another chance at life, at existence. I didn't want to be reincarnated. This feeling would never disappear from within me. Even though I knew it was wrong, even though I knew it was bad, this feeling wouldn't fade, and I couldn't erase the relief from that day. I felt relieved that it was over. I didn't want to be reincarnated. I began to despise myself even more. I could sense Yuki's perplexed expression next to me. Her finger lightly touched my huddled back before quickly retreating. She seemed uncertain about what to do as I cried beside her. Of course, she wouldn't understand. My words were disjointed, making it impossible for her to grasp their meaning. Even I didn't know what to do with myself in that moment. I'm sorry. I raised my head slightly to look at her. Yuki closed her eyes and softly murmured, I don't understand what you're saying at all. Of course, she wouldn't. She probably didn't fully comprehend the concept of reincarnation either. It was just a fantasy, something that could never happen in reality. It was beyond imagination. I don't even understand why you're crying. No apologies needed. There's nothing for you to apologize for. Silence engulfed us. Yuki raised her face and stared at the heavy snowfall outside. I kept my head down, observing the snow accumulating on the ground. The scene was chilling to behold, a monochromatic world laid out before my eyes. For me, special was a sickness. Yuki suddenly spoke up, and I raised my head to look at her. When the doctor diagnosed me with an illness, I cried a lot. She looked upwards, as if reflecting on her past, and began to speak calmly, devoid of sorrow or joy. Even though the doctor reassured me multiple times that it was okay, that it was a curable illness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was going to die. I cried repeatedly. You have nothing to apologize for. There's no need for any apologies. To me, the illness was special, a terrifying presence that I believed would undoubtedly take my life. Concern must have been evident on my face as I looked at her. Yuki glanced at me, surprised, and smiled, attempting to reassure me, but in the end, everything turned out fine. She spoke nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. When I woke up, the surgery was over. The doctor declared that I was cured and smiled at me. It was anticlimactic. Yes, extremely anticlimactic. The illness that I thought would shatter my world, that filled me with such terror, vanished so easily, so simply. When I woke up, it was all over. Yuki's words carried a playful tone. It felt as if the emotions from that moment were resurfacing. I could almost envision her expression, wide-eyed and vacant. On that day, it wasn't a big deal. My special turned out to be nothing. The illness that had seemed so terrifying disappeared effortlessly, as if it were being ridiculed by the world. My fear vanished just as easily. My world spun around so effortlessly. She laughed joyfully. So I thought. Yes, I see. Fear of being special consumed me. I confronted the special within me, only to be repeatedly defeated. Yuki managed to decipher something from my inarticulate words and tried to encourage me. She was strong and different from me. She possessed a much more carefree and resilient mindset. My words were unnecessary interference. Unlike me, Yuki wasn't afraid of being special. Instead, she sought to uplift and encourage me. Yuki's strength was apparent. She had a different essence than me. She possessed a greater sense of ease and mental fortitude. My words were an unnecessary intrusion. Understood. Thank you. I understood. I comprehended. She wouldn't become like me. Her core was resilient, and she wouldn't tread the same path as me. Even if hardships befell her, her smile would not fade. That was enough for me to understand. It held significance. I attempted to rise from my seat. I no longer needed her. It was a beautiful thing. Are you returning to the room? Yeah, I'm going to sleep. That's good. Snow fell silently, blanketing the outside world in a pure white layer. Its quiet descent gradually transformed the surroundings, casting a gentle glow. In the midst of this mesmerizing scene, I found myself yearning to be buried under the beauty of the snow, hoping to disappear by the time spring arrived. Such futile thoughts occupied my mind. Suddenly, Yuki's casual voice broke through my reverie. I hope Rain's suffering will be cured easily like my illness. Yeah, what was it? W. Question mark. As we rose from our seats, Yuki began to speak again. Her words resonated softly in the dimly lit hospital lobby. Oh, right. It was WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction. Those words unraveled a memory tucked away in the corner of my mind. Yuki clapped her hands and smiled, as if something significant had been revealed. Huh? What did she just say? What's wrong? What did you just say? My heart raced, and anticipation filled my mind, washing everything with whiteness, an overwhelming whiteness. Perceiving my unusual behavior, Yuki tilted her head in confusion. It's the name of the illness I had. WM8 chronic myocardial dysfunction. Are you familiar with it? I held my breath. It's a heart disease, a minor ailment caused by magical factors accumulating and stagnating in the heart. Rain, you probably don't know, right? It's a rare disease. Yuki's voice grew louder, and she began speaking with pride. It's a disease for which a treatment was established about 40 years ago. Until then, it was believed to be a cardiac problem, but it turned out to be related to magical factors, and a genius, just 25 years old, discovered the treatment. That day, the medical world was shaken. She seemed to relish sharing her knowledge and spoke with joy. I couldn't say anything. How about that? She laughed. You didn't know, did you? Yuki had researched and studied her own illness. She acted like an older sister, despite me being the older one. She shared the fruits of her research with her subordinate and laughed. Laughing. She laughed. And she kept laughing. I don't know anything. I didn't know anything. That's right. I don't know anything. That illness was mine. I don't know anything. Anything. My voice quivered. My body trembled. Every inch of me shook. Heat surged from within my chest. Intense heat poured out from the emptiness within me. I had never heard the name of Yuki's illness. I despised illnesses. If they were completely cured, if they disappeared, there was no point in knowing about them. She laughed proudly. Her illness had been completely cured, and she laughed with pride. Yuki was alive, smiling happily. Tears spilled from my eyes. They were hot tears, different from the cold ones shed just moments ago. The previous tears were like snow, freezing my heart. These tears, however, were scorching. You are you. Tears flowed down, tracing my cheeks and falling onto the floor. My vision distorted. The girl with pale hair looked surprised. My sudden outburst of tears caught her off guard. Despite my vision being blurred by tears, her expression was clear. Large tears overflowed endlessly. You. She was right in front of me. The success that I had felt empty about, she was right in front of me. What's wrong? Are you scared? It's okay. Look, it's not a serious illness at all. Look. I'm fine. Yuki waved her hand uncertainly. No, that's not it. That's not it. Yuki, it was a serious illness. It had a high mortality rate. It might have affected only a few people, but it was undeniably a severe illness. I might die like that. It was terrifying. A dangerous illness. That's what it was. Yuki approached me, concerned about my tears. She touched my shoulder and looked at me with worry. I couldn't control myself. Overwhelmed by an uncontrollable impulse, I clung to her. I held onto her tightly, hiding my tears. Yuki trembled slightly, and her concern reached me, but it lasted only for a moment. She quickly wrapped her arm around my head and embraced me. She tried to act like an older sister, stroking my head. What's the matter? It's okay, you know? I'm not dead. You. My tears wet her. I was saved. The success that I had thought was empty, it had truly saved her right in front of me. Her small body pulsated, radiating warmth, and firmly engraved life. It didn't lose to the illness, it didn't yield to the specialness. Her heart undeniably beat. I'm glad. That's all I could think of. Yes, it's okay, right? Illnesses aren't scary, you know? Big sister is okay, you know? I cried out loudly. I couldn't help but raise my voice. Yuki probably misunderstood. She likely thought I was crying out of fear of the illness. No, that's not it. What filled my chest was relief. I saved her. I saved the life of the girl in front of me. No, I was the one who was saved. I had been walking through life with no purpose, feeling empty. And now, the world had turned upside down. My life had been rewarded in a dramatic way. As always, the void within me remained unfilled. It would never be filled. It's something that will remain empty throughout my lifetime. But I was saved. Now, I can cry on her shoulder. Her body was so warm. Yes, it can't be helped, right, Rain? I'll stay by your side. You are. You. I continued to cry. I cried ceaselessly while being held in her arms. I tightly grasped her clothes and wept. The snow continued to fall silently, emitting a radiant white glow. Looking back, it was a journey filled with suffering. I continued to walk that path, weak and weary, treading the path called life. My specialness continued to torment me. It easily hurt me, played with me like a storm, and no matter how much I resisted, it was an unyielding mist. Looking back, I hurt many people. Filling this void was the purpose of my life. I believed that if I didn't fill this void, I would never find peace, and life defeated me. Wherever I went, the never-ending pain shattered my will. Normalcy is a painful thing, as my father from a past life used to say. According to my father, the colleague of my father from a past life, who became the catalyst for me to seek a cure for the illness, seemed like an ordinary person. He was an ordinary human with ordinary abilities, who suffered in an ordinary way and left no significant mark before his death, as my father described it. Being intelligent was considered a blessing, being a genius was seen as a blessing. My father used to tell me, he would often say not to become a weak ordinary person who couldn't leave a lasting impact. Perhaps he had witnessed the final moments of that deceased man, and the fear had imprinted itself on my father's mind. My father feared normalcy, but that wasn't true. Normalcy was a blessing. I yearned to be normal. Yet, if that man had truly suffered because he was an ordinary person, if being ordinary was painful, if both being special and being normal were sources of anguish, where should I go? As if shaking off my anxieties, I believed that by filling the void, I could find happiness, and so I continued to fight. I fought and fought, only to be defeated by life. The night was about to give way to dawn. Yuki lay beside me, peacefully asleep in her hospital bed. I sat on the chair in her room, spending the night there. During that night, I had cried while clinging to her. Reflecting on it now, I feel a sense of embarrassment. My cheeks flush with warmth at the memory. But in that moment, before my tears could subside, she fell asleep. Overwhelmed by drowsiness while offering me solace, she easily succumbed to a deep slumber. She lent me her shoulder and listened to my cries. I was genuinely astonished. Is this where people normally sleep? Rarely did I question people's conventional behavior. Regardless, I carefully carried her, who had fallen asleep, searched for her hospital room, gently placed her on the bed, and while listening to the tranquil rhythm of her breathing, I sat on a nearby chair, intending to take a short break. But I ended up falling asleep as well. The night was on the verge of turning into dawn. Yuki murmured softly, slowly sitting up. She glanced around, trying to make sense of the situation with her still foggy mind. Rain? With sleepy eyes, she called out to me. I feel a pang of embarrassment. Although we were still young, it wasn't appropriate to spend the night in a woman's room. Are you feeling better? Yeah, I responded with a sleepy yeah to her groggy words. Despite my exhaustion and lack of energy just the day before, I couldn't help but want to answer her question. The insurmountable problem that had plagued me for decades had vanished, and without a logical explanation, I found solace. My suffering hadn't been resolved. The void within me remained unfilled, but still, I found peace. She granted it to me. I wonder what's for breakfast? I wonder. In Yuki's hospital room, she seemed oblivious to any doubts, still half asleep. I want a house full of sweets. That would upset my stomach. Why does she desire to consume something like that in the morning? It's unlikely to be served as hospital food, and frankly, it's not a common breakfast option anywhere. She giggled, seemingly lost in the idea of devouring a gingerbread house. In that state of half dreaming, half reality, she laughed with unadulterated joy. Her happiness was ever present. Admiration overflowed from the depths of my empty heart. I yearned to be like her. Oh, by the way, I haven't told you yet. Yuki's mouth opened wide in surprise. Good morning, Rain. Yeah, good morning. Yuki burst into laughter once again, and I couldn't help but reciprocate with a smile. Morning arrived, the sun emerged, and the sky displayed its clarity. Today, my world cleared up. Epilogue, a short story at the end. Our relationship is quite peculiar, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. Winter had passed, and the arrival of spring brought cherry blossoms blooming in the air. Even in this season, as the cherry blossom petals danced in the breeze, a hint of winter lingered. The falling white fragments from the sky reminded me of snow. In the gradually warming weather outside, I found myself playing chess with a certain boy inside the house. Reincarnated companions. Or rather, it's a complex feeling, isn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I was engaged in a conversation with Rain, the boy Yuki had mentioned. Rain seemed somewhat shy with his words, and I wasn't particularly eloquent either. So, it wasn't the liveliest of conversations. In moments like these, I couldn't help but envy Yuki's fluent tongue. I truly have to thank you, sincerely. That's not necessary. Rain blushed and looked down. He had discovered the treatment for my daughter's illness in his past life. That alone was deserving of gratitude, and that illness had been the cause of my previous life's death. While it seemed Rain's past life was the son of my past life's colleague, it was a peculiar connection, truly a mysterious bond. But Yuki herself doesn't seem to comprehend the situation at all. Does she? Anya, who brought us black coffee, remarked, and Rain and I lowered our heads. Yuki, the person involved, remained completely unaware. In the first place, we had come to know that Rain was a reincarnated individual from Yuki's story. She had said something like, Rain didn't want to be born again, but I don't really understand the meaning of that. We were left wondering, and it was a phenomenon we were familiar with. Subsequently, when we visited Rain and inquired about it, this strange connection between us came to light. However, Yuki knew nothing about it. She was rejoicing at Rain's discharge without comprehending anything about the circumstances of our reincarnated relationship. She lived her days cheerfully. It was somewhat carefree. She was a happy daughter. That girl is intelligent, but she's quite clueless, isn't she? We responded to Anya's merciless words with silence. Rain and I sipped our coffee, as if attempting to bridge the gap. Well, it can't be helped, can it? It's difficult to imagine such an absurd concept as reincarnation, right? Well, I suppose so, but even without that, she's a bit absent-minded, isn't she? Please refrain from saying any more, Anya, but her words struck true, and we couldn't defend Yuki. I'm sorry, Yuki, I wonder if she's all right. Don't you think she might seem odd at school? She talks happily, but since she always mentions the same name, I think she was few friends, you know? Let's halt this conversation, Anya. It appeared that Anya was probing into Rain's trauma. He trembled, clutching his chest in pain. Or rather, aren't you in a position to make such comments about others? You didn't have many friends either, did you? I never desired friends in the first place. Anya said that with a nonchalant tone. This girl, truly. She has been unwavering since childhood. Is she truly doing well in her work? Is she not being bullied? I started to worry about the older child in front of me. Rain gazed at Anya with a look of deep admiration in his eyes. It seemed that he admired her for her ability to remain unaffected by troubles, hardships, and the fear of being alone. Perhaps that was the reason for his admiration. But that's not good, Rain. The person standing there is a bad influence. Was I the only one with many friends? You were the only normal one. Ugh. Anya struck a nerve with her accurate assessment. I clenched the chess piece tightly in my trembling hands. Seeing me like that, Anya burst into laughter. Rain looked flustered as he watched the two of us. Hey, haven't I said this multiple times? I mean, I did graduate from one of the most prestigious universities, you know? Well, I did have the advantage of being reincarnated, but it's still an incredible achievement, isn't it? Not just anyone can do it. I've actually worked really hard. Hey, wait, Rain-kun. Hold on a second before you make your move. Rain-kun swiftly made a crucial move in the chess game, and I called for a timeout. If he made that move, my piece would be in jeopardy. Yu-gi-gi-goo. I can't lose easily after graduating from a top university. I can't let that happen here. Oh, wait. I'm really sorry. But please wait one more time. I had lost all dignity and pride. Damn it, is this the difference between a genius and me? His predictions are unbelievably accurate. Spring is beautiful, and time seems to flow leisurely. While I still enjoy the enchanting winter season, as I grow older, I find myself increasingly drawn to spring. Each passing year, I appreciate its warmth more and more. Why am I able to find such peace? Rain-kun murmured in a soft voice. I haven't changed at all. He fell silent. Expressing himself wasn't his strong suit. Despite his self-assessment, his words alone couldn't convey all that he was thinking, but as a teacher, I could usually sense it. I crafted my words based on his emotions. Are you feeling confused? He nodded slightly. He was bewildered by the changes in his world. Perhaps his world was crumbling and transforming with a bang, and he believed that he himself hadn't changed. He couldn't fathom why his world was altering while he remained the same. That's how he felt. Perhaps, is it because you've put in a lot of effort? He looked troubled and hung his head. It was a subtle expression, conveying both gratitude and a lack of complete acceptance. Well, let's consider other possibilities. If you feel like your environment has changed even though you haven't, it might simply be due to luck. You happen to encounter good people. Luck? Yeah, meeting good people depends on, well, to some extent, the person's effort, but ultimately, it's luck. If you come across good people, your world can change drastically, and whether you have the chance to meet good people or not depends largely on luck. From what I gathered, he seemed to have been a little unlucky. He hadn't encountered someone who would reach out to him. Of course, it's true that good people tend to gather in a good world, and it's also true that when someone who has changed tries to change others, good people are more likely to appear. But even without those circumstances, it's not uncommon for a helping hand to unexpectedly appear for no reason. If you can grasp that hand and have the capacity for it, even a difficult world can undergo a complete transformation. And that simply comes down to luck or the lack thereof. Does that make sense? No. Luck may sound empty, but I took a sip of my coffee, and Rain cornered my king on the chessboard. Actually, I feel like I can understand it. So, I was just lucky, huh? If I say it, it might sound like a biased parent, but Yuki is a good kid. A bit stubborn, a little full of themselves, somewhat arrogant, and a bit scatterbrained, but Yuki is a good kid. Yes. As we conversed, I desperately tried to find an escape route for my king. Cherry blossom petals danced outside, and the warmth of spring sunlight enveloped us. Well, even so, you did your best. Even if you don't recognize it yourself, you certainly did your best. You put in efforts that not everyone can achieve. You did your best. Truly, you did. You're not a worthless person at all. If you hadn't struggled and found a treatment for the illness, Yuki wouldn't exist in this world. That's all right, isn't it? Rain lifted his face from the chessboard and looked at me with a slightly embarrassed expression. Thank you very much. His voice carried a hint of shyness, reaching me and making me feel awkward. I was the one filled with gratitude. My gratitude knew no bounds. I wondered if I had done something teacher-like. It would bring me joy if my words could offer even a little support to him, someone who seemed weary. Rain-kun, you have it tough too. It would be better if you didn't dwell on difficult things. Beside us, Anya was munching on cookies and casually spoke those words. Rain-kun looked bewildered. Anya, you're a genius too, right? Wasn't there anything difficult or painful for you because you're a genius? There wasn't, Anya cheerfully declared. Well, that's quite something. Rain-kun wore a face that seemed to say, with parents like you, it's no wonder Yuki turned out that way. Being healthy is the most important thing. Whether you're smart or not, it doesn't matter. Being healthy is what truly matters. Anya spoke the truth. Indeed, that's exactly right. We could only smile wryly at that opinion, which was all too accurate. Perhaps Anya was the greatest genius of all. At that moment, the spring sun smiled cheerfully. I'm home, welcome home. In the midst of a gathering of adults, my children rushed into the living room from their cram school. Yuki and Hale entered with a lively commotion. Oh, Rain, are you here? Hello. Yuki, Hale-kun, sorry for intruding. Rain-kun offered a slight bow. It's chess. Oh, did Dad lose? Oh, wait. Don't look. Go wash your hands and rinse quickly. I had just been checkmated a moment ago. Damn it. I should have made the chessboard disappear quickly and destroyed the evidence. If Rain won, then I can't lose either. Dad, let's play next time. Why yeah, I couldn't pretend to be stronger than my 11-year-old daughter. Yuki, you truly are smart. All right, let's study chess. Let's properly learn tactics. I wanted to maintain a little more dignity as a father. Rain, what would you like to do? Should we have dinner first today? Let's play. Well, what should we do? Rain-kun seemed taken aback by the two children crowding around him. Though he was mature on the inside, he struggled with being treated as an equal by children and being suggested to play children's games. I remember that feeling. It brings back a sense of nostalgia. There's a unique empathy that comes with being a reincarnator. But Rain-kun must have it harder than me due to his low communication skills. Both of you, make sure to put your socks and everything in the washing machine before you start playing. Don't just leave them lying around, alright? Yes, the The two children hurried off to the bathroom. "Ah, Mum, what's the matter, Yuki?" Yuki poked her head out of the bathroom and spoke loudly. "Please do the laundry separately from Dad." Out of nowhere, I feel like I'm about to vomit at those harsh words. It feels like a spear has been thrust into my chest, sending shockwaves through me. The intense blow was thrown at me without any warning. My body trembles uncontrollably. "It's all right." "Really? Yuki, what's all this about suddenly?" "Oh, it's nothing." "Well, okay then." I wish Anya had stopped her. She said it was all right. Come to think of it, I had talked to Anya about the day when our rebellious daughter would start doing the laundry separately. It didn't seem so far away, and now, it's actually happening. Please cheer up." "Thanks." I receive some comforting words from the bewildered Rain. Could it be that, despite everything that has happened, we haven't actually resolved Yuki's rebellious phase? Well, of course not. Anya lets out an exasperated sigh. That's right. None of the recent events had anything to do with the rebellious phase, and resolving the issues of rebellious teenagers is not something that can be done easily. It's a problem that should be resolved with time and growth. But still, sigh. Well, let's just accept it. It's a father's duty to be rebelled against. That duty is tough. Though it can't be helped, this duty makes me want to cry. Look, Rain. This is what a peaceful daily life looks like. That must be tough. Indeed, that's exactly right. Rain smiles wryly. Spring is gracious, with cherry blossom petals dancing like snowflakes. The scent of spring fills the city as flowers and plants begin to bloom. A normal and pleasant life is peaceful, yet as challenging as a heavy snowfall. I have been leading a warm life for a long time. End of Volume 1.